great match today. And especially this morning, Argentina and Messi were almost knocked out by Cape Verde.
Yes.
So an upset is in the air. Although I hope it is not by afternoon.
अरे मजा आने वाला है आई थिंक रिगार्डलेस हम जो भी कहें आज के दिन में एक खतरनाक एक्शन देखने को मिलेगा
हाँ.
इट्स गोना बी ब्लंडर्स एवरीवेयर बिकॉज एज वी डिस्कस द टाइम कंट्रोल इज 10+0 नो इंक्रीमेंट ताने मतलब फाइनल सेकंड तक you could lose the game, you could turn it around.
Absolutely. Blunders, and I'm expecting some brilliancies as well on the board. You know, we've spoken about Benjamin Bach, but let's not forget world #1, two-time Olympic gold medalist. The home crowd favorite will be on the stage.
Yes.
Vidit Gujrathi. He's got to be feeling the nerves, and look at the crowd right there. We've got a tournament on. We've got Mumbai here in the arena, and there's one guy they're cheering for.
Absolutely. Vidit, I think, is under more pressure for the monsoons that he's facing in Mumbai rather than the expectations. There's the tournament going on. ये tournament में मैं जाके खेल सकता हूँ?
अरे अरे बिल्कुल मेरा भी मन कर रहा है खेल के एक्चुअली
लेकिन तू मत खेल, तू मेरे को ट्रेन कर दे.
And everyone, I think with your comedians on board,
Yes.
training warm up हो चुका था.
बिल्कुल.
And the big question is, कितना warm up हो चुका है for our two grandmasters today?
उन लोग क्या करता होगा मैच के पहले?
That's the big question. What is the routine to get locked in? 10 minutes with no increment on the clock. Everything on the line. 3 Indians पहुंच चुके हैं Paris EWC के लिए. Nihal Sareen, Arvind Chidambaram, Arjun Aragaisi. Will Vidit Gujrathi be the fourth to secure a spot?
Yeah, I think teams signing up, lots of bonuses, prize money, and historic win on his home ground will be huge for Vidit. And it's a huge prize pool
Oh
of
my God.
27.5 lakhs. And the first place is 10 lakhs, Anirban. It's something to play for both the players.
Fantastic, fantastic. Oh man, that's a... And this is too much. I did not expect it. Nice to see some, non-cricket sports doing this. Wow.
And I think the players are ready. We are ready. It's time to call the players on stage. The first player is Benjamin Bo coming from Netherlands. Let's have him on stage. He's here to challenge Vidit here for the match. He's here to get the EWC key. Tanya, it's going to be huge. I think he's coming in flying from Netherlands. You know, इतना दूर से आए हैं तो जीत के ही जाएंगे यहाँ से.
It is world number 263, who has been an absolute grandmaster crusher here at India Rising. He's taken down Arjun Aragaisi in the semi-final. Benjamin Bach gets ready. He's the first to arrive, but in front of him will be world number 31, 2 times Olympic gold medalist. Give it up for Vidit Gujrathi.
Whoa!
Let's go,
He's the
Vidit
home
Gujrathi.
favorite, of course. He will walk in very quickly. And it's going to be a lot of fun to see this match, Tanya, Anirban. Kya expectations have both the players? Nerves are real.
चेस में मैच के पहले नेशनल एंथम नहीं होता है?
अरे I think definitely कर सकते हैं Anirban. I feel like Vidit वहाँ पीछे stage पे है
हाँ.
and he's thinking my opponent is on stage.
हाँ.
I have to go on stage. वो entrance is the most nerve-wracking moment in
Yeah.
this.
And the one player who's feeling it right now, it has to be home crowd favorite. Getting ready to get into the arena is Grandmaster Vidit Gujrathi. Taking down Pranesh, taking down Ronak Sadhwani to get into the finals. And now, one step away from Paris.
The 2-time Olympiad medalist, we have Vidit Gujrathi coming up on stage next, the home crowd favorite. His family is
There
here
he
watching the
is.
match.
Woo!
Whoa!
Nice.
And this is
Yeah.
no traditional chess arena. This is chess as an e-sport. We got both our players on the stage. They've got the computer screens in front of them.
Yeah.
They've got their opponents in front of them. They've got the trophy, the EWC key right there. Getting
Yeah.
ready. Vidit Gujrathi, all smiles. We're going to have them up
There's the
on the
handshake.
screen.
Handshake.
Handshakes. Let's go.
Oh! We had a lot of shooting ऐसे between the players जहाँ पे एक दूसरे से taunts भी मिल रहे थे, ऐसे action figures की तरह
Trash
खड़े
talk
थे.
नहीं हो रहा इधर.
हाँ, मतलब लेकिन but I think game के बाद हो सकता है both the players are ready.
हाँ.
Look at Benjamin Bok. He looks a bit more tense with it smiling, of course, but dono players ready हैं.
Yes.
And of course, they're wearing headphones which will block out all our commentary, all the noise. They're focused on the chess. The game's about to begin. And Tanya, first game, with the white pieces, क्या लग रहा है? Who has the edge?
That's such a big question, Sahil. Momentum, it's all about that. With 10 minutes for each player, koi increment nahi hai, such little space for error. We've got Benjamin Bok, who is on paper an underdog, but he has shown that that absolutely does not matter here in India Rising. He's taken down India #1, Arjun Aragaisi in the semi-finals. He's taken down Murali Karthikeyan in the quarterfinals. The bracket breaker ready to take on the home crowd favorite.
Yeah, and I feel like 2026 has been the year of upsets.
Yeah.
Expect the unexpected, Anirban. That's been the motto for this year. So it's all even Steven right now. Before the games, आपकी क्या expectations हैं, Anirban?
Dude, actually, last 2 years have been years of upset, given Bangalore is winning IPL. So, but yeah, I want a close match. I'm very happy with this format because there is no increment, so gives hope to lesser players like us. Most matches I've won on chess.com have been through time.
But you know what, Anirban, I think you make a great point because it's really the games get decided in those final
Yes,
few
yes.
seconds.
हाँ.
Who has that extra few seconds on the clock? Pressure itna ho jata hai, nerves itne ho jate hain. And with everything on the line, a ticket to Paris, the players have to be feeling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're about to lift off with the games in just a few minutes. And I think practice तो दोनों players ने खूब करी होगी. कल रात से बैठे होंगे online practice करते हुए. Tactics, of course, playing games, getting even the hang of a mouse, Tanya, becomes so important in these games. Last में 5 second है, एक गलत mouse slip and the game is over.
अरे तो इसमें अगर वो increment नहीं है तो pre-move कर सकता है?
हाँ,
Oh,
that's a useful skill to have here actually.
Nice.
And there it is, Vidit Gujrathi, 31 years of age, 2708 rating in the world top players, India #6, and Tanya, a double Olympiad medalist. I mean, the CV kind of writes itself.
Absolutely. And on paper, we've got the numbers in front of us. I'll add some more numbers to this. In classical, with Gujrathi, 100 rating points above his opponent. In rapid, more than 50 rating points. In blitz, more than 70 rating points. But Anirban, Benjamin Bok ne dikhaya hai that ratings truly
Do
are
not
just
matter.
a number.
Yes.
It is about the board. It is about the form. Chess is played on the board and not on spreadsheets.
Absolutely, but one credential that they did not show for Vidit Gujrathi was he was my coach in one COD.
Oh, that's the breaking edge
yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
And, you know, there's one guy here to beat your coach, and that is Benjamin Bok,
Yes.
31 years of age again, 2560 rating, very, very strong player. Netherlands #9, Tanya. I think, but the numbers are just numbers at the end on a screen. He's proven his point that he can beat the absolute best.
Yeah, he's taken down the biggest names here in India Rising road to EWC. While Vidit has also had a very controlled performance getting into the finals. For me, one storyline is very clear here. As we are getting ready to get the first moves on the board, which player will get his kind of position out of the opening?
Ooh, what a match. It is set to one, of course. 3 sets in total, 4 games in 1 set. It's going to be exciting. Who will take the lead? Will it be Benjamin Bok? Will it be? And we have liftoff in the first game. It is 1-4 by Vidit. The game's on the screen. And he's chosen the London system. Wow.
And we've got Benjamin Bok. Bilkul he locked in here right now. It is so much about keeping things under control in this first game. Sahil, you mentioned the London system. We're waiting for the games to load on right now. Benjamin Bok totally locked in.
You know, we had a couple of kids who kind of told us their favorite opening here. That was the London system, and maybe Vidit also heard. But regardless, we'll have the moves very soon in front of you. Benjamin looks quite tense right now, yeah? Look at him. He's thinking, he's deep in thought. Maybe not the kind of position he expected.
Anirban, what is the strategy when you get an unexpected opening?
Oh, that is generally a problem of my opponent.
ये कहाँ से आ गया?
No, what I do see, I am telling you very honestly, my level very lower than all this. But at my level, what really works is if the opponent is confused.
Yes.
Because they are also not experienced. So that is something that I try to do. Obviously, that doesn't apply at your level.
You will be surprised. I
Huh.
think this is a very key point that with this time control,
Yeah.
players have 10 minutes, no
Yeah.
increment. If you can spin the first surprise,
Yes.
force them to think
Yes.
because later on the clock will count.
Yeah, yeah. So like what I try to do is even the first move E4, just immediately sack a pawn, make them
Gambit.
try to like get them to make a decision in 2 seconds. At the, you know this, Sahil.
And we've
Ooh,
got
look-
our screen with us. The games are on. We can see here Benjamin Bok. He's playing with the black pieces. Vidit Gujrati white के साथ खेल रहे हैं. Benjamin की castling हो चुकी है. Vidit का king still in the center. Started with the queen's pawn opening. And I have to say, जो हमारी ये position in front of Benjamin की screen पे है, this is a Benjamin type of position.
Ooh, it's very dynamic, I think. You can see Queen C2 break कर रहे हैं Queen side पे. He understands momentum इस game में ज़रूरी है. With it trying to hold on to his Queen side here. But Tanya, we have the moves. It is ready. We can see the expressions. I feel आनी अब चालू हो रही है Tanya.
And look at that. We've got the black pieces moving forward. It's Benjamin Bok, in fact, playing with black right now.
Yeah.
उनके pawns center को capture कर चुके हैं.
हाँ.
विदित का king अभी भी center में फंसा हुआ है. E5 pawn बढ़ चुका है. वो यहाँ रुकने नहीं वाला है. We've got more pawn pushes coming in, opening up the lines. Really quickly, if we do a pawn count here, it's 7 pawns for each of the sides. So it's not कि विदित के पास extra pawn है, but he's behind in development currently.
And Anirban, आपके
Yeah.
कोच ने विदित ने बताया होगा कि सेंटर ग्रैब करना जरूरी है.
Absolutely.
वही स्ट्रैटेजी
हाँ.
यहाँ पे यूज कर रहे हैं बेंजामिन उन्हीं की अगेंस्ट. तो आई थिंक ही विल हैव टू बी ऑन गार्ड हियर बिकॉज ये पॉन पुश अगर हो गया ना E4 पे,
हाँ.
सडनली द किंग साइड कुड बी अंडर प्रेशर.
Yeah, yeah. Is Benjamin Bok like a very attacking player?
Exactly. And Vidit is a player जिनको सब कुछ बहुत control में
हाँ, हाँ,
रखना,
हाँ, हाँ.
you know, have those positional pushes. I think that is key for Vidit, his type of position. Benjamin is counting on tactical oxygen. कि कहीं से तो chaos create हो जाए.
हाँ,
And I think
हाँ.
this opening supports those kind of middle
Yes,
games.
yes.
Knight वापस आ चुका है to try to push that D pawn even forward, create a passer at the center of the board. But this is going to get very exciting. हर pawn move के साथ weak squares हो जाते हैं board पे.
बिल्कुल. एंड लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट द क्लॉक, ऑलरेडी अ हेल्दी टाइम एडवांटेज फॉर विदित देयर. सो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं पे वो क्लॉक के पे कितना तेज खेलना है, कितना आपको अच्छी पोजीशन के लिए खेलना है, वो बैलेंस स्ट्राइक करना इज सो टफ एक्चुअली. एंड आई थिंक फिलहाल के लिए नाइट F8 गोइंग टू द किंग साइड. सो यहाँ बेंजामिन अपने किंग साइड थोड़ा फोर्टिफाई कर रहे हैं और बिशप ऑन C8 को बाहर निकाल दिया उन्होंने.
Bishop C8 से बाहर आएगा and also वो D pawn ready to go up the board at the right time. Benjamin Bok, and what is the clock situation is the big question right now. Vidit Gujrati के पास है 8 मिनट, Benjamin के पास है 7 मिनट. तो a small advantage out of the opening for Vidit on the clock. Bishop
Yeah.
वापस आते हुए.
या बिशप H4 preempting वो नाइट की मूव, राइट? आई थिंक बोलते हैं ना कि पहले से प्रिवेंशन इज बेटर देन क्योर. दैट्स द फिलॉसफी व्हिच आई थिंक विदित इज फॉलोइंग. एंड आल्सो जब वो बिशप G3 पे आएगा अनिर्बान, आप देखोगे वो E5 पॉन, सेंट्रल पॉन बहुत सॉफ्ट हो सकता है.
और
सडनली
ये-
वो पॉन कैन सिंपली फॉल.
और ये A file में क्या हो रहा है? A file is there is some interesting
I think
tension.
that is a great point, Anirban. Bishop, you make it retreat. He comes back and look at that. Bok keeps the pressure. Dono knights coming forward, hitting that bishop. Vidit is about to lose his bishop pair. Not just that. Queen side pe, you mentioned the A pawn. At all points, Vidit has to watch out for the move B6. There is a pin along the C line, which will create weaknesses for Vidit. I will say this is advantage Bok out of the opening.
आई हैव टू अग्री. वो
Yeah,
टाइम
looks
एडवांटेज
like-
जो था वो स्लिप होता हुआ विदित का. एंड रुक D1 के बाद सडनली ब्लैक की डेवलपमेंट फ्री फ्लोइंग है, बिशप पेयर भी नहीं है. एंड इवन नाउ टाइम कंट्रोल ऐसा है, बट एक्यूरेसी वाइज बोथ प्लेयर्स अराउंड द 99 मार्क. मतलब
My
परफेक्ट
goodness.
चेस से 99% पे खेल रहे हैं अनिर्बान ये लोग.
Oh no. The unrelatable.
सॉरी कांट रिलेट.
Oh, and I like this move, Benjamin Bok. He continues to develop, bring the pieces to the center of the board at the right time. या तो E pawn बढ़ने वाला है, creating more scores, more scope for the black knight to move forward eventually to that central square. I am liking the development and the harmony in Benjamin's position. Look at Vidit on the screen. He's also trying to find his path forward right now. And I want to point out, the last few months have been challenging for Vidit Gujrati.
I agree. I think he played a couple of over-the-board events and online events, and even the recent one he played this month alone did not go exactly how I would have liked. But I think he can fall back on how well he played in this particular event. It's the same format. He did well. He came back from absolute, jaws of defeat, and he's kind of struck every single time. But Benjamin has also done the same. So I think यहाँ पे equals का match and anybody could take this.
With its position is is it like very compact, everything? It's bit like his Mumbai house. Okay, it's opened up.
Yeah, I think Vidit does look a bit stressed right now. Both players in the same pose, literally exact control C, control V. And he's just taken the pawn. Tanya, यहाँ पे knight से मैं capture करना चाहूँगा, but then there could be some pins with bishop coming, attacking the knight. So क्या queen से मारे यहाँ पे?
And I'm also looking at ideas for Benjamin. Unka rook aa sakta hai on the second rank. Just slam yourself on that square on A2 to hit the white queen on C2 is an idea that you have to be careful about right now.
Ooh.
Knight has jumped forward. Like you mentioned, for Benjamin Bok now, a question. Does he come in with his rook or does he pin that knight at the center of the board? Bishop pair advantage mil chuka hai black ko. Open position hai. But Vidit Gujrathi के पास दो बहुत ही strong pawns हैं queen side पे.
Yeah.
That's C5, B4. You
Yeah.
want to start pushing them. B5 next, create a passer. Rook has landed, hitting the queen.
The queen has to move. And Anirban, ऐसा होता है कई बार कोई नया comic आता है, he has a lot of potential, right? You
Yes.
kind of support him. ये
Yes.
दोनों pawn वही हैं. इनमें से एक queen बनने वाला है. So
Oh.
यहाँ पे बहुत potential hidden है Vidit की position में. He takes on D8 and now, okay, it's kind of still quite a lot of compensation, I think.
It's very tricky because queen attack है और queen के पीछे bishop भी attack है white का. So you can't just be careless here and move your queen anywhere. I'm expecting Vidit to block that threat on the queen by moving his rook up or offer a queen trade right now.
Yeah, I think rook trade very likely. Anirban, यहाँ पे time situation से क्या लग रहा है? Because I think rough balanced.
हाँ.
But फिलहाल के लिए, who do you think has kind of managed his clock better?
I think it's equal, no? At
Yeah.
this point.
Yeah, but I feel like Benjamin's kind of striking back, right? From momentum because he was behind. Now he's caught up. तो कहीं ना कहीं Vidit पे pressure, position, time दोनों पे हो सकता है.
Yes, मेरे को भी लग रहा था कि like Benjamin का position is a little bit has more force to attack, but I think Vidit is also like संभाल लो, he has संभाल लिया है, I think.
ठंड लग रहा है Vidit को अभी.
Oh no.
Oh no. ठंड नहीं लगना चाहिए. As he does put his jacket on, it's going to be a long game. I also want to point out that Vidit ka knight जो बहुत ही ज़्यादा strong लग रहा है at the center of the board
Yeah.
can at any moment be kicked out by that F pawn moving forward. And we've got
Queen.
here Benjamin Bok ka screen.
Queen trade हो रहा है.
He's offered a queen trade. Will Benjamin accept it or will he want to keep the queens on the board?
Good question. He's thinking. He does have the bishop pair. I think he has the choice of choosing both. But I love your suggestion of pushing the F pawn. वो knight को वहाँ से हटा के अपने pawns forward करो. White के pieces को kick करते रहो. That should be the strategy regardless of the queen trade. Anirban, facial expressions. Who looks more confident right now?
I think Vidit is about to meditate.
A streak of a few years for him, and he's pre-moved, by the way. He's pre-moved the capture.
Oh, nice
That's
to
going to
see.
be a useful skill to have in this event. Let's see.
And that's a boss move right now by Vidit Gujrathi. Ki my queen, if it's taken, I am ready with the response because we are already in blitz territory. Benjamin Bok has gone below the 5-minute mark. Vidit Gujrathi around that much time. No increment on the clock. No decision yet by him. Dikh raha hai humko ki Benjamin still wants, a part of him wants to keep the queens on the board.
Yes.
Wants to go for an attack against Vidit.
Agreed. And दोनों players form में भी है. Nobody has really taken the edge so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, game थोड़ी चल चुकी है.
And if he's an attacking player and he's like an underdog in the first game of the final, you want your main queen to be around.
And I'll tell you one more thing.
Huh.
You go into a strategic endgame with Vidit Gujrathi. He goes into a different gear.
It's over.
He will move by move. Those two pawns will become so strong on the
Yeah,
queen
yeah,
side
yeah.
once the queens are off the board. I
Huh.
think Benjamin really wants to try to keep the pressure on. He wants to create the chaos. He wants to keep the tactical chances on the board. I will not be surprised if he simply moves the queen one step towards the right.
Probably.
Even if objectively it's not the best move.
And he's under 4 minutes now.
Yeah.
But इसमें 2 minutes क्यों अच्छा.
Ooh. Yeah, I think there
That's
should
a
be some
great point.
difference there. We will fix the clocks. But Tanya, you mentioned it. Vidit, in the end game, will play on autopilot. That's the benefit. So I think Benjamin would definitely love to keep the queens on, but he's taking too much time. I feel like that this is just too much. कहीं ना कहीं पे clock पे हार गए तो extra queen भी कुछ नहीं कर सकती.
Make a move. Make a decision if you're Benjamin Bok. And you can
Clearly,
see the stress on him. By the way, he's gone. He's decided, but it's cost him so much time.
Lot of
Anirban.
time. Yeah.
Agar Benjamin is able to draw this game, it will be an achievement for him. He's under
agree.
pressure on the clock. Those two queenside pawns, one of them 4 steps away from queening. B5, C6 aa hi raha hai,
हाँ.
which is why Benjamin first makes a move which attacks the bishop.
Yeah.
And उसे कैसे पानी पिया विदित ने suddenly, and then he set up his posture कि भाई अब आ गया, correct moment आ गया देखने का. And I think rook a3 attacks the bishop. Now where do you move it, Anirban? वापस ले, 2 diagonal है मेरे पास. If I go this way तो knight attack हो जाएगा.
हाँ.
Vidit also has some tough choices to make.
F1.
Ooh, that's very comfortable actually. Right next to the king would be very safe. But I think Vidit also considering bishop c2 maybe कि भाई वो knight defended रहे. He's thinking he has extra time तान्या, but कहीं ना कहीं पे वो time difference कम होता जा रहा है. Benjamin कहेंगे भाई आराम से हो Vidit, कोई जल्दी नहीं है भाई.
Benjamin is going to keep putting pressure on that bishop if it's undefended. He cannot give Vidit one move to start pushing those pawns.
Yeah.
Vidit gets those pawns rolling, this endgame is over.
हाँ.
Yeah.
And getting a first win in so early on, it just sets the momentum.
boost.
It sets the
Yeah.
whole tone.
And let's keep in mind एक set में 4 games है.
Mistake. We see the bar fall down. Vidit goes to the wrong square. Does this give Benjamin the opportunity? Oh, and look
He
at that.
also mistake.
Yes, because this is the other side of the board. It's the wrong side of the board.
Ah.
Is Vidit about to start pushing the pawns? He goes in with the knight first. B7 attack there.
Oh wow, and suddenly if you take that knight, तो pawn 6th rank पे आ जाएगा, 2 squares away from queening. So tough choices ahead for Benjamin. He takes it, but look at his time, almost under 2 minutes now.
Oh my God.
It's maximum pressure and it might be time to start getting the black king center ki taraf le aao us king ko to try to stop that d pawn from moving forward right now. If you're Benjamin Bok, you know, one story is the board, but the bigger narrative is his clock right now.
Yeah.
You know, एक उड़ती उड़ती पंछी मुझे बोल के गई, यहाँ F5 was the only move which he found. So it was a must find move for Benjamin. 1.5 minute पे almost उन्होंने निकाल दी. So he is ready for this battle.
F5, good move given on the board right now. The idea is you want to start pushing, create counterplay of your own in the center. E pawn upar aayega, knight beach mein aayega, king ready to come via F7. Benjamin Bok is saying game on. But so much about the clock. 1.5 minutes right now for Benjamin Bok.
This is tough. This is tough. If I was Benjamin, I would be sweating profusely right now. I feel like कहीं ना कहीं पे you want to make sure कि 1 minute के अंदर difference हो. जब double time होता है ना, it plays on your mind, Anirban.
Yes. वो 1 मिनट के नीचे हो गया तो मतलब उसके बाद कुछ दिमाग में चलता ही नहीं है. Yeah. और last 20 seconds में वो chess.com में आवाज भी आता है ना कि खत्म होने वाला है.
It's a warning, भाई. जल्दी चलो भाई. इसका time कम है. But I think,
हाँ.
yeah, I think now Vidit also thinking, by the way, for a decent amount of time here. He's still not made up his choice.
Yeah.
He has a bunch of options.
Yeah.
Tanya, he learned was the endgame principle. Rook behind the pass pawn, Anirban. You must have heard of this from Vidit himself. So rook d1. Let's put the rook behind the pass pawn.
Yeah.
Idea clear है, d pawn बढ़ाना है, needs an assist. Goal है d8 पे, rook d1,
Oh,
d7
there it
played by the
is.
way by Vidit.
Perfect.
Nicely
Perfect.
timed.
And he finds it, by the way. Rook d1 on the board. And black rook c3 खेलते हैं in just a second, attacking the bishop. तो विदुर को फिर से bishop हिलाना पड़ेगा. Maybe that's why it was not the best move कि bishop बार-बार move करना पड़ रहा है आपको.
And the other idea is rook attacks bishop और ये rook तैयार है वापसी आने के लिए to defend the 8th rank. Rook c8, rook d8 will keep that queening square guarded right now for Benjamin Bok.
Agreed. Vidit also putting the bishop on a4. उस pawn के पीछे सारे piece focus है chessboard के ऊपर. Bishop on a4 in support, rook on d1 in support. Black के rook bishop रोकने के लिए ready है. King भी आएगा of course at some point. I think it's all about that d pawn. अगर वो pawn मर गया ना, then suddenly black is just better, yeah.
Now that point pawn के ऊपर पूरा game based है. Oh, okay.
Stopped. Attacks the bishop. Time to get the king forward. He gets it. ये king आ रहा है E7 पे, but B7 pawn weakness है जिसके तरफ जा रहे हैं Vidit Gujrathi. Do you have time to defend it? Do you put your bishop to the center of the board on D5 right now?
And it's an important decision, right? आप एक अपनी advantage दे रहे हो, पर दूसरी दे रहे हो. D pawn रुक गया. Maybe B pawn can be the hero of the story.
Yeah. Oh.
Big questions for Benjamin, and he's got 1 minute on the clock. Bullet territory पे आ चुके हैं हम.
Minus under
Ooh,
1 minute.
no time at all now. Jaldi खेलना पड़ेगा. Check. The king is on F7. It's stuck. Where does the king go, Tanya? No easy squares.
The knight is hanging.
Oh!
It doesn't matter. Benjamin Bok just made a blunder. He
Wow!
could not have taken that pawn. He's lost a piece with Gujrathi with a winning position, putting the finishing touches in this one. He's about to win his first game.
Wow, one of the strongest players in the world making a mistake. This is what we talked about. Increment नहीं होगा तो blunders होंगे. Anirban, this must remind you of some event.
Fantastic. I love it. I love it. This is the kind of chess I like.
Hard relate.
Hard relate. Match over in under a second. Like.
Oh man, Vidit must be ecstatic right now. But can he finish off the deal? जब तक time है clock पे, Benjamin has a chance.
Yeah.
Absolute shocker. He's also set up some ideas against that knight on h4, जिसके पास ज़्यादा squares नहीं है board पे. अभी f pawn attacked है, so you have to try to defend it. With it playing this flawlessly, you're up material, you trade off pieces. Bishop trade being offered right now. One move blunder by Benjamin Bok will cost him this game. A shake of his head, you can see it on his face.
Yeah, and so strategic, right? Extra material hai. Let me exchange it. Oh, he has no time. What's
20
happening? He
seconds,
needs to
20
play
seconds.
quickly.
16.
Oh, he's thinking. He has no time.
Go on,
Play,
go on.
Benjamin.
But
Khelo.
the clock is least of his problems right now. He's down an entire piece on the board with it winning on the board, and the clock 15 seconds.
Come on, check. King has to go up. G5 attacks the knight. The knight, where does it go, Tanya? No decent squares.
He picks up a pawn instead, gives a check. The knight will come back. He does that, comes closer towards the king. He's putting pressure. 13 seconds for Benjamin Bok.
Oh, Vidit, where on the clock? This should be an easy win for Vidit unless something drastic happens. क्या वो convert कर पाएंगे? यही सवाल है. King just moving around. Benjamin तो pre-move कर रहे होंगे anyone at this point.
Pre-move करने की पूरी कोशिश है, but 12 second है board पे, down a piece right now. With it also with a big pass on the board, one square away from queening.
Oh, black gets a pass pawn suddenly. He has to move the rook.
my goodness.
Exchange हो गए.
Oh.
And now it might take more time to convert this game, but time ही नहीं है. 7 seconds.
Time. Oh, abhi.
Look at the pre-moves coming in. These are all pre-moves. हर चाल 1 second में खेली गई है. Rook speed trade. You take the last pawn. Vidit cannot lose this anymore.
And just like that with 4 seconds on the clock, looking for a stalemate right now, but Benjamin Bok knows कि Vidit नहीं allow करेंगे. 1 second left.
Oh!
It's done.
And there it is. That's the first win. Vidit
Checkmate,
Gujrathi
checkmate.
takes the first game there. What an important result. We talked about momentum. Tanya, that was a huge one.
Fantastic and played so clinically by Vidit Gujrathi. Opening में advantage लेके at the right time pieces trade करना, queen trade करना, और हमने ये बोला था end game में Vidit has a different gear. This means Vidit takes the lead in the match. Benjamin Bok trailing.
Oh man, big win.
Oh,
for-
look at the guy. He's so confident. Full hero vibes आ रही
The
है.
aura, Anirban. Aura,
Oh.
aura का definition था Vidit का
Yes,
expression
yes,
वहाँ पे है
yes.
ना?
पूरा like chewing and all. Oh my god. पानी वानी खुद को देख रहे हैं क्या?
ये zoom call नहीं है.
okay. But with it looking great, as in on the board and also on the screen. Now the next match will start immediately.
Yes.
Ooh.
And you know the important part, Tanya, now? The thing is, first to 2.5 wins the first set.
Yes.
Yes.
So this is almost a must win, because
Must
if you lose 2 games in a row, it's very hard to win 2 games on demand and force in Armageddon. So ये game
Yeah.
में point तो कुछ ना कुछ तो चाहिए. Benjamin cannot lose this.
Yeah. And Vidit wants to close it out.
You can
Okay.
really see it on him. He is feeling very confident. It's not only winning the big game, but the way he did it. And it's go time. Game 2 is on. Benjamin Bok खेल रहे हैं white pieces के साथ इस time. And we've got this opening right now. An isolated pawn at the center of the board for Vidit. That gives something to Benjamin to play for.
Yeah, agreed. Not the kind of position Vidit might have hoped for, but clock पे at least हल्की सी lead उनके पास. But D4 he managed. Another question is this pawn strong or weak? ये सवाल हमें game के end में पता लगेगा और वही result decide करेगा.
और जब ये पॉन वीक होता है, उसकी साथ वाली फाइल ओपन होती है जो विदित ने कैप्चर कर ली है. नाउ आइंग दैट E2 pawn as well. Also notice how that weak pawn at the center is beautifully protected by 3 forces: the bishop, the knight, and the queen. So to answer Sahil's question, Anirban, to me, it looks like an asset in the position right now.
Okay. But this can become a liability later.
Yes, in the end game.
Right.
More pieces come off,
Yeah.
more it starts feeling like a weakness right now.
Oof. And I think both the players again must be controlling their nerves. Live audience के सामने जब खेलना होता है, Tanya, you can tell us the best experience. How does it feel कि लोग सामने हैं and you're playing, yeah?
Maza aa jata hai, and we can see it that right now the arena is packed with fans, and I have to say that while the cheers are louder, the pressure is also loud
Yeah.
for Vidit Gujrathi, because ek feeling aati hai, you want to play to the gallery. You know, you want to force matters on the board.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that is a double-edged sword. That is what can give your opponent the tactical oxygen that he needs to come back into the match.
Absolutely, and we're all cheering for the underdog as well. Of course, we want a very close match, but time difference class with it again ahead. We can see him putting pressure on the E2 pawn. यहाँ से D4 pawn पे pressure. It's an even trade so far. Look at Vidit, भाई aura मतलब ये कोई pose prepare करके आया है Tanya, because he looks like every pose we see is like a action figure pose, you know, like a hero pose.
ऐसा लग रहा है हाँ साहब. It's like he's still playing at home only. He has that vibe. But yeah, he is at home.
He is at home because Vidit Gujrathi is a big stage player. He has faced the lights, he has faced the audience at the biggest stages with the biggest stakes, played the Olympiad, played the candidates. He knows what it takes to perform under pressure.
Absolutely.
And chess has changed like that. Look at the arena that we're in. You know,
Yeah.
today it's not played in closed rooms, it's played in front of a live audience.
Yeah.
Agreed, and I think this is such an important event. India Rising, powered by BSF, brought to you by Geoblast, bringing us the top talent in the world live in Mumbai. यहाँ से आप आके, you know, अब कैब लेके आके players को देख सकते हो. It's
incredible.
such an opportunity, right?
Yeah, yeah. I am very happy to be in this event because my house is 10 minutes away.
But Mumbai traffic में थोड़ा 1 घंटा भी लग सकता है कई
हाँ
बार.
हाँ लग सकता है लग सकता है कभी-कभी चल के आता हूँ मैं.
And by the way,
We
if
get
you
a
look at the
mistake on
position,
board. This last move played gets a question mark. Benjamin Bock का knight वापस आते हुए bishop trade करने की कोशिश है again to get the pieces off the board. But I love what Vidit is doing. सारे pieces आ चुके हैं
हाँ,
center पे.
हाँ.
Look at the harmony. The two
Beautiful.
rooks, the beautiful queen, the knight and the bishop starts looking very convenient for black.
It
This way,
looks
very
so
healthy.
good. Both the bishops pointing towards the king.
Yes.
The rooks are in line.
और
He's-
white के सारे pieces पीछे हैं.
हाँ,
Second
हाँ.
rank से ऊपर कुछ गया ही नहीं है.
Yeah, yeah.
you know, अगर पूछे black pieces से, आप कहाँ जाना चाहोगे? कहेंगे हम खुश हैं सब, हमें कहीं जाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. We are here with the dream life possible. And एक trade हो गया. Look at the queen come to E4. King के through cut कर रही है Tanya. One check could be made.
One check could be made और E2 pawn अभी hanging है. इस pawn पे 2 attack है, एक ही defender है, and now Benjamin Bock is forced to make a passive move to defend the pawn. It was the only way to keep it guarded.
Ooh, he looks a bit tense. This is an important game. If he loses, तो बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा comeback करना. Remember, at first to 2.5 wins the first set. It would be huge for Vidit if he wins this one. Rook D8, another developing move. He's not, you know, going wrong in any fashion.
And this is our live position in front of us. Benjamin Bock पे दिख रहा है कि pressure बहुत है क्योंकि white के साथ ये position नहीं चाहते हो तुम when you're trailing
Yeah.
your opponent by a point कि all your pieces are in defense right now. Nothing has crossed over the other side. Meanwhile, Vidit का pawn देखो, queen देखो, दोनों rook open lines में हैं. एक D pawn को defend कर रहा है, दूसरा E pawn पे attack कर रहा है. The black knight ready to jump towards the king side.
White ka position is like, you know, it feels like it's like plan F. Like, like
F
this
for
is-
fail.
F of L. This was not supposed to be like the squares for these pieces.
Yeah, and
Right.
maybe now वो
Yeah.
rooks थोड़ा आगे आ सकते हैं black के on the 6th and 5th ranks, and suddenly वहाँ पे king side पे attack बन सकता है.
This is a
And what a
crazy
shot,
shot.
by the way, of
What
both
a
the players,
shot.
right?
Yeah.
With it, by the way, बराबर टाइम है लगभग. So far so good for Benjamin. White pieces का फायदा उठा पाएंगे, नहीं उठा पाएंगे. Rook E7.
He wants to triple up on the E file. Alakine battery set up करने के लिए पूरी कोशिश है. Rook आने वाला है. तीसरा वाला attack on E2. Offering a queen trade right now is Benjamin Bock. And for Vidit, it's a pleasant choice,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He's already up in the match. With
Yeah.
the black pieces, a confident hold. And you go into the next one, happy with it.
Wow.
It's a crucial decision, right? Offering a and Vidit says no.
नहीं चाहिए, checkmate चाहिए. He wants to get to that H3 square. Rook lift करो, rook लाओ, attack करो. Knight आगे आते हुए to attack the D4 pawn, defend the H2 pawn. And I like this move by Vidit. He just takes a pause, a breather, creates some breathing space for his own king and stops that knight from moving forward to G5.
But you know, White has improved his position. Compared to 5 moves back, suddenly White के pieces थोड़े active लग रहे हैं. King थोड़ा safe लग रहा है. Benjamin has something positive to look forward to. And look at these kids, by the way,
Oh.
playing. उतना अपने आइडल्स की छत्र छाया में यहाँ पे खेल रहे हैं तान्या, ऐसे क्या इंस्पिरेशन है?
What a
I
great.
absolutely love it, Anirban. And you
Huh.
know, I have to say that when
Huh.
I used to play
Yes.
at this age,
Huh.
as a kid, when a player would stand up in front of me, na, मुझे
Yeah.
तो डर लगता था. It was such a power move, the
Yeah.
way we're seeing right now. Full pressure डाला जा रहा है इस board पे भी.
ये full intimidate कर रहा है ये player, but all is fair. Oh man, it's such a nice festival atmosphere. It's like a carnival. People of all ages playing. There are so many things to do over here.
Yeah. We
It's
can
an-
see Benji take a sip of water. Queen side pressure बनाते हुए Queen B5 पे आ चुकी है. Bishop oh double up तो rooks now. D4 pawn पे नजर है उनकी. वो pawn मिल गया तो genuinely he has a chance here.
हमारी नजर है the beautiful arena right now. It is truly a gaming festival. This is India rising to the occasion. The path to EWC, it is right here.
ताने ऐसे moments में how do you forget about the actual stakes, right? You have to focus on the chess. आप
Yeah.
उसमें नहीं घुस सकते कि भाई spot दाव पे है, वरना आप उसी का सोचते रह जाओगे.
कभी-कभी ऐसे दिमाग में आ जाता है शायद कि ओ शिट पेरिस
पेरिस जाना है.
वो चाबी भी सामने ही रखा है शायद प्लेयर्स के ना तो डिस्ट्रैक्टिंग.
And to make it to Paris is not just to make it to any other tournament.
हाँ,
It
हाँ.
is a career launch pad.
Yeah.
$1.5 million prize fund. You are
Massive.
playing amongst the world elite.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen, Ali
Yeah.
Reza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura, everybody will be there.
My
You've
God.
got the biggest esport orgs, their eyes are on you. You know, it just opens up an entire new chess map for these players to make it to Paris.
Agreed. Confidence इसकी imagine वहाँ पे खेलने की opportunity से ही क्या ही confidence boost है उनके career के लिए. You will learn battling it out against, as you mentioned, Magnus Carlsen himself, who was the last time winner. अब उस league में आपका नाम जुड़ चुका है. And by the way, now Benjamin brings his queen back to D3. सारे pieces white के. Look at the two rooks, the queen, the knight, the bishop. सबकी नजरें सिर्फ उस D4 pawn के ऊपर है. विदित को बचा के रखना पड़ेगा उसको.
Absolutely. And for Vidit, he's looking for active counterplay. Rook upar aate hue. Looking at swings on either the king side or the queen side, keeping it flexible right now. One plan, Anirban, that comes to my mind for Vidit is A3 thoda tender spot hai Vidit ke liye in this. Benjamin Bock ke liye in this position. Vidit can get his bishop forward on C5, line up the queen and start targeting those weaknesses.
That's a very nice plan, Tanya, actually. And I think Benjamin plays King G2. काफी solid move है.
Kya kare white? Kare to kya kare in this
Ooh.
position? He can only wait, and there's a big threat on the board.
Wow.
Vidit's going for the attack right now. Queen coming on to H3 with a check. Knight landing to E5, getting rid of that defender. Stopped now by Benjamin Bock.
Back.
Weakness create karke वापस आ जाओ. The rook has
Nice.
done its job.
So nice. Oh, man.
Provocation
Yeah,
chess.
black के लिए move simple है. I can play rook d7, rook d5 very quickly. White को सोचना है. He has the onus to win this game, right? He has the pressure. So very difficult situation. And oh wow, that is so sweet. Kids playing their favorite game right in the stadium itself. Look at the kids. By the way, क्या position है? Who's winning?
What?
The parents are winning because the kids are busy.
Parents are winning. Chess is winning right now in this arena.
And we al-
Spoken like a true dad, Anirban.
And we also have a
Oh.
pass pawn. Yeah, we have a pass pawn here as well on A3. तो King वापस लाते हो आराम से. White is battling it out for a draw right now. But must end game है तान्या. वही end game अभी actual board पे भी आने वाली है.
Beautifully played right now. Check दिया जा रहा है यहाँ पे as we see this battle unfold. Our live board, meanwhile, on that right side of the screen, with it completely under control. और यहाँ पे भी position under control for black.
The D file is looking like BKC during traffic hours. It's packed.
Wow, and speaking of a packed arena, that is the trophy. All eyes on the EWC key right there at the center stage, Abhi, for these players. And the center in this position belongs to Vidit Gujrathi.
Yep. White needs a plan. White needs a plan here, I think. And it's not easy to find one. कुछ भी आप खेलो, Queen B3 से पहले D3 पे आई, वापस B3 पे गई. He's unable to find that clear, crisp plan जो pressure डालेगा विदित के ऊपर. Look at Vidit's move, Rook D7, very calm. Weakness है, I'll defend, I'll play it in 2 seconds. And now look at the clock, Tanya. It's such a huge difference.
Massive. The first game, second game have followed the same like pattern.
Yes. Advantage in the opening, positional domination,
Yeah.
continue playing, trade the right pieces, get the advantage on the clock, and when Benjamin is really low on the time is when you make him take those difficult decisions.
Yeah. And then
Okay.
finish.
Breakthrough moment now. E3. So he decided कि भाई pawn मिल नहीं रहा है. I'm gonna use the pin on the pawn, and this is the crucial moment in this game. अगर Vidit react perfectly करते हैं, the move here is apparently knight to a5, attacking the queen. कुछ भी और खेलेंगे, there could be an advantage for Benjamin. So उन्होंने time काफी अच्छे से किया है ये move. Vidit using his time now to think.
Critical moment requires a burning of the clock right now. Vidit with his thinking pose as well. We can see knight ko edge pe aana hai to attack the white queen so that the white queen loses connection to the rook at the center of the board. And once it moves away, pawn takes pawn will be possible. Big moment in this game for Vidit Gujrathi. He needs to find the right move or Benjamin Bok takes over.
Oh man.
But look at his spidey sense tingling, yeah. Instantly सोच रहे हैं विदित. उनको एक critical moment कब है वो समझना भी कितना crucial है यहाँ पे. वो समझ गए.
100%. He's locked in because d4 पे इतना ज़्यादा pressure बन चुका है. Now all of white's forces, pawn, knight, queen, bishop, 2 rooks. And we've got the board right there, right in front of it. I-line made the trophy of India Rising road to the EWC. And the players in the arena right now, Vidit Gujrathi feeling a little bit of pressure in his position.
हल्का सा screen से live red ऊपर देखोगे ना trophy सामने है. So you know what you're fighting for actually.
Yeah. It's sometimes it could jinx you, like if you're constantly seeing the trophy. But ये अगर knight a5 हुआ, तो then queen has to what go back.
Yes, and that's the point, right? Queen वापस जाएगी, तो rook d5 पे safe है हमारा. Then we can capture, and
Oh, he
Vidit
got
finds
it.
it.
He
He
got
it.
is
Wow.
bringing on his A game. Knight a5 खेला गया है. Benjamin Bok not happy.
And now what does white do? It's not an easy decision, right? ये queen a2, queen c2, queen a4, इतने moves हैं, and जितनी choices, उतना tough एक decision लेना.
Yeah, with like very little time. Oh man. So now queen goes where? Queen can go to a2, no?
That's a big question right
Yeah.
now. Queen a2 will keep itself connected to that rook on d5. The pins are still on the board. Very tempting option, but queen a2 looks like a square you don't want your queen on.
Yeah.
You have to watch out for so many tactics. Queen बहुत ज़्यादा offside हो जाएगी in the spirit of football.
Yeah.
Yep. Queen being the strongest piece on the board, ideally जितना center के
Center
पास रहे
में.
उतना influence रहेगा.
Yeah.
So Benjamin, by the way,
Oh, he plays it on and on. What a call by you.
amazing
Queen A2
prediction
खेला.
there.
If he played my move, that's not a good sign.
It's a great sign for Vidit Gujrathi.
Yeah.
And but this I have to say is such a tempting move because d5 का rook जैसे
हाँ,
आप चाहते थे is under attack. The pawn takes pawn अभी भी possible नहीं है.
Oh.
Black has to go all out, has to push that pawn. And now Vidit is really clamping down. Last game also, game 1 में it was his pawn that was a decider. It was the D pawn that decided the game. Once again with the D passer is Vidit Gujrathi.
You know, this looks tough. This looks really tough. Pawn आ चुका है third rank पे. This is going to be very tough to hold. Tanya White के सारे pieces वहाँ उसको रोकने के लिए लगे हुए हैं, but it doesn't look like there's any chance to attack it now.
And under 2 minutes for Benjamin Bok, it's trouble on the clock, trouble in the position. And look at that. That is what happened. You crack under
Mistake.
pressure. Big blunder. The double question mark appears. It's a red sign on the board. Bishop d4 खेला गया है. Vidit के लिए opportunity है to centralize his queen. He misses a big chance to have pinned that white knight. Instead, he goes for a more human approach. And the tables have turned around. The
Wait.
d3 pawn. An asset has become a liability
Oh
now.
my
You cannot
God.
defend that pawn.
He could have taken on d3 first. वो bishop pinned था, but he takes directly on d4. I think a missed opportunity. Look at him.
He's realized it. These pawn positions are so funny here.
Full traffic jam. Bombay का traffic jam हो चुका है D file पे अभी.
Pawns have like flipped their positions. Oh
ये
my.
spies एक दूसरे की पोजीशन में घुसे बैठे हैं. But by the way, clock पे नजर डालें तो 1.5 मिनट है बेंजामिन बॉक के पास. Again the same situation as you mentioned, अरिदबान. कहीं ना
हाँ.
कहीं पे वो last में he had the chance, but वो
हाँ.
टाइम के से मौका मिला ही नहीं. So उनको बहुत fast खेलना पड़ा. Look at this
yes.
move, G5 Tanya, king side open करते हुए.
This is getting very tricky. For Benjamin, this is his shot. He's right now a pawn up.
हाँ.
Benjamin Bok, it's 4 versus 3 on the pawns. Vidit Gujrathi का king unsafe हो चुका है. Vidit is attacking d4. He's threatening the g pawn moving forward to kick that knight out to win the central pawn. But does Benjamin have the time to get to Black's king right now? He needs to activate that offside queen on a2.
Yeah,
Get
it's
that
too
queen into the game if you're Benjamin Bok. He does it via the b file.
Oh, tough है तानिया. Look at the clock. 1 minute versus 2 minutes 22 seconds. Queen B1. नजर है उस H7 square की तरफ जो Black King के बगल में है.
Nazar had to give a check on the 8th rank, get the other rook to the H file, combine all the major pieces to attack Vidit Gujrathi's king. Look at Vidit on the camera. He can sense the pressure on his king right now. He knows he needs to be careful. बहुत committal play हो चुका है king side पे.
You know, same philosophy. Attack है, queen exchange करो. Queen F5 could be the move here, I think. Exchange queens, block that diagonal ताकि attack वहीं के वहीं खत्म हो जाए.
Oof.
ये 2 मिनट से 1 मिनट का टाइम ना 30 सेकंड्स में खत्म हो जाता है.
होना 1 मिनट चाहिए पर ऐसे जाता है.
Time is relative कहा था
Time is
Einstein
मुंबई
ने.
लोकल की तरह. Super fast speed.
Oh,
And Vidit makes a big blunder right now. He gets greedy. Greedy
Oh,
on the
no.
board. Knight takes pawn खेला गया है. You can give a check on the 8th rank. But he misses it. He has given up his rook. Trade हो चुके हैं. Which means the pressure of the attack is over. But Benjamin Bok misses a golden opportunity to use all his pieces to come for Vidit's king.
Oh.
Time is everything now. Time is everything. Queen F5. अंदर घुस चुकी है queen. Attacking the G5 pawn. And the queen trade. Oh my god. That is great for Vidit Gujrathi. This is going to be impossible. How does Benjamin hold 40 seconds?
And even if he does, the best he can hope for is a draw in this game. All the attack is neutralized. I think he just keeps moving around. But will Vidit go for flagging? Will he want more? He's repeating.
Oh,
He changes. He wants
changes.
more.
He
Vidit
can,
is playing for the win. He's trying to flag Benjamin. 30 seconds on the clock now.
look at Benjamin trying to exchange. Oh, he
And
offers the draw. Wow. What a finish there. What a finish. And great sportsman spirit as well. मजा आ गया था ना गेम देख के. Last तक hype थी बिल्कुल. Final second तक would he flag, would he not flag? At the end, a very fair result for both players.
What a fantastic fight this was. Punches were traded all around. Benjamin Bok had an opportunity in that game to try to go for Vidit's king. One missed opportunity and Vidit was right back, clinically holding, keeps that 1-point lead in the match.
Yeah, it was amazing, I think. And of course, one result away from Vidit still. He is still in the lead. By the way, look at the kids playing at the venue itself. मतलब, I think इससे बड़ी इंस्पिरेशन हो ही नहीं सकती. जब ये वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप इंडिया में हुई थी तानिया, सारे इंडिया के टॉप प्लेयर्स वहीं से इंस्पायर हुए थे एंड वही इंस्पिरेशन अब इन प्लेयर्स को भी मिलती हुई.
Including Gukesh Domaraj,
Yeah.
जो आए थे वो World Championship देखने between Vishayan and then Magnus Carlsen. And you're totally right. This arena is reminiscent of that. They've got two very strong grandmasters in the stage fighting for that ticket to Paris. But here we see the young generation.
Yeah.
And in the future, it might be them playing for a ticket to the Esports World Cup.
यार खेलने का मन कर रहा है वो देखिए ना इतना मस्त पोजीशंस है दिमाग है
हम
ना.
लोग को एक अलाउ होना चाहिए ना ऐसे. मेरे पास वो एक्सेस कार्ड भी है. मैं ऐसे जाके दिखाऊं क्या?
And by the way, you can see the tense faces, by the way. Every game matters. Chess is 1v1, Tanya. And if you lose, it's on you. If you win, it's on you.
Absolutely. It is the ultimate mind sport. And right now, for our two players, for Vidit and for Benjamin, it's also the ultimate nervy sport. You know, Benjamin knows he has done everything to get to this spot. But can he make a qualifying run, a ticket to Paris? We are live from the Mumbai arena of India Rising Road to EWC with so much on the line. This is not just any other tournament. It's a launch pad.
It is indeed. And there we see kids again playing. And this one feels like a middle game finally. We've seen a bunch of end games today. And see the nerves there, hands kind of pulling back again and again. Oh, this reminds us of something. Yeah, जब king गिरने लगता है तान्या.
Ishibata gives checkmate right now. King on the corner of the board. And look at that. You can see two rooks hai white ke liye against a single rook.
The boy is like really disappointed.
He's just giving up. And that's it. A checkmate. Incoming king aage jayega. Rook slide over ho jayega. She knows it and she does it.
What a checkmate.
What a game.
What a checkmate. कौन कहता है अटैक करने के लिए क्वीन चाहिए? दो रुक से भी हो सकता है. And beautiful finish at the end there.
Well played, well played. There's so much happening over here.
It's an absolute celebration of the event. We've got so many young kids here in the arena playing inspired chess, and there is inspired chess right now demanded of Benjamin Bok. Best of 4, set 1. Vidit Gujrathi with a 1-point lead.
That's an important lead, I think. And ये game is crucial. अगर Benjamin strike करते हैं,
Yeah.
then it's all Stevens.
Yeah.
And he has the momentum now.
Yeah.
So ये game Vidit does not want to lose. And in these situations, कई बार ना होता है कि वो play safer chess करते ठीक है draw हो जाएगा. I'm okay with the draw, and that's where you can fumble sometimes.
Yeah. It's all about the nerves, no, at this level. This is something I have realized much late that in all these high stake events, it's just how you handle it. So, yeah. So now there is like how long a break?
As we wait for the players to come back for round 3, this is what they are playing for today here at India Rising. It is the road to the Esports World Cup powered by BASF. We've got our 2 finalists fighting it out. 1 ticket to Paris on the line.
Yeah, they've come a long way. And last minute पे हारना सबसे ज़्यादा चुभता है. So the pressure is real. We can see all the fans there, all the players in the venue. भाई क्या लग रहा है तान्या यहाँ पे अगर हम बैलेंस देके सपोर्ट का किसके लिए ज्यादा होगा?
बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन है ये आंसर करने के लिए, सोचना होगा थोड़ा, बिकॉज़ मुंबई में इवेंट हो रहा है. डू वी नो एनीवन हु इज प्लेइंग द फाइनल? नोबडी ना.
This
टफ वन साहिल.
मतलब किसी की फैमिली शायद यहाँ पे आई हो देखने के लिए मैच, लाइक पॉसिबल हो किसी की, आई डोंट नो.
Mumbai doesn't like Nashik boys.
They call him Nashik ka Ashik
Wow.
for a reason.
Greedy Veedy, he has so many ऐसे taglines attached with. क्या आज एक और हो जाएगी भाई? EWC participant if he wins.
Yes, absolutely no doubt on anyone's mind that the crowd here in the arena of India Rising has one name on their minds. It is Vidit Gujrathi. And like you said, Vidit ki family यहाँ पे है. We
Yeah.
saw Nidhi, we saw
Yeah.
Vedika, his sister, his wife, his parents. They are all here for this big moment in his career.
Oh, there's like people shouting "Go India" over there. Yes, it's fantastic.
You know-
Vidit, full support to Vidit. There looks a little like unfair for like Benjamin. It's like he's come to the lion's den, like that kind of a thing.
पर कई बार अगर आप अपन को होम ग्राउंड पे हराते हो ना,
हाँ हाँ.
उसके एक्स्ट्रा और पॉइंट्स
वो
हैं.
पैट कमिंस जो किया था हमारे साथ
So,
अहमदाबाद में.
उसके एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट्स हैं that
Yeah.
I think proves that you were definitely the better player on the day, and at the end that's what matters, the moves, and the moves matter in this game as well. And फिर से एंड गेम, आज तो मतलब एंड गेम्स पे एंड गेम्स ही चल रही है.
एंड गेम चल रही है. ब्लैक के पास बहुत ज्यादा एक्स्ट्रा पॉन्स होने वाले हैं इस एंड गेम में. वो खड़े भी हो चुके हैं. अनदर पावर मूव एज वी से
हाँ.
right now. Bishop वापस लाते हुए defending the pawn. And look at the confidence with which the kids are playing here. Inspired by the great players. Bangs the clock after his move.
Oh man, end games like tell you the kind of quality these kids have in
Yeah.
chess. When it comes to me, end games are a bit like Taj Mahal. I've just seen it once.
उससे पहले गेम खत्म हो जाती है.
You know, globally Indian kids are the most feared. कोई भी क्रिएटर अपना कोई वीडियो बनाता है ना,
हाँ, हाँ, हाँ.
गलती से ओपोनेंट कोई इंडियन किड हो, दे आर लाइक अब तो गए, अब कंटेंट के लिए खेलते हैं बिकॉज गेम तो गए, बिकॉज दे आर वेरी वेरी स्ट्रांग इन जनरल. इंडिया हैज अ लॉट ऑफ होम ग्राउंड टैलेंट जो अभी हम देख रहे हैं. मुकेश, प्रभ, ऑल दिस गाइस डू सो वेल. ये भी 5-7 साल पहले ऐसे ही खेल रहे थे. सो आई थिंक दिस इज वेयर द इंस्पिरेशन कम्स फ्रॉम, एंड देयर वी सी इट. ब्लैक प्लेयर अबाउट टू विन. यही लोग कल को ग्रो करेंगे, विल बिकम स्ट्रॉन्गर प्लेयर्स, एंड वील सी देम प्ले इन एक्चुअल टॉप लेवल
I
इवेंट्स.
think
देयर इट
I-
इज, द हैंडशेक.
ए क्या हो रहा है इधर? Okay.
He is confirming कि भाई draw offer तो नहीं कर रहे हो, resign कर रहे हो तो ठीक है. Handshake as we see them analyzing. But of course it is all eyes on the big stage fight tonight here in the Mumbai arena. India Rising it is. Who will rise to the occasion right now as Vidit and Benjamin Bok will take on game 3. हम बात कर रहे हैं home advantage की. It comes with its pressure, right?
Yes,
For
yes,
Benjamin
yes.
Bok, he is seeing the crowd that
हाँ.
is supporting,
हाँ.
cheering for his opponent. But that also means for Benjamin Bok, the pressure is not there.
Yeah. So like home advantage, every treasure is also a trap.
Oh.
I have realized this. This actually I read somewhere.
Deep words.
यार,
So yeah.
इमेजिन करो आप खेल रहे हो,
हाँ.
आपको 2 मिनट का रेस्ट मिला,
हाँ.
यू सी आपकी फैमिली वहां बैठी हुई है.
हाँ,
आई मीन
हाँ.
दैट्स रियल प्रेशर, राइट?
Yeah,
आपको
yeah.
देख रहे हैं, दे आर चीयरिंग फॉर यू, गो
हाँ.
विद इट.
You know what I know about Vidit is that he actually loves that. He loves to have his family around.
Okay.
He thrives in that support environment. He
Huh.
often travels.
Huh.
Even before he was married, he would travel with his sister.
Right.
We see Nidhi on tournaments. His
Huh.
parents often show up for him. And
Huh.
I think Vidit really enjoys that. For him, it's not pressure. For him, it's the feeling that I want to do my best.
it could be for Benjamin that he thrives on the other, way where you are like,
Huh.
just like a lone wolf. No, nobody is around, and you are like just taking down, the bigger player.
And if you're able to do that,
Uh,
the class that you show
yeah.
is beyond imagination,
Yes.
right? For Benjamin Bach, he's a Dutch grandmaster. He's come all the way to India for this finals, and he's taken down two of the strongest grandmasters, including India number
Yeah.
one, Arjun Aragaisi, to find himself on the stage. This is his final roadblock to Paris. It's Vidit Gujrathi. Right now trailing, but still a long match ahead. With no pressure, being the underdog, Benjamin Bach takes on the next game with the black pieces. Is this where he equalizes? It's go time. Round 3, we are off.
Let's go. Vidit has the white pieces. Will he finish off the match right now? The first set, first to 2.5 wins. We'll have the moves in front of you soon. We see the clock there. The games have begun. And we see tense expressions on the faces of both the players. Benjamin, Vidit, who will be the winner? And we see this very interesting setup. And seems like London system is the opening Vidit has chosen for
Oh
the
my
entire
God.
day. Huh?
Yeah, it's almost like they know that somebody on this panel has done a course on the London system.
Oh,
Oh.
I love this opening, man. Very safe and solid. Like
Yes,
when
yes.
you are nervy, when you are kind
Yes.
of nervous,
Yes.
you play this opening, you will not lose in 15 moves. Basically, you will not make a big mistake, and you can play a solid long game, and that's where Vidit probably thinks his strength lies.
Yes, I have just recently discovered the Jowawa London.
Oh,
That's also pretty solid. In the spirit of London. Yeah, it's for players to just be in the game, and then you see what happens.
I love the Jabava London. इतनी ज़्यादा tricky opening
Ha,
है
ha, ha,
क्योंकि
ha, ha.
Bishop एक side आता है,
हाँ.
Knight दूसरी side से develop होता है. Lot of threats to be careful about. Can be very tricky if your opponent isn't prepared.
Yeah.
This London, meanwhile, a more strategic approach
Solid,
right
हाँ.
now. Solid है, castle हो चुकी है. Now Vidit is advancing at the center of the board. For Benjamin Bach, he will try to aim for that E5 break at the center.
agreed. Every London fan wants that E5 square. वो उनका ड्रीम होता है कि व्हाइट का एक एक पीस वहां पे वर्ल्ड टूर करने जाएगा. पहले नाइट, फिर बिशप, फिर पॉन, फिर क्वीन. वो स्क्वायर ही ब्लैक ने नहीं दिया. So white is not really happy, right? He's thinking, यार okay, अब ब्लैक E5 खेलेगा, as you mentioned तान्या. मेरे बिशप को एक लात पड़ेगी, उसको दोबारा चलना पड़ेगा. फिर पॉन आ गएगा, फिर नाइट को लात पड़ेगी. मतलब ये धक्के बुक्के की जिंदगी नहीं जीनी. This is not why I played the London. So great setup by Benjamin Bok here.
वो पहले ही चला गया
उसका लात नहीं खानी मुझे भाई. मैं पहले ही वापस आ जाता हूँ. हवा में मारो लाते फिर. Knight D7 आते हुए still not possible to push that E pawn because white के पास काफी control है उस square पे. Requires development and that's what he does. So Benjamin ने अपना intent दिखा दिया है. वो E pawn बढ़ने वाला है and there it
गया.
is. आ गया.
Wow, and E pawn आते ही suddenly black की position खुल जाती है. That's the dream situation.
ये heart rates
बिशप
are
पहले ही
also
हट
here.
चुके हैं.
Heart rate दिखा रहा है इधर.
Oh, by the way, look at the
160.
difference. Look at the difference. That is
Bhai,
insane.
160. I hope there's an ambulance here on site.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. I think, but it's understandable. Yeah, I mean, he's under pressure. He has to somehow hold at least, ideally win. Vidit must be much more relaxed. White pieces,
He
London
dropped-
system, no issues.
It dropped so
Calming.
quickly.
Yeah, he's calming down right now. Knight आ गया center of the board पे looking for some trades and I love having the heart rate monitor on the screen
Yeah.
because Anirban ऐसे players को देखो तो
हाँ.
लगता है कितने ज़्यादा chill हैं.
हाँ.
फिर अंदर से full धक-धक कौन है?
Oh.
You know, आपने कुछ खेला,
हाँ.
आपको opponent की चाल दिखी नहीं थी.
हाँ.
Suddenly कुछ दिखेगा ना तो heart rate ऐसे ही like, oh no. And by the way, 94 exchanging pieces. So ये knight exchange करना ही पड़ेगा Vidit को in one way or the other. Time भी net बराबर चल रहा है. Black के pieces बहुत जल्दी खुलेंगे. E takes D4 could also be on the cards. Tanya, Anirban, who is happier in the first 10 moves or so in this game?
Is it black?
It does feel like, right? Black is kind of satisfied with what he has right now.
Little spread nicely.
And wanting to trade more pieces. I think to your question, Sahil, Vidit just looks like he's confident in this position. You know, अगर आप वो light squared bishops हटा दो, you've taken away a very strong piece of Benjamin. Center आपके पास है. E5 पे long term pressure है. B4, B5, you can expand on the queen side. I would say not much, but Vidit on the better side of equality here.
Right.
And this trade के बाद ना वो black के queen side squares, पूरा वो light squares जो है ना वो थोड़े weak हो सकते हैं. White can use it for his pieces. So I think potential दोनों players के पास तो है. Benjamin thinking, and now he plays Queen C8, but he took a lot of time for it. This is where I want Benjamin to play a bit faster ताकि वो clock पे match करें at least को. Last में वो आधा time now.
हाँ, उसको याद रहना चाहिए कि 2 मिनट के बाद कुछ टाइम है ही नहीं. हाँ, उसके बाद तो everything just flows.
And actually, the game that he lost, clock was such a big factor that you're totally right. You have to make sure that you're at least somewhere close to your opponent. Zyada deficit na hone do right now. And we see the clocks are pretty level at this point. But unfortunately for Benjamin, he's trailing the match. So at some point, he needs to strike. We can see the fans. They are looking at what is happening on the arena.
Hello.
Waving hello to everyone watching.
We have a big screen here जहाँ पे लोग move follow कर रहे हैं, and we see so many people. It's almost full now, भाई. मजा आ रहा है देख के इतना excitement about chess, Tanya.
And it's a massive day ahead, right?
Yeah.
We've got chess, we've got other esports coming up, and a big performance by Seedhe Moth at the end.
Seedhe Moth to close out tonight. Wow.
And
Are you a Seedhe Moth fan?
Little bit, not too much. I feel that today checkmate should be called Seedhe Moth.
I like that.
And Seedhe Moth should be called checkmate.
By the way, center में कुछ exchanges हो रहे हैं, so दोनों players development करते हैं अपनी pieces की very very quickly, and I think जितने trades होंगे उतना Vidit must be smiling here, कोई stress नहीं है. And कई बार chess में ना we talk about 2 result positions, 3 result कि कितने results possible है, is one side safe. तान्या यहाँ पे I would say white is quite solid, मतलब stress नहीं है उनके चेहरे पे कहीं पे भी.
That's what it feels right? But this last move by Benjamin Bok थोड़ा expand कर रहे हैं queen side पे. At some moment you're looking at ideas of even pushing that B pawn to change the dynamic. Black का रुक आगे आ सकता है. Vidit rerouting, maneuvering his pieces. Knight बिल्कुल वापस आके ऊपर जाने की कोशिश में है. You retreat to go forward next. He's eyeing those light squares at the center of the board. Vidit Gujrathi, knight b1 looks strange, but he wants to get it to that b5 or d5 square. a3 पे आप land कर सकते हो. Get that knight forward. Vidit feeling very comfortable about his position right now.
Agreed, and I think you can see the tension on their faces. ये game अगर draw भी होती है, it might still play into Vidit's hands. Benjamin Bok को must win करना पड़ेगा. By the way, c4 pawn पे pressure था, तो knight a3 खेलते हैं. Not the dream scenario for the knight though. कहीं और जाना चाहते हैं वो maybe.
वो आ रहा है ऊपर knight. Knight a3 पे नहीं रुकेगा. b5 का square भी काफी juicy है. d4 पे आते हुए Vidit Gujrathi is a planning sort of a player. You know, he likes those maneuvers. He likes the concept कि भाई मेरा कौन सा worst place piece है, कहाँ belong करता है, and there it lands on a nice spot, eyeballing that c7 pawn. Also, ये knight d4 पे आके queen को भी attack कर सकता है.
By the way,
Now, question: do you push the b pawn forward?
maybe, and also Benjamin Bok feeling much calmer. Heart rate देखे तो उनका Vidit से नीचे जा चुका है, so maybe he's much more relaxed. Like he likes his position maybe right now. Rook a5 now, keeping pressure on the knight. And Tanya also bishop h2 का क्या करना है? Do we take the knight at some point because back rank भी थोड़ी weak है? I'm still not sure even white has a plan. Oh, rook d5. Ooh, interesting position of the rook now.
Playing on the light squares right now. Vidit Gujrathi recognizing कि black के पास dark squared bishop है. मेरे pieces light square पे होने चाहिए. I like this approach. Keeps everything consolidated right now. Black now needs to go into a maneuvering game. For Benjamin Bok, how does he improve his pieces? एक rook एक side है, दूसरे pieces दूसरी side है. Queen कुछ कर नहीं रही है. You have to start now revolving around the board. Maybe find better squares for your knight, for the bishop to come into the game. Benjamin Bok under 6 minutes.
Result आने वाला है इस game में. I feel I have this hunch result आने वाला है because rook d5, rook a5 ऐसी moves I usually don't see, right? Rook a5 is so unique. मुझे कोई oh please rook a8 back. Rook a8 back. So it was admission. Maybe the rook was not well placed.
It's a sign that Benjamin Bok struggle कर रहे हैं to find a plan.
To find a opening to end.
Yes.
Enter, yeah.
To find a sequence of moves, right?
Yes.
But one thing Benjamin has realized कि भाई sequence मिले ना मिले, time जरूर मिलना चाहिए.
Yeah,
So he'd rather make quick decisions and trying to find the best move.
yeah.
And देखो अब knight d4 मेरा खेलने का बहुत मन है, but suddenly after queen d7, rook on d5 कहीं trap ही ना हो जाए. You see like somehow these rooks on a5 d5 are very awkward. And bishop f4 by the way, nice move, activating the bishop. And कल को king को एक square मिल गया है, कोई back rank mate तो नहीं होगी.
भाई कल की छोड़ो, सब कुछ आज ही लिखा जाएगा. यहाँ पे at India Rising, a ticket to Paris, bishop f4. Beautiful call out there by you, Sahil. I like it, and also it passes the ball, right? It's a quiet improving move, and it's not easy for black to find moves.
Yep. In fact, कहते हैं it's very hard to do nothing in a chess game sometimes. You feel the pressure of doing something and you worsen your position जहाँ पे कुछ था नहीं clear cut plan. So sometimes just kind of slight improvements, just like life and everyone. Chess resembles life. हल्का हल्का improvement. You're down in the dumps. थोड़ा improvement करो. Next it gets better. 1% better every day and it kind of compounds over
Yes,
time.
yes, and life also doesn't have any increment.
फिक्स्ड अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम और ये पोजीशन भी वैसा लग रहा है जैसे अनिर्बान सेटअप लिया जा रहा है. इवेंचुअली पंच लाइन भी आएगी एज द क्लॉक टिक्स लो.
This is a nice slow burn setup.
Rook e7.
Attacked with the bishop coming forward. Rook goes back.
A draw.
Yes. Actually, Anirban, Vidit is offering a repetition. And the onus is on Benjamin. Because then only a final game will remain.
Yes.
Does Benjamin think he wants to put all his eggs in one basket, which is the final game with the white pieces? Or will he try for more? He declines the repetition. He wants more.
Yeah.
That's a gutsy move by Benjamin Bock. It's not easy. Black pieces से draw लेने की इतनी temptation रहती है, but he says no draw just yet, and अपना bishop open कर दिया है, which has influence all the way to b2, and ये knight भी c5 पे आएगा. So Black is again saying, the ball is in actually my court. I am playing for initiative, and for the first time in this match, clock पे उतना पीछे नहीं है. So maybe we could see a comeback, knight to c5.
I have to give credit to Benjamin Bock, the way he's adjusted and adapted, realizing कि भाई विदित के पास extra time हो और एक normal position हो, he will squeeze a win out of it. He will get out of it without too many problems. Pressure will be on Benjamin. So he's playing fast. He's playing much more quicker than what we saw in the first two rounds, and that might be a game changer, a match changer.
Oof, knight drops back. Both the knights drop back. Bishop पे फिर से attack. विदित को भी पीछे लेना पड़ेगा. But I feel like white का knight could be the trump card. Yeah, knight on d5. That's a beautiful piece, Zotania. कहीं ना कहीं पे it's going to be hard to displace that knight. उसको attack करने के लिए pawn चलना पड़ेगा और फिर उसके दोनों भाई जो pawn है वो weak हो जाएंगे.
Absolutely. And Vidit का knight ने जो dance किया है यहाँ पहुंचने के लिए, वापस आके आगे जाके और आगे जाके फिर वापस आके फिर आगे जाके, to land on the square has been a beautiful maneuvering game by Vidit. Now we see a trade, the first imbalance in the position. It will be a knight versus bishop. And for white, the knight looks like a beautiful piece, while black bishop has one target on b2. Will that be enough to compensate?
Ooh, that's a good question actually. And meanwhile, Vidit 4 minutes, time neck to neck, Benjamin Bock, can he equalize the game? Can he gain the initial? You can see Vidit shaking a bit there.
I love this decision by Vidit. He wants to go f5. वो चाहते हैं to change the complete nature of the game. Vidit is trying to open up the king side. It was stopped by Benjamin's last move. Queen वापस आती है f5 का square control लेते हुए.
But ये knight कैसे हिलाएंगे अनिर्बान? There is no way. You can never kick that knight. वो bishop on g7 बढ़िया लग रहा है. But as of now, if I had to choose a side, practically I would choose Vidit again. The first set could be over.
Oh man.
Rook trade has been offered right now. I hear you, Sahil. I hear you, Anirban. But I still feel that the position is so healthy for Benjamin. No big weaknesses right now. It's going to come down to that final minute. I'm expecting a lot of plot twists ahead in this game right now because of this imbalance that exists. We will never go into a simplified position.
Yeah, rook b8.
b5 आने वाला है at some point. Be careful.
Yeah, again displacing that knight. अगर b5 आता है, c pawn exchange हो सकता है on a good day.
c6 is coming on to hit that knight on d5.
Yeah, agreed. And Vidit now thinking what to do. How do I improve my position even further? Can he double up rook somehow, Tanya? I don't see an easy way. But maybe just exchange pieces like queen d2, take on e8, bring the rook to d1, exchange everything, go into an endgame. That should be a safe way to play.
I think Vidit would be happy to liquidate the position right now, to try to get the majors off the board. I really like the idea that you're mentioning right now. For Benjamin Bock, he has made his intentions clear. And we see Vidit's screen वहाँ पे, he's made a decision, by the way. B pawn push हो चुका है. B3 में वो trade भी, he's got his pre-move ready कि pawn takes pawn के बाद मैं तो तैयार हूँ for pawn into pawn, and it's on the board.
And कई लोग कहते हैं कि यार pre-move करना क्यों है? 0.1 second बचेगा. But that 0.1 second in the final moments is valuable as gold. So I think every pre-move matters in this game. Exchange हो चुके हैं, A file open हो चुकी है, and look at that bishop controlling the A1 square. So black के पास भी potential बनता हुआ.
Absolutely, because black का rook A line पे आ सकता है, पर white का rook will struggle because of that sniper on G7. अब knight on D5 जो कि एक monster piece था, उसको वापस भेजते हुए Benjamin Bock ने C6 खेला, knight वापस आया. Vidit का pawn structure, I want to point out कि अगर ये end game में जाता है, black essentially starts feeling like an extra pawn. 3 versus 2 on the queen side, easy to make a passer. Vidit के पास doubled pawns हैं king side पे on that F line. He wants to play F5. He's setting it up so that that weakness gets taken care of. Vidit with a big threat, and I love this response by Benjamin. F5 stop करते हुए, bishop takes knight will be a response.
Yeah, but F5 at some point वो तो करना ही पड़ेगा because otherwise, as you mentioned, black के पास एक extra pawn है. So extra एक army का बंदा मेरा बैठा हुआ है उस वाले field में.
I think he goes F5 now, Sahib.
Come on, let's
मुझे
see
लग
it.
रहा है कि F5 होने वाला है. Lot of complications ahead, and look at that, both players under 2.5 minutes and tactics ahead.
Important game if Vidit wins. And he plays F5. What a move! By the opening up the black king side, black takes on E3. This could decide the moment. This moment could be the deciding match for set 1. कैसे capture करे तानिया? रुक से मारने का मन कर रहा है.
You want to take it. You don't want your rook to be passive, and he does it.
Suddenly Benjamin has more time.
Ooh.
Extra 15 seconds, and he's going for an endgame. Vidit takes it. Rook आने वाला है F5 पे. F5 will fall. Another rook and pawn ending is what it feels like. Dust settle हो चुकी है. And I think for Vidit, it's now just about attacking that F pawn. Get your rook into the game. D1 पे ले आओ, D6 attack करते हुए. F1 पे ले आओ, F5 attack करते हुए. But you need to go on the counter offense. Right now, Benjamin Bock has an extra pawn. 6 versus 5.
महान आदमी ने कहा है all rook end games are drawn in quotes and वो बात 100 सालों से सही प्रूव होती आ रही है. This is one of those cases जहां पे even though black could have some potential but लग नहीं रहा है, double pawns है, मुझे लग रहा है ये गेम ड्रॉ होने के chances maximum है. And अगर ड्रॉ हो गई then एक गेम होगी and Benjamin will be in a must win situation.
Otherwise, Vidit Gujrathi will take his set 1 victory. After that first game win, he's been very controlled.
Yeah.
Even in game 2, never in trouble.
Yeah.
Game 3 also, this one finding F5 at the right point.
But guys,
King
look at the
aate hue.
clock. Look at the clock. Vidit has 1 minute compared to 2 for Benjamin. Could Benjamin
And he made a mistake. Rookie one bar नीचे जाते हुए Benjamin Bock in the game. Let's not forget 6 versus 5 extra pawn है black के पास at this moment.
वो ये 1 minute तो भूल ही गया था सोच के ड्रॉ होने वाला है.
And look at Benjamin. Bring the king to the center. King end game है जो पूरी गेम में छुप के बैठता है pawns के पीछे. Is an active piece. King can come to E5. वो defensive काम करेगा. See, defense with his pawn. अब रुक आजाद है घूमने के लिए और white के pawn मारने के लिए.
आ जाओ defend करो अपना B6 pawn, still holding on right now, but where is the path to improvement is the question. Yes, you have an extra pawn, D5 break at some point, position getting worse and worse for Vidit Gujrathi. Another mistake, 1 minute now, 1.5 minutes for Bock. King F4 खेला गया है, black का rook passive है, and he activates it. Beautiful move there. Incredible technique here shown by Bock.
कमबैक होगा, हम करेंगे कमबैक कह रहे हैं बेंजामिन बॉक. रूक एक्टिव होगा. सडनली तानिया व्हाइट के सारे पॉन स्प्लिट हैं, एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे. लुक एट व्हाइट पॉन्स, हर कोई अलग अलग पार्टी कर रहा है, लेकिन देयर वाज सिंक्रोनाइजेशन देयर.
और white का king एक side, rook एक side. That rook on A3, it is tied down to defend a pawn. You don't want that role for the most important piece in the position. But Benjamin Bock, 1 minute में, can he convert this into a full point?
Looks like.
Check, king को वापस भेजते हुए, अपना king आगे लाते हुए.
Oh.
Attacks the F7 pawn, with it getting active. Benjamin Bock, will he just defend it with the pawn moving forward? B3 will be under attack. Vidit is looking for counterplay. He wants to get the rook lined up against the black pawns. Now he'll be forced to come back to defend the B3 pawn. Vidit, 35 seconds on the clock.
He has to play now. He doesn't have time. And look at beautiful play, Benjamin. Dragging the game as long as possible ताकि विदित को और सोचना पड़े. 30 seconds was 55 seconds. Play quickly, both the players.
Not an easy convert right now. Benjamin has to play the board and the clock to equalize the match. अगर वो black pieces से जीतते हैं, the final game, Benjamin Bock will have white.
Ooh, that's tricky. And look at this rook b4. Offering the rook trade cannot be done by Vidit. He has to keep his rook passive. भाई वो rook देख के sadness feel हो रही है अंदर दिल में. भाई वो rook कोई pawn को बचाने के लिए बैठा हुआ है. 5 point versus 1 point.
And this allows the white rook to get active. Is this the moment he's setting checkmate in one? Rook d6 was checkmate in one, जो कि बचाया गया, and forcing the white rook to come back. Benjamin Bock very alert.
Oh
अगर
my God.
वो में होती मैं कुर्सी से गिर ही आता भाई लिटरली अगर वो मेट हो गई होती तो.
And look at this, Vidit showing class here. He is trying to get activity.
अभी उसका टाइम भी उतना ही है.
उतने ही टाइम के
20
साथ
seconds.
both players 15 seconds, under
my
20
Wow.
seconds. Vidit has
Nerves.
traded the pawns. He has
He
now
missed the pawn.
equalized. He's right back in the game. This is what happens when you're low on the clock.
Oh my
12 seconds, 14. It's all about the clock.
Wow.
Opposition remain. And
Oh.
Vidit Gujrathi survives to take the lead going into this final round of the first set.
यार प्लेयर्स का छोड़ो कोई मेरा हार्ट रेट मेजर करो भाई. What a game, man. Both the players had their chances. I think maybe Benjamin is a bit disappointed there, but at the end the game will ended in a draw and we're going to go to the fourth game now. 3 game में result नहीं हुआ decide.
Fine. So first set has gone the distance.
Yeah.
My God, the Benjamin was a little annoyed. I could see like
Yes.
at the end.
And
Oh.
understandably, it was
Yeah.
such a golden opportunity. He had
Yeah.
a very healthy extra pawn up. Time pe bhi he was better. He knew this was his chance to try to equalize the match. A huge missed opportunity for the Dutch Grandmaster.
Yeah, and there's no break between these games, so थोड़ा उनके mind पे play जरूर करेगा. Maybe I had an opportunity there, maybe I
Yes.
screwed it up somehow, but कहीं ना कहीं you have to forget about it, move on to the next game, and he still is in the match. That's most important, right? अभी भी मौका है. I can tie the set and go into Armageddon. Oh, what a show would that be?
He's still thinking about it.
And that is definitely not the live position जहाँ पे we see right now. और अभी game 4 शुरू हो चुकी है.
Yeah.
Game 4 शुरू हो चुकी है. We have the final game on right now. As we see, it's a very cautious approach by Benjamin. He's saying, I don't want any very theoretical battle.
Yeah.
मुझे बस एक middle game चाहिए, long game चाहिए. I want to play every part, every phase of the game. White Bishop Fianchetto हो चुका है on the long diagonal. Vidit के पास center आ चुका है. It's going to be a fun last one.
Yep, and see Vidit playing very quickly. I think he understood the advantage he had. He had a good result in the first 2 games. क्या था वहाँ पे जो उनके लिए काम कर रहा था? The clock was on his side. So यहाँ पे again maintaining that healthy difference and काफी एक passive structure लग रहा है. But white जब break करेंगे ना center में C4 या D4 से तो सब खुल जाएगा suddenly.
Again, Benjamin's heart rate is 160. I think starting he starts from there, and then he slowly comes down.
Opening में stress रहता है उनको मतलब.
Opening stress है.
And it's also the stress that this is the final game. You know, he has to go all out in this one. A draw is as good as resigning in this. So has to come out all guns blazing, throw the kitchen sink at Vidit if he can. Bishop bahar aa chuka hai, getting ready to castle right now. Vidit deciding where does he want to place the pieces. I think for Benjamin, the strategy has to be keep as many pieces on the board for as long as possible. Try to get into a time scramble. Because mistakes wahi hoti hai. Last game also, Vidit blundered a pawn when he was down to those final few minutes.
Yeah.
Agreed. And 161 versus 101 is the heart rate. Vidit very calm as a cucumber. क्या सोच रहे होंगे यहाँ पे? The position seems to be solid for both the players. And एक option है यहाँ black के पास. And वो है वो D pawn push करना. Usually ऐसे white D4 खेलता है. अगर black खेल दे, suddenly you know it can lead to a very sharp position.
D4.
Yes.
Yeah. अगर black को जीतना है, he needs something dramatic, and that could do it.
And D4 would be very fascinating. For Vidit, he needs only a draw to wrap up the match. D4 will take it into double-edged territory though. So for Benjamin, maybe that's what he's looking for. D4 looks very attractive, but it leaves behind some squares. So Vidit doing Vidit things keeps it solid.
Right.
Yep. Wow. And Bishop D6, as you mentioned, safe and solid by Vidit Gujrathi here. White should castle now, and black castles as well. Jaldi खेल रहे दोनों players, obvious moves. And now finally, उस deep pawn का कब से इंतजार था हमें. And again, the same isolated pawn position. Maybe, you know, Benjamin should be kind of happy with that structure in general. Gives you long-term chances.
Absolutely, and that's what happened in the earlier game as well. Gave Benjamin something to fight for. That D5 pawn जो Vidit के पास है is basically there for the rest of the game. तो आप अपना Bishop F3 पे ला सकते हैं, double up कर सकते हैं D5 पे, Knight C3 पे आएगा. Meanwhile, Vidit is looking for a king side attack. Plant your knight on E4, get the queen out on G5, get the bishop out towards H3, and try to get these attacking ideas going as the side with the isolated queen's pawn. But this is the final game of set 1 between these two players. Vidit Gujrathi needs only a draw to take the first set.
And 92, amazing move as well. वो D4 square control में रखना है white को. That's crucial in these structures. ये knight आराम से F3 पे भी आ सकता है long term. And then rook comes to C1. White के सारे pieces logically placed. Well played game so far. But अभी के लिए कोई दिख नहीं रहा है if somebody is taking over. So I think लंबी game ये भी होगी फिर से last minute में decide होगी. I think that's been common to all the games so far.
Yeah.
It's usually the case in such a time format, right? When the players have only 10 minutes, koi increment nahi hai, koi bonus time nahi hai. It is the time scramble. Who has the better nerves? Who is able to be accurate more in those critical moments? Who is able to keep their emotions under check? Play quick moves, but also good moves. That decides the game. We see a structural change after ye trades jo ho chuke hain. Black now no more has an isolated queen's pawn, but C file mein काफी weaknesses बन चुकी हैं.
You know, विदित की अगली एक वो मुझे पता है वो मुझे पता है वो है क्वीन D6. उनका प्लान सिंपल है, क्वीन D6, क्वीन H2 mate, खत्म, and I take the first set. So something has to be done about that. How does white handle it? It's not easy choice. G3 खेलेंगे तो bishop H3 भी आ सकता है, and suddenly my king side could be slightly weak.
That's actually a very nice idea. Queen और bishop की battery लगने वाली है, and विदित को भी पता है rook C1 खेला गया है. Ignoring that threat for now, C6 attacked है, but black can continue with the plan. Sahil, as you mentioned, queen takes pawn, checkmate in one ka idea. I think G3 has to be played. You need to blunt that diagonal.
Agreed.
Knight F3, bishop G4 doesn't really help the cause.
Agreed. And Vidit is thinking, by the way, both the players have around 7 minutes. G3 के बाद your light squares do weaken, but अगर bishop है वो थोड़ा cover कर लेगा bishop F3, bishop G2 आके, so your king should be safe. And white के पास भी एक at least temporary target तो है. C6 pawn पे थोड़ा pressure डाल सकते हैं. You can control the C5 square. उस pawn को push नहीं होने देंगे ताकि white भी कुछ, if you are under pressure as black for the C6 pawn, आपको attack करने का time ही नहीं मिलेगा.
G3 on the board. I think for Vidit, just seeing his heart rate, control on the clock, all those days he spent meditating have really come to good use. He's on some, I don't know, some 1800 days streak, some impossible streak. And
4 year plus ऐसा कुछ है ना.
चल रहा है, रुक ही नहीं रहा है. And I think that's why he's able to keep his calm, his nerves in these high stress situations. His heart rate hasn't crossed 110. And look at that, 162 right now for Benjamin Bock. Rook को attack था, Rook हट चुका है वहाँ से. The white bishop also ready to trade off the bishop on H3 when needed.
You know, imagine करो, bishop B6, Rook takes C3 और कुछ mating ideas भी बन सकते हैं. You never know. H pawn can also move up the board, H5, H4. So black has potential to attack and finish off in style actually.
Ooh, not mating, सीधे मौत.
Petition to call it Seedhe Mauth for today. That would be a very Seedhe Mauth position with bishop B6 ideas. But instead, I like what Vidit is doing. Bringing all the toys to the nursery. He brings the rook to the center of the board. Make sure that all the pieces are ready. And is this the moment that Benjamin Bock has to decide? Does he go for the trade? Bishop to F1, trying to get rid of that very strong bishop that Vidit has on the king side.
That's an important decision to make. It's a piece trade at the end. That's not ideally what Benjamin... Okay, he takes on F6. Wow.
And I have an explanation for this. Objectively, ये काफी खराब decision है, but what Benjamin is saying is कि मेरे को एक imbalance चाहिए for the rest of the game. Because यहाँ पे draw चलता ही नहीं है मेरे लिए. Draw is as good as a loss. So at least now I'm guaranteed that there will be a knight versus bishop imbalance for the rest of eternity for this one. So I'll have something to play for. Also notice Benjamin का जो pawn structure है E3 F2 G3 H2 बिल्कुल ही विदित के bishop को blunt कर चुका है.
बिल्कुल. And a famous quote है, a pawn in hand is worth two in the bush. And I think वो pawn मुझे C6
यही quote है
clearly दिख रहा
exactly.
है. यही है.
यही है exactly word to word.
And वो C6 pawn मुझे दिख रहा है कि भाई rook C2, rook C1, आराम से queen A4. I can pressure it again. Knight F3, knight. So maybe Benjamin has a clear goal. He thinks मैं time जल्दी खेल पाऊंगा, fast खेल पाऊंगा यहाँ पे. And Vidit का plan is a bit more complicated to find.
Again, it has dropped to 97 from 160. I think this is a different problem. This is some health emergency.
काफी ज़्यादा dip लेते हुए यहाँ पे on the heart rate monitor. Position although looks quite healthy for Vidit Gujrathi. For Benjamin Bock, उनका knight अभी दूर है from getting active. The horse needs to become a boss, but I'm not finding the path for Benjamin's.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy because black is sare piece active hai. That's the bishop B6. What a move. Activating the last piece. There's pressure on E3. कहीं ना white ka king could still be under fire if something goes wrong. So ye pawn push karna आसान नहीं. I cannot play e4 for example because f2 is hanging.
Absolutely, and maybe Vidit is somewhere setting up the idea of d4 to open up that bishop, which will be a sniper towards the white king. Vidit looking very calm and chill, like he's vibing to some सीधे मौत beats here.
Yeah, actually बिल्कुल वाइब कर रहा है भाई. ऑरा कम नहीं हुआ बंदे का, ब्लंडर एक दो हो गए वो गेम में, बट ऑरा कम नहीं हुआ. And I love this circular shot. Players को different expressions देखने को मिलते हैं. And this could be set one for Vidit if he finishes off this one clinically. But it's not easy. Benjamin is out for blood. He knows it's all or nothing right now. And Tanya, how tough do you think it is to come back from a set loss, right? Because आप एक set हार गए, second वाला must win है ही, फिर आपको third वाला भी जीतना है. It's a lot of pressure on you. Like your belief kind of goes down.
Absolutely, but I think for Benjamin, he knows that it comes with the territory and he has to leave behind what has happened. He will try to push this game, but I just feel इतने minor pieces trade हो चुके हैं. Vidit की position इतनी ज़्यादा healthy लग रही है. दोनों रुक center में है, D pawn आ रहा है. That somewhere Benjamin knows that this is a difficult win to make. He in his mind is getting ready also for set 2. It will be coming up. And let's not forget that Benjamin Bok had his chances in this set. It was a close fight. Even if Vidit took it with that first game win, Benjamin had a clear shot in game 3. He was not ever worse in any of the other games. The first game he lost, it was because he didn't have time on the clock.
Yeah, having time on the clock is important. And by the way, this game also looks quite interesting. There's a black bishop in the white army. What's happening?
Pawn c2 आ चुका है. क्या हो रहा है? वो दो squares पे white के pieces होने चाहिए.
भाई spies are, हर जगह है spy. हर game में भाई. That's a crazy position by the way. But you know what? You talked, Tanya, about how important this game is in set 2. But is he really thinking of set 2? Because set 1 में उनका time खत्म होता जा रहा है. At this rate, set 2 is incoming and he will be a set down.
Oof. Well, the one good news for Benjamin is that whether you lose with a 1-point margin or a 2-point margin, it does not matter. He has to find a way to create counterplay here. उनको सोचना है यहाँ पे कि how do I keep my chances alive? I'm really not seeing a way to do that. D4 is a big threat that Vidit has set up. In fact, he's saying, मेरे को पता है set 1 मेरा है कि मैं यार नहीं कर सकता हूँ. भाई नींद आ रही है मुझे.
He's like जेब में game ऐसी feeling आ रही है उनको देख के. I think Benjamin has crossed that limit कि जितना आपको maximum एक move में सोचना चाहिए. I think it's been a long thing. Unless he's playing some sacrifice here, I think इतना नहीं सोचना चाहिए था. Because he played that decision, right? Take on f6, take on g4 very quickly. And now he's thinking. That's not a good sign.
And then what is the decision he takes? He goes for a queen trade in this position. And Vidit instantly denies it. The queen infiltrates into White's camp. A2 पे attack है, knight hanging है. And Benjamin की queen वापस आते हुए to defend that knight. Vidit has to be careful of taking that A2 pawn. C6 weak hai. Rook A1 can put pressure on that queen. And I think Vidit has to take the right decision at this moment. Push that C pawn forward. Put pressure on the center of the board. I'm expecting C5 by Vidit. But he goes for queen takes pawn. Does this allow the white rook to infiltrate? Rook takes pawn. About to happen. Which would create a weakness on the D file. Vidit wants to go D4 after rook takes pawn.
Ooh, interesting position. Trades ho rahe hain, and I think this is the final moments of set 1. Let's see who takes over. Queen on A2, and by the way, Queen B2 जो plan खेला Vidit ने, it was the best plan in the position for Black. So एक second में निकाला उन्होंने. His intuition is now taking over again. Endgame में आराम से खेलते. It's not exactly endgame. कहीं ना कहीं B6 trade हो रहे हैं. Rook C6 now, and Tanya, that looks very active. But वो कर क्या रहा है? C7 square भी नहीं है, D6 भी नहीं है, C5 भी नहीं है, I can't get a D5 pawn, so रुक को वापस तो आना ही पड़ेगा at some point. So Vidit still perfectly comfortable.
Absolutely. And also on the clock, again, it is pressure on Benjamin right now. Vidit trying to think what he wants to play next. A lot of attractive options in this position. D4 to me feels like the move you want to calculate, but back rank issues hai Vidit ki position mein. You need to be careful. You need to watch out once the lines open up. Bishop to A5, pinning that knight on D2 is another move that you've got to be thinking about here.
Yeah, Bishop A5 looks very tempting. I'm worried about Rook A6 पे Queen D2 and it's all good. But also I like your move D4 the most because एक weakness है मेरे पास जिंदगी में, उसको मैं हटा दूंगा, vitamin B12 tablet खा लूंगा, बात खत्म. I get rid of that weakness, and then Vidit, how does he even lose that? So I feel like plan D4 होना चाहिए, चाहे अभी हो या next चाल पे.
I got 99 problems, but the D pawn isn't one, is what Vidit will say. Agar D4 hua, but it requires calculation and it requires you to be very precise here. And this is what I was talking about, back rank weaknesses. That is what you're looking at. Pawn takes pawn would have led to some complicated lines. So Vidit says, pehle main king ke liye jagah bana deta hu, but Benjamin ka response now stops D4 in its tracks.
And you know what? D4 tactically works.
Wow.
And it should be played, I feel, if it's tactically working. Luckily, Vidit ke paas time hai. He has the extra time. He should think, use this time, and he plays it. What a find in time pressure. This could be the decider, Anirban. This move. What does White do now?
And all of it works tactically because there are trades on the e-file once that pawn is captured, deflecting pieces all across the board. Once the dust settles, the center will be completely liquidated. Vidit would have solved his problems. And it looks like he's inching closer towards that draw.
And I think tough choice here for Benjamin, unfortunately.
Does he push the pawn?
If you push the pawn, black will push the pawn. And that pawn starts looking very dangerous. And this match... की एक storyline रही है D passer. For Vidit, it's been a decider in so many games.
Yeah.
Do you really psychologically have it in you to allow it one more time in the final game? D3 looks very dangerous.
And he takes on
it with a knight.
Yeah.
Takes all across the board, and this is what we were talking about. After the trade, Vidit doesn't even capture the center pawn. Side pawn utha liya gaya hai. Rook takes pawn ke ideas hai next on the board. In fact, I would say practically if anyone has a shot here, it has to be black. There's an outside passer for Vidit Gujrathi. D4 is a weakness suddenly. You've got to be feeling very comfortable. And look at the clock.
Yeah. I think the only plan Bok here has is to play every move in a second, play solid moves which just make sense, don't lose. Taki Vidit, maybe he thinks for longer on certain moves, clock pe thoda sa difference come up. Because otherwise, position as you mentioned, kuch bhi nahi hai Tanya.
Yeah. The other option is earthquake.
Arey yaar, bhai. Aram se bhai.
Force majeure.
That could save him, or if you don't want to get that extreme, a mouse slip. Those are always the dangers of online chess.
That's a great point, Tanya. We've seen worse. We've seen Magnus Carlsen make mouse slip. So I think anybody in the game can make that mistake. So Vidit luckily has more time. आराम से खेलना है. Stress नहीं है. Pre-move मत करो बेशक. अभी इतना stress नहीं. आराम से खेलो. Push the A pawn. A5, A4, A3, A2 at soon.
I think A5 you have to first defend that square because your white ki queen E1 pe passive lag rahi hai. It's not only ready to jump to E7 on the 7th rank, but it's guarding that A pawn from moving up the board. Vidit is firstly trying to think, can he capture the center pawn? Can he go for rook takes pawn? Is he feeling safe enough with the white queen about to give a check on this 8th rank? He does it. He's calculated his way through and he says the king will step forward. And after all the trades, he still feels safe about his chances here.
Yep, and F7 पे queen से मार दिया गया है.
एक और rook pawn ending आते हुए.
Okay, I mean, this is going to be comfortable draw for Vidit, I think. Rook end games.
Comfortable. Time is also... But at this point, Vidit's heart rate is
Oh,
the
Vidit
highest.
blunders. Did you see that on the board? He pre-moved. He put his king वापस और A4 pawn जो defend करना चाहता था. It is still theoretically a draw. 3 versus 2 should be trivial.
So did Benjamin miss his mistake?
No, he took it, but it's still not enough to win. All rook pawn endings are a draw, you were saying. This one, but now he's got something to play for. Benjamin Bok, he's up a pawn, and you could see it on Vidit's face as he just dropped a pawn in one move.
Benjamin would take this. I think he didn't have hopes for this even. So at least he has a pawn now. कुछ भी गलती हो सकती है when there's time pressure. But the problem is time उनके पास ही कम है. He's exchanged one pair of pawns. Well, जितने pawn exchange होंगे draw के करीब जाते हुए हम लोग. Is there a last trap that Benjamin can somehow set and trick with it here?
He wants to push the F pawn. F pawn आने वाला है. F4, F5. Give a check. Put pressure on that black king. And Vidit blunders because now he's going to lose that G6 pawn. Rook check देते हुए. Rook takes pawn. Benjamin Bok is about to get right back into the match if he wins. It goes into Armageddon.
Oh my God, what a turn. Look at Vidit. He's shocked. He completely missed Rook F4.
Oh,
He's shaking his head.
He walked into this. He disconnected his king from the pawn. He looks sideways. Vidit realizes this is gone, but it's 35 seconds enough time to win this.
I think it is enough. Now it's all about the clock for Vidit now. He needs to find ways of moving quickly. Put Benjamin in time pressure.
Check आते हुए, second pawn capture करते हुए. This is completely definitely winning for Benjamin Bok. Vidit Gujrathi has to play for the clock now.
And if this goes into Armageddon now, guess who will have the momentum? It will be Benjamin Bok with that comeback, man. We had left the game. We thought khatam ho gaya set one. But back comes Benjamin Bok. And now two connected pass pawns, Tanya. This is elementary for
And
a
he's
player like
doing
Benjamin.
it clinically. Vidit Gujrathi with a shake of his head right now. Rook F8 next will be game over.
He's resigned.
Vidit Gujrathi resigns. The match goes into Armageddon.
Oh my God!
no, it's
I think he's
still
still. He's playing
Yes,
on
he's
Tanya. He's
still-
playing on the
He's
clock.
playing on.
He's playing on the clock. White gets a new queen, and the game is still on.
And finally, there we have it. Benjamin Bok with a 2-2 score. What a turnaround at the end.
What a crazy comeback in the end. Literally happened in a minute. Oh.
You know, imagine like a 1 second increment there. There is no chance that blunder happens. That's
Yeah,
non-increment chess for you. It's
Beautiful.
not over until it's over.
Beautiful. So it's now the first set is tied, and now we'll go to Armageddon.
We go into Armageddon because there's no such thing as a tied set here at India Rising Sport Road to the EWC right now. Armageddon, a format so deadly that it's called the Armageddon, which means we will have a winner. It's the bidding Armageddon here, Sahil Anirban, which means now the players will place their bids for the amount of time they want. The player to win the bid, jo bhi lower time karta hai, and there we are seeing their bids, will get the black pieces. If you get the black pieces, you start with your bidding time. It is 7 point, and at this moment, 7.25. 7.25 bid karte hue, and I believe that is
With it.
Benjamin
Benjamin.
Bok. He passes it over to Awadh, who's the arbiter. We see Vidit now walk over to give his bid.
Ooh, interesting. He's thinking. Yeah, he's thinking. Oh, he's still not convinced. He's thinking.
And Vidit about to write his bid. How low can you go right now is the big question. The player who starts with the black pieces, a draw means you win the match. If you start with the white pieces, you get the base time of 10 minutes, but you have to win on demand.
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on one player. Of course, they have the benefit of the clock, but then let's see how the match has gone so far. Tanya, Anirban, I feel like there could be nerves. Both the players looking very tense. We are about to see Armageddon for the first set.
And Vidit, you can see it on him, the disappointment and the frustration from what happened in round 4. But I think you have to give full credit to Benjamin Bok. You know, Vidit first made that pawn blunder, drops a pawn in one move. And then it just felt like the position collapsed. Benjamin made it look easy. And then a second blunder, costing him the second pawn. And Benjamin Bok right back in it. The player who's taken down Karthikeyan Murli, the player who's taken down India #1 Arjun Aragaisi. Now the final boss of the road to EWC.
The goal was to drag the game. Just drag the game. Give yourself maximum amount of opportunities. And we see the bids being taken right now. Some sort of resolution.
And
Is
we
it a break?
We did see the bid that Benjamin Bok gave. What was the bid that Vidit Gujrathi put? Is the
Si-
question.
I think something around 6. I thought his hands are like, the pattern that he's making is probably 6. It
I
could
think
be
what's the
8.
lowest you would bid in this match if you were playing? What's the lowest you will go?
Having commentated in a lot of these bidding Armageddons, it's always been the 7-minute mark. Either in the high 7, maximum I've seen players go down to 7.5 minutes, around that much. 6 just feels with no increment,
Yeah.
too much of a risk. I will be shocked if Vidit has gone for that.
Is this a new kind of Armageddon, or has it been around for a long time?
Yeah.
Relatively new, I would say, because earlier Armageddon had a fixed time format. This is the bidding Armageddon. So the players have to fight for the black pieces. So it gets a plot twist in it. Maza aa jata hai fans ke liye. Once again, the player with the black pieces, whoever bid the lower time, starts with black. Draw means you win the match. You get white. You start with base time of 10 minutes, but you have to win. The pressure is on.
But you know that 2.5, 3-minute lead that you have can be very valuable. कई बार यहाँ पे हमने देखा कि last में कैसे वो seconds के लिए इतना फर्क पड़ रहा था. So imagine if you have a huge time lead, you maintain it till the end, then कुछ भी possible है.
I'm trying to get into Vidit's head right now, and the thing I feel is that Vidit has seen how the match is played out. कि Benjamin Bok काफी time pressure में आते हैं. I think wanting those black pieces will be part of Vidit's strategy because he feels that Benjamin is struggling on the clock. So those
Yeah.
extra minutes won't count.
Yeah.
Speaking of extra minutes, we've got scenes, live scenes coming in from our arena right now. You know, the big stage. We've got the big stage players. But don't forget what's happening here. Inspiring, beautiful chess. Anirban wants to go and play some chess
Yes,
himself.
yes,
He's
yes.
so inspired.
I just want to play with kids.
If you
Like,
had the option to be on the stage and play against the big boys or these kids, Anirban, who are you?
I will take my chance against the kids.
I would lose to half of them anyways, but they're very, very
I
strong.
know, I know, I know. I'll try to like intimidate them.
Guys, by the way, यहाँ पे tension सबको feel हो रहा है. I don't
हाँ.
think anybody expected that last game turnaround the
Yeah,
way it
yeah,
happened.
yeah.
You know, Vidit had the set in his hands. It was a draw, and Vidit would do it, I would want to say 100 out of 100 times. A 3 versus 3 rook pawn ending. Then a 3 versus 2 same side rook pawn ending. Then a 2 versus 1 same side rook pawn endgame. And then going down in that, taking the Armageddon, is it momentum, Benjamin Bach?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I think at the end, now that the momentum has shifted, do you think Benjamin has the edge? Kahin na kahin psychologically, I know he's not managed his clock well, but kahin na kahin you emotional reaction kind of brings out some blunders sometimes. I think we've seen it before.
भाई मुझे bid जानना है. I want to know who has won the bid. So much of that depends on who gets the black pieces. I can imagine Vidit wanting to go pretty low for the pieces there. He has seen that the clock is his best friend. What is Vidit Gujrathi's bid?
I think we get to know it very, very soon. Meanwhile, we still see the arbiter on stage, so we should have it very soon. But meanwhile, the tension is still building up because set one का एक amazing tie हुआ है. Both the players with equal opportunity now. Whoever wins this one game takes home the first set.
Getting the first win for Benjamin is such a big boost, right?
Great point.
Yeah.
And-
He's-
And that also at this stage
Yeah.
of the match.
Yep. And meanwhile, both the players in their thoughts right now, wondering कि opening क्या खेलनी है. क्योंकि end game ही आ रही है, opening matter ही नहीं करती. And question, do you think कि उनका heart rate फिर से 160 जाएगा opening में?
भाई मुझे तो सिर्फ विदित लग रहा है स्टेज पे. I don't think Benjamin has arrived yet. And as we see, the arbiters getting ready.
Yeah.
They're setting up the match. Again, for Vidit Gujrathi, we did see that Benjamin's bid was at 7.25. For Vidit, he needs to be lower than that to get the black pieces.
Agreed.
And whoever plays white, Armageddon की strategy ये रहती है that you want a long game.
Yeah.
You want to force your opponent into those final few minutes before you do critical. So trades have to be avoided. Simplification has to be avoided. A draw means black takes the match.
Agreed. But पता है अभी क्या हुआ ना? पहली 3 games में we had long games. But even if somebody lost, there was no emotional reaction there. There was no complete
Except
twist
the
at
last
the end.
one.
Except the last one.
Vidit had a big shake of his head. He can't believe that he let go of that position.
Agreed. And वो twist जब आता है ना कहानी में, it leaves us with thoughts. इतना ना movie देख के आते हैं, twist then बात करते हैं यार movie का twist देखा कैसा करी तो it will have an emotional reaction. So I wonder if we could see a mistake even before we reach the time pressure phase.
This is Benjamin Bach using up one of his 9 lives today.
Yeah.
You know, getting back into this set one from the rook pawn ending that he had, I would believe that even in his head he thought it was impossible.
वो कह रहा हूँ आप कुछ भी कर सकते हैं हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं वो एंड गेम जीत गए तो लाइफ में anything is possible. Meanwhile, still waiting for the bids, but regardless, the Armageddon is coming to us soon.
And Benjamin Bach in that final game rising to the occasion here at India Rising Road to EWC. And there we've got the players with their bidding cards in front of them.
You know, classical chess में all chess players always have a pen in their hands.
It's like exam के लिए बैठे हुए हैं, नहीं दिखाएंगे bid.
So they are bidding now.
Bids आ चुकी हैं, I think we'll know them. Oh, but he's still thinking. Okay, give me a guess.
If again, I'm sticking to the strategy that I feel both players will bid something between 7 to 8 minutes if I have
Agreed.
to take a guess. I will be shocked to see anything lower than 7 minutes. And I think both of them want the black pieces. So it'll be equally surprising if they go above 8.
We've seen some meme kind of ideas here. Some people have written like 9:59 or something as well. So I wouldn't rule that out. But
What happens if they have the exact same bid?
Then I think they have to bid again.
I'm assuming, yeah,
This-
that should be the logical, next
This
step.
happened in COB. That's how I know. This happened. No? In that- yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, both the players are rebidding because we kind of made that public then.
Yes. Apparently, our commentary made it
Commentary.
public. What was the first bid for Benjamin Bok? And we see rebids. And we did see Vidit also hide his bid.
Yeah,
Ki, bhai,
yeah.
फिर से नहीं दिखाएंगे.
बिल्कुल school की याद आ गई मुझे, but I think this bit is much more valuable. And as we talked about, I think color की choice है. Is somebody comfortable with white? Is somebody comfortable with black? That dictates कितना वो लो जाने के लिए ready है, right? So at the end, if somebody is comfortable with 10 minutes, I'll take 10 minutes.
And I think finally we are going to have the reveal of the bids right now. Both the cards have been handed over to the arbiter. The player with the lower bid will start with the black pieces, needing only a draw to get set 1. The player with the white pieces who loses the bid will have to win on demand. Keeping the mysteries, Avan. Avan, tell us. We are waiting.
Who do you think arbiter is talking to?
The arbiter is on call with the team, the technical team,
Oh.
working online at the event so that the pieces are set the right way for both these players. As we wait to find out what were the final bids.
Ooh, really curious about this actually.
Beat दिखाएगा ना अभी?
Yeah, we need a reveal. We need a bid reveal.
Ah,
Right?
so boom.
We need a bid reveal.
Handled by both the players, and I think a lot of things depend. But yeah, the set 2 is going to start with 0-0.
Yeah, and before that, we have the all-important Armageddon as Vidit Gujrathi is setting up some last-minute changes. And Shriyal, what I heard in the first Armageddon was Vidit put in a time of 7 minutes 15 seconds. Somewhere what you had predicted. But now they had a chance to redo their bids as we see the stage is set for the Armageddon. And remember, white in a must-win situation, black has the luxury of 2 results, a draw or a black win, and they take set 1. It's Vidit Gujrathi versus Benjamin Bok. Action loading up in a few seconds as we see Vidit still checking
Oh
the
my
game.
God, he shouldn't be doing this. But you know what? You just can't resist the temptation to see where you have gone wrong. It's just
Yeah.
so ingrained in you as a chess player. You just want to see what mistake I made. How could I have done better? Oh my God. But he has to come away from his emotion as soon as he can. It's very important he doesn't let it linger.
Exactly, and with it checking out the game review on chess.com there, trying to learn from their mistakes, like all of us do. But with it, Gujrathi is, an integral member of the Indian team. Srinath, you have been the coach of the Indian team. Have you seen this when you both play for India?
I've seen it many times. But Rakesh, the difference is there you have recovery time, right?
Right.
The brutal format of esports is such that you have no time for your emotions to recover. One game happens, you have barely a few minutes, and you immediately have to go out and play a new game.
Yeah,
So there is no recovery time, and therefore emotions play a massive role in how you turn out, and your quickness to recover from emotions is very, very important.
Absolutely. There is not much time in between the games. We will have a little longish break after set 1. But here we go. With the black pieces, has put in 6.5 minutes, what you predicted. Benjamin with 10 minutes, but in a must-win situation.
And Benjamin goes for this Italian opening where he plays this move bishop to g5. And you see, Vidit had to move his pawns in front of his king to push that bishop away, which is a very common thing these days. But Bok has managed to create something to play with for this game already.
Yeah, look at that black king. The black pawns advancing, the queen coming into, just protect some squares around that. A few trades happen, action coming thick and fast, but the 3.5 minute advantage is almost down to just 2.5 minutes now, Srinath.
Yeah, and you can see those players' heart rates
yes.
pumping there.
Yeah.
Like you would see on a morning jog.
Look, Bok is at 148. What is happening? We are not even at the end game, Srinath. And now he's settling down a
Settling
little.
down. Yeah, that's why you should drink water, guys. You drink water, you calm down, and look at how your heartbeat comes down drastically. He was
Yeah.
at 161,
Exactly.
and now he's got it back to the baseline.
And that's why we have the hydration break also at the FIFA event World Cup nowadays. But with it, can he manage? How should he manage to navigate this middle game, Srinath?
Uh, Bishop E6, nice move. So he's brought in all his pieces into the game. All the pieces are
Right.
well developed. They are playing well.
Mm-hmm.
Now with F3, White is aiming to get that bishop on G3 out into the game.
Yeah.
I think the challenge for Vidit will be to try and keep all these white pieces away from his king,
Mm-hmm.
away from the G file getting opened, which is why he played that pawn to H5. Now, if White captures the pawn, Black will also recapture with the pawn, and the G file will remain closed. And his king will have that cover against White's pieces, the shield protecting the king.
Exactly, Srinath. While we were talking about drinking water, look at Benjamin's heart rate. 161. It's looking like he's on a treadmill, but he's just sitting in his chair.
Absolutely, Rakesh. It's so different, playing in this kind of arena. You
Yeah.
have these spectators watching you, and they're cheering and they're shouting, and they're, you can see their emotions in such a raw way. As chess players, you're not quite used to being in this kind of an environment. You're in high stakes environment. You're in knockout games, but usually it's with people watching you online behind the camera. For the first time, you can see them all live,
Yeah.
and it's a completely different feeling if you're not used to it.
Absolutely very different scenario. The esports India Rising finale here qualified to the Esports World Cup, but Knight in the corner by Vidit Gujrathi. That's a mistake according to the Silicon Monster, our computer. How does Benjamin take advantage?
He just politely comes back, because if he had captured the bishop, Vidit would have captured with the pawn, and that would have opened his rook up.
Mhm.
So Vidit's right now he's keeping the equilibrium, and I think he will also look to try and bridge the gap on the clock as quickly as he can. For Bok, the strategy is very simple. Just keep making moves, keep with it thinking,
Mhm.
take the game as long as he can, and that is what he's trying to do. So he's not offering any piece trade. He's not breaking or capturing any pawns either.
Yeah.
And when you don't have these kind of actions where the pieces are getting traded or the pawns are getting traded, the game keeps getting prolonged. And keeping the position closed is also a way to keep the game going as long as you can.
Yeah, keep the game going on. You have a 2.5 minute advantage if you're Benjamin Book. Let Vidit think, let him use up that time so that in the end game, he will have very little time for all his moves.
Yes, and in a non-increment time control, you just can't live on increments. If you have, let's say,
Yeah.
10-second increment, you can keep playing for 100 moves, 200 moves.
Mhm.
But here, Vidit has only 280 seconds now, in a few seconds, no matter what, no matter how good his position is.
Yeah, that time is never going back. You cannot bring back lost time, and Bishop comes back to the first rank now. Bok maintaining the pressure.
Yeah, he's setting up those sniper bishops, the
Yeah,
bishop on
yeah,
and there's no option of trade. Now you see he opens up the center, so his pieces can gain access to Black's king. That's the only way Bok is going to trade anything in the future. And if that doesn't happen, he's going to keep the position close for as long as he can.
Yeah, and with it goes back with his knight, hitting the bishop. Remember, you can't retreat it because with it will push his corner pawn and get your bishop. So a trade happening now, Srinath.
Yeah, he's trying to force it. He's trying to force it for sure.
Mhm.
And with that, I think there will be more trades, because at some point I see White trying to capture the pawn on G4 sooner or later.
Huh?
Uh, so there's going to be a piece trade, there's going to be a pawn trade, and Bok, I think maybe for the first time in the game.
Yeah, he has the luxury. He can afford to have a thing, but he's also figuring it out. If I don't manage to break through, with it take set one. Remember, everyone, that White is in a must-win situation. Benjamin has to win, or else with it will be taking set one.
Yes, all to play for. And you know what, Rakesh, this time advantage, it reminds me of this money in the bank match.
Oh yes, yeah.
Just like how you can cash that money in the bank
Mhm.
anytime, Bok can cash in that extra time in the bank, and he's doing one such thing right now.
True, and you can see the pressure, and you can see the stage is set here at the Geo World Convention Center in Mumbai. Vidit is from Mumbai and playing in front of his, home audience in a way. He has his parents, his wife in the audience. What pressure? How much more pressure can Vidit feel, Srinath?
It's impossible. It's impossible to feel more pressure. But on the other hand, there's also so much for him, so much support for him to look
Yeah,
forward to.
yeah.
He has the overwhelming home support,
Hmm.
and he has his family right in front of him. So all the positive emotions for him right in front of his eyes.
Yeah, another positive thing for Vidit is look at Benjamin's time. Only 1 minute advantage now, whereas it was 3.5 minutes. Benjamin is still in his long thing that we were mentioning, Srinath. What's going on in his mind? What is he thinking?
I think till now he was able to make these automatic moves, avoid the trades, and
Right.
do all these things. But now it has reached a point where he simply cannot do that anymore. He has to take a decision. So he's trying to calculate what he can possibly play right now, and he's trying to calculate ways for him to keep that tension on. To prevent with it from being able to do a mass trade of pieces. There he goes. He captures the pawn. Like I told you, one piece, the bishop's off, the pawns off. Now likely he will try to keep the queen. Yes, he retrieves the queen. Vidit will probably insist on trade of queen.
Yeah.
And maybe this is what Bok was calculating. Can Vidit play something like queen f4, bring the queen close to white's king with the support of his pawn, and offer a trade or not? And I think Bok realized that it's too risky for Vidit to be able to do that, because then the rook will move back, double up on the f file, and so now it's Vidit's turn to try and first understand what Bok was doing during such a long think.
Yeah. And we see Vidit now in a longish think now. And the 1 minute advantage still being there for Benjamin. But Vidit should be happy here of the two after about 20-25 moves of play.
Absolutely. Right now, all good for Vidit. And it follows the pattern of the match so far. Vidit has been able to be very comfortable. And as far as whenever I looked at the match, Vidit has always had a little more time. So Vidit has been, I think, slightly ahead most of the match, except for the last minute of game 4 of set 1, where he just lost the thread a little bit.
Yeah, and with it touches the pawn next to the king. It's known as the golden pawn in chess, which weakens a few, diagonals, and especially the 7th rank for the black king. A question mark given, a small one, albeit. So what's wrong with this move, Srinath?
It could become a long-term weakness. Although I don't see immediately along with this pawn move, Rakesh.
Yeah.
Nothing apparent is going on. I think there's still going to be a lot of maneuvering around, and probably a mutual trade of mistakes is likely to happen. With it playing the pawn to f6 is extremely normal. He strengthens the central e5 pawn. Now he will probably strengthen this g4 pawn, the pawn in front of black's king, which is very, very important. White needs to make a few moves to try and access that pawn. With bishop c2, white does exactly that. Next move, probably bishop goes to the first rank, and tries to attack the g pawn. And black will, bring his queen towards the pawn.
There
He's
you
brought
go.
the rook, and the rooks will try and double up on the h file. And I see with it slowly taking over this game, both on the clock and on the board.
That's great news for his family in the audience and Vidit himself. As you see, for the first time in the match, in the Armageddon, look at Benjamin's time. It's below Vidit's time now.
Yeah, it's below with its time, and he's also the one under pressure defending against with its pieces. The rook comes to h4. The other rook will soon join this rook on the same file.
I love black's position. It's just simpler to
Absolutely.
play with.
Yes, absolutely. It's just simpler to play with. You know what to do.
Yeah.
You have a direction. It's like how Google Maps shows you exactly what to do.
Yeah, that's a great example. So bring the left rook in the corner to the top right corner and hit that pawn, which Benjamin has pushed with under 3 minutes on the clock.
It's a small relief. Then I imagine the rook next comes towards the g file, trying to x-ray the king. But black has that well defended, and Vidit can even run away with his king in a couple of moves to the center, away from the spotlight.
Yeah.
I can even think of king going all the way to the queen side, the left corner, and
Yes, I like
doing
that.
doing a full walk. But now is actually the critical point,
Yeah.
Rakesh. And we have been in the situation many times as players where you need to make a draw, and then you end up going too defensive,
Yeah.
trying so anxiously to make the draw, trying to force the draw, and end up making a mistake in that attempt. And I think Vidit will be wary of repeating that this match,
Exactly.
and try and keep the initiative going, try and keep the attack going.
And look at that, score is 2-2. Times are absolutely equal, but everything to play for in the set one Armageddon. Everyone, remember, Vidit has the luxury of draw and a black win. Benjamin, how does he push his agenda for the all-important win?
I think there's more captures that has to happen now.
Right.
Opening up of lines.
Yeah.
If he captures one of the pawns, black likely has to. Black can capture. Oh yeah, he's
There you
taken-
go. Well, lots of trades happening. I think this is in Vidit's favor.
It is in Vidit's favor for sure. But Vidit cannot take the G4 pawn, the pawn in front of him right now, because
Exactly.
the F6 pawn is being defended by the queen. So he comes in with the rook, and there you go. So many pawn trades. Now I
You
think
have
Vidit needs.
you have to take with the queen.
No, but then you hang the rook.
Oh,
the queen
yes.
is protecting the rook.
Did Vidit miss this? If you take with the F pawn, the queen gets in. If you take with the D pawn, the queen gets in from the left side now.
Yes, but fortunately for Vidit, I think this king is still pretty safe on the king side, the right hand corner.
Yeah.
And the king will seek refuge near the queen. The king will come this side now, change direction, run on the other side.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We're under 2 minutes. It's almost Maggie time now, Srinath, with king going to its original birth square at the starting of the position. But with his queen and rook, I think he has the perfect amount of counterplay to get the draw.
Yeah, that's also a problem for white, If the queen stays too far away,
Yeah.
black always has a perpetual check ready. And he cannot grind down his opponent like he did in the previous endgame. So he has to find a way to checkmate the black king. And right now he has only two pieces, and either of these pieces, if they stop protecting the king is going to run into a barrage of checks, and that will be a draw.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's why he tries to bring the rook so that he's open for a couple of pieces attacking the black king. But now look at Benjamin's time. He is 30 seconds behind with it.
Yeah, he's 30 seconds behind with it, and he's the one who has the onus of creating something.
Exactly.
Rook into pawn, excellent move, attacking the pawn in front of white's king.
Oh, what? That's a blunder. Take the pawn with it. It's a free pawn.
Yes.
Benjamin has gone all in.
Yeah, he's completely gone all in, but there is no visible way for him to win the game. There we go. Rook into pawn check.
This is winning. Look at Vidit's heart rate, 145. He has to force just the draw. He's completely winning.
Yeah, I think he'll just play. Oh, he just runs away with this king. Nice one. Like I told you, absolutely no defense. He knows that the queen cannot move.
Yeah.
And without using the queen, how are you going to checkmate?
Exactly 50 seconds for Benjamin, but I think the clock is the least of his worries. Vidit is completely winning. White's king is exposed. I think this is GG's, Srinath.
Absolutely. The rook gives a check. The king moves near the queen. And the rook tries creating chances, but the king will just stay away from the checks.
And step back. You give me a check, I go ahead. And I'm happy with the repetition because I take set one. Oh my God! Benjamin has taken over, Srinath.
This is crazy. Now the queen is coming in.
And Vidit's
With a
king
check.
is ultimately exposed. Look at him. You can see the stress. 143 heart rate, 50 seconds on the clock. This has flipped, and how?
Wow. That's an unbelievable turnaround once again. Snatching a defeat from the jaws of victory.
Exactly, and Vidit under 30 seconds, but he can't do anything. His king is completely out in the open. You can't run away on the right side because the rook gives a check and takes your queen.
Yeah, he's frozen. He's frozen because the situation has flipped completely and there's no recovery time.
Oh no! 20 seconds, 15 seconds. Vidit, play something, buddy.
My God, he's frozen completely. Now queen gives a check from the diagonal and white wins the queen.
Yeah, Benjamin takes the queen with pleasure. He says danke well in Dutch, and look at
And now
that.
the rook is also lost.
It's game over.
Wow. That's an amazing win by Bob.
Benjamin Boak wins the Armageddon, takes set one from being minutes away from losing it.
Yeah, unbelievable, Rakesh. Unbelievable composure under pressure. And Vidit will be kicking himself for how those last two games have finished.
Look at him, he's still in his chair. He's not even getting up from him. Srinath, what do you think? What is he thinking?
He needs to take a break. He needs to have a break. He needs to go to his family. He needs to drink some water and try as much as possible to get back to that emotional equilibrium. But most importantly, he needs a time to recover, Rakesh.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you even recover from that, Srinath? You were completely about to clinch set one in game four in a very, very equal end game that you explained a little earlier. He blew that. Then he was completely winning, but okay, he just needed a draw. He had the draw in his hands. He had one hand on set one and he blundered. But I think kudos to also Benjamin, who went all in with that queen in the corner.
Yeah, he went all in and he kept the pressure on throughout.
Yeah.
He never gave up. And that's, I think that was the secret that under sustained pressure, everyone cracks. And how do you recover from a situation like this? You need something to turn things around. You need the momentum to turn this around. Thankfully, like I said, the set 2 starts with 0-0.
Yeah.
And all Vidit needs is one win to turn things around in his favor. He needs just a little bit of that positivity. And pretty much the only thing that can help you recover from a loss. You need to win the next game. You need a win back. You need a sweet feeling of win. You need something sweet, and I think nothing else can give you that sweet feeling except a win again.
Very rightly put. And you were talking about pressure. You know, diamonds are made under intense pressure. So can we see Vidit Gujrathi, you know, coming up with the goods? He's lost set one. We saw him still in his chair after that loss. But Srinath, you have been a very good friend of Vidit for like almost 25 years now. And you've seen him. You've played under 10 championships till now. How does Vidit come back from this?
Again, Rakesh, like I said, there's absolutely no other way, but he has to try and win the next match, and he has to focus on the things that will help him do that. You know, whatever he can do it. A quick preparation, a quick check of what he can play for the next game, the opening that he can play, and he also sometimes, you know, he also sometimes need a little bit of luck to turn things around.
True.
And all the work that you have done in the past also helps you in exactly these kind of situations. There was this World Championship match between the legendary 5-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand against Boris Gelfand from Israel.
Yes, yeah.
And you saw Vishwanathan Anand was in a similar situation. He lost one match, and the very next match he was able to strike back with a win in just 17 moves. Now, how did that happen? It happened due to the months of preparation before it, the months of training before it. So these are the situations when all the work you have done in the past helps you recover from.
Exactly, and we see Vidit was still in his chair. He had his face in his hands, and Benjamin was chilling, you know, getting some water. So the players are going to get a little bit of a break thanks to set one ending. But yeah, on that note, also we have seen, you know, Vidit is a beast, especially when he loses the first round. Remember Grand Swiss 2023? He lost game one, won the tournament. Even in under 11 nationals, I remember in Nagpur back in 2007, he lost game one, but yet ended up winning the event. So I think he's been there, done that, Sri. But also, let's talk a little bit about Ben. How impressed are you with his play?
I'm super impressed with Benjamin, Rakesh. In fact, I'm inspired. Benjamin is just a year younger than me.
Yeah.
And, you know, for him, the kind of opponents that he's beaten to get until this point, he's also a very consistent performer in all the online events on chess.com, the title Tuesday and the 3+0 Thursday. He takes his time, he plays good moves, and then when he gets low on time, he suddenly accelerates wonderfully well. And he's been showing that remarkably well in this match, the previous match against Arjun in the semi-final, and before that in the quarters against Karthik and Murli as well. So
True.
it's been an amazing performance, and I guess it shows people of all ages that you can come up and become a champion at any point.
Yeah, there's some motivation for you also, maybe Srinath, to make that comeback again back to competitive chess.
Absolutely, it's not that I didn't try. I tried to play in the qualifier. I played 12th, the top 4 qualified.
Yeah, and let's get into a break, and we'll be back with set 2. So वही प्रोड्यूसर का क्यों लेना है ना, like तो वो जो अगर उनको ब्रेक लेने बोलो तो हमको भी ब्रेक लेना. हाँ, got it. ठीक है. So this we have to see. Yeah, set countdown. Right. Perfect. Yeah, yeah, sure. Sound is too low. Yeah, they are working. Live, actually live, also it's hot mics. Actually. What is hot mic? Vidit audio in English. English.
athlete and be at the World Cup right now, but that ship has sailed at this point. Of course, it's a dream to compete in the EWC, but I've never been this close. So this event, the ride has been pretty good. I mean, when I signed up for the Swiss portion of India Rising, I thought I would have a pretty good chance of making it to the knockouts, and then I did. And then in the quarterfinals, I saw I was facing Karthikeyan, obviously a very strong player, but I thought I had a pretty good chance to beat him. But then I saw if I beat him, I would probably be up against Arjun, and I knew that would be a very tough match. And honestly, he's definitely clearly a favorite in that one, but I managed to beat him, which also surprised myself. And now all of a sudden, I'm very close. So this is obviously a big opportunity against Vidit, who is also a very strong player, but yeah, even though he's very strong, I do believe I can beat him. Yeah, I think it's a great development for chess. Online classical chess has been around for a long time, but I feel like it's hard to sell classical chess as a product to the masses, because they might watch a game and then somebody is spending a lot of time on just one move, and to the audience it seems like just nothing is happening. Of course, in the player's heads a lot is happening, but I feel like it's hard to sell as a product, whereas I feel like especially Rapid, I feel like is a very good balance between action and it's still being digestible. When I show blitz games to people who are still starting out, for them it goes a little bit too fast. But I feel like Rapid strikes the perfect balance. And yeah, I also enjoy it as well. The games are a lot faster. You don't have to overthink every decision. Like in classical chess, you have to think a little bit deeper perhaps, which of course also has its own beauty. But I think it's great that online Rapid and Blitz and these fast formats are on the rise, and I think it definitely has a lot of potential for chess. When I hear India Rising, Road to EWC, it means a huge opportunity to me. Yeah, it would be huge for my career. I've never played at that stage. I feel like I've been not too far off on some occasions, but it would definitely be the biggest success of my career. Yes, what makes it different is that it is online on computers, but it is in person. So that is very special, because for a long time chess was only played over the board, then came online chess. But online chess on location is still something that only happens to very special finals. So off the chessboard, he's a very nice guy who I've known for many years. I actually played him the first time in 2008 at the World Youth Championship that he went on to win. He beat me in that game, so it would be nice to take revenge for that. But yeah, like I said, he's a great rival, he's a great guy, but obviously tomorrow we'll be fighting on the chessboard. My road to EWC will be successful if I beat Vidit. This is Benjamin Bach, and my road to EWC starts here.
I can't hear my
Gujrathi and Benjamin Book. I have alongside me Grandmaster Srinath, and what a pulsating Armageddon and set one that was, Sri.
Absolutely, Rakesh. Amazing matches so far. Such
We are back.
interesting
What a
matches,
set
and,
one that
we don't see these
was.
kind of
India Rising
mistakes
is
from
proving to
such
be a
top
treat in this
grandmasters,
Mumbai
but you can see
monsoon.
the arena is
Tanya,
thrilling
Anirban,
here.
welcome back.
Yeah. People can
I
see
feel like
a lot of emotions,
मेरा heart अभी काम
and
नहीं हुआ
that's
है,
also
so I would
playing a
love to
role
match
in,
that soon.
the
But
kind of
players
pressure
कैसा
that
feel
players are
करते होंगे?
facing.
What do you think?
Yeah, packed audience here, thousands of chess fans in the audience, and as we can see, the players who will be coming on stage to kickstart set 2 very, very soon. In under 60 seconds is what I'm hearing, Shri. But now, you mentioned a great point. Set 2 starts from 0. How should Vidit decide a strategy for this one?
Vidit, first and foremost, needs that confidence, Rakesh. He needs that positive feeling. And emotions play such a massive role in chess, the
True.
player who feels more positive, it shows in their games. And the opponent also feels it. So when someone is feeling confident, you feel less confident. And when someone is a bit low on confidence, you thrive on it. So right now, Bok can sense that shift in momentum. He has the advantage. He has the psychological upper hand, and he will look to keep that pressure. And for Vidit, he needs to try and get a good position out of the opening first and foremost. That's where his work in the openings will come in. Once he gets good position, now that's 25% of the work done. He has to focus one at a time. He has to focus on that one game. He has to try and just get that one win. And he will know from his experience that that one win is going to change everything in the match momentum.
Absolutely, as we see Vidit settling in, he gets the thumbs up from the producer. He's ready to go. Benji is also all set, and we saw in that video in the ad that you all saw, chat, that Benjamin's message was very inspiring and motivating there. Shri, he is also ready. One more set, and he punches his ticket to Paris.
Yeah, what an amazing story would that be if Bok manages to punch his ticket all the way to Paris. I think before this, during the qualifier, he was not exactly the favorite, was he?
Not at all. I mean, Vidit was the hot favorite, playing in his home country, in his home city, as we know. He has shifted to Mumbai recently. And there we go. We have 5 seconds to the game, Shri. Kicking off, Vidit with the black pieces this time. And Benji starts off with, I think I'm guessing pawn, the queen's pawn this time.
Are you sure though?
Let's go.
That makes sense though. That makes sense, and that will be the third white in a row for Benjamin.
Yes.
So a lot of momentum for Vidit to overcome. But the good thing for him, he's no longer in a situation where a draw is good enough, or all he needs to do is make a draw.
Yeah.
So he can go all in, and he can cash in on those winning chances that his opponent was giving him by having to risk in the previous games.
Yeah, maybe I think he's gone for the English opening, or something with the knight coming out on first move. But what do you make of this?
A couple of pawn trades, as you can see, and the d4 pawn, the pawn in the center, it gives you a lot of space. And when you have more space, your pieces have more squares to go to.
Right.
So that's the advantage of that pawn being on d4. The disadvantage, on the other hand, the pawn is vulnerable. The pawn can be attacked, it can be captured, and that's exactly what White is trying to do there with the queen move to e5.
Yeah.
And he has taken that pawn off, but it's still not the end of the story, because Black gets a lot of duty as compensation for the pawn. And right now, both the players are still in their opening preparation.
Yeah, looking at the times on the clock, it's good opening break by both of them, and Benjamin having a 30-second disadvantage right now, but we are extremely in the early stages here, Shri.
Yeah, extremely early stages, but I like the fact that Vidit has a position where he can throw everything at Bok's king.
Yeah, love that.
The king goes to the corner, the rook comes in front of the White's king. The next couple of moves. I mean, I'm surprised Bok is taking so much time for this move.
Yeah, it was a forced recapture. The knight comes out to protect the rook in the corner, and Rebecca and Chad is saying, let's rock and roll. And Shri, that's the way that Vidit wants to do here in set 2. Chad, we are seeing your messages. Lovely to see, especially the one that I wanted to ask Srinath myself, and Chad was mentioning, what is India's board order, Srinath, at the Olympiad?
The board order it's a mystery to me as well right now. I think we should wait for the team selection first of all.
True, yeah.
And once the team selection is official, then we can start thinking about the board order.
Sure. Now coming back to the game, I think Vidit can. Yeah, I was thinking Queen chops the pawn off.
No, Vidit wouldn't do that, because then the knight comes to the center and likely forces a queen trade. Vidit wants to keep the queens on, is what I'm thinking. He needs to. He needs to get that aggression out.
Yeah.
And for that, he needs to attack the king. That's what he's going for now.
Yeah, that's a solid choice. Vidit's king and Benji's king would love to go to the right side, on the rightmost file in the corners, so that the rooks can occupy the all-important open file.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rakesh, what they say in thread?
Ooh. Shri, that's a blunder. Wait, what? Grandmaster Srinath, tell me how Vidit can take advantage.
He's going for a checkmate, Rakesh. Rook is coming to the g file and queen is coming to f3.
You can't chop off the bishop in the center, because a check by the black rook. The king has to go in the corner, and queen comes 2 steps to the right, saying hello to the king, and game over.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see, Vidit, he's now liberated. He's no longer under that pressure. And look at his moves when he's no longer under that pressure. So I guess what you need to do is to just tell Vidit that this is going to be the round one.
Yeah.
And there's nothing at stake. And then you see a different Vidit. And then you tell Vidit this is the last round and you need to make a draw. You see a different Vidit.
Exactly. It's like 2 different Vidit Gujratis here we have. One without pressure and one in pressure. But now, this game with the black piece, you are mentioning the sweetest thing to come back, or to make a comeback, is to win a game. And Vidit is just doing absolutely that.
Yeah, and you feel liberated when you fear something and that happens, and you're no longer thinking, oh my god, what if I lose? What if I lose? What if I lose?
Yeah.
It's a liberating feeling sometimes when the worst thing happens to you, and now you can start with a fresh mind with nothing to lose anymore. I think that's the best mindset that can happen to you when you have nothing to lose.
Exactly, and the Ashwin is saying bishop, the position should be better with the bishop than the knight, but with it is saying take my bishop. I don't care
Yeah.
because my rook will swing to the right, give a check. If the king goes in the corner, queen comes in and is checkmate. How does Benji get out of this?
I think he will likely sacrifice the queen to try and keep the game going.
Okay, okay.
And try and hold with a rook and knight. Not that he has a very bright chance of doing it, but at least it keeps the game going, and he's not checkmated in the near future, because otherwise
Yeah.
it could end in a very quick checkmate.
As we see the eval on the bottom also. Look at that, it was even Stevens, but then suddenly that big drop, that big slope that's created thanks to Benjamin's blunder. But with it, he would be licking his lips here right now. He's super duper pumped because after losing set one, this is the best thing that could have happened with a black win, that too.
Absolutely, Rakesh. And this is a time when if it's not an e-sport, a e-chess,
Yeah.
I would assert my dominance over my opponent. I would take a walk around. I would stare at him. I'd be like, Benji, did you see this? Did you see this? What are you going to do against my rook g8?
Exactly.
Here I don't exactly see how he's able to create that, but I guess they can still see each other's expressions.
Yes, they can. We have a beautiful stage here in Mumbai as the move that was played by Vidit King in the corner had also 2 exclamation marks. So chess.com has green lighted and given him the brilliant move, which is one of the first that we have seen here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Benjamin protects that f3 square, the most important square, which will prevent black's queen from coming and checkmating white's king.
Yeah.
But I don't see how he prevents the long-term attack of black's queen and rooks against his king.
So here I think with the queen going up, yeah, a check is nice. King goes to the corner, and then Vidit can just take his bishop and chop off that pawn that's attacking it.
Yeah, that's the easiest, the simplest thing to do, unless Vidit finds something even stronger, which I don't see right now. But then, of course, I didn't see Vidit's previous move either, which happened so fast.
Yeah, I mean, also I'm thinking of some ideas like, oh, he goes for that, and we'll see what Vidit has in mind. As someone in chat is saying, Vidit has overcome his mental demons, and that too with a win. I mean, what better feeling, Sri?
Yes, absolutely. But Rakesh, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Vidit still has to complete this win.
Yes.
And he hasn't had that feeling for a while. It's been an hour since his first win.
yeah. Game one looked off. Set one was a long time ago, and like we saw in set one, it's never over until it's actually over.
Yes, it's never over until it's actually over. And when you have not won for a while, even if it's just for 3-4 games, you still need to work a bit extra hard to get that confidence back, the flow back.
Yeah.
So he's still in a slightly vulnerable state, and he needs to finish it off. But the good thing for him, his position is so overwhelmingly good. He has such a big advantage, and it all happened just due to one move by Bok.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't even need to do much. He needs to just take the d2 pawn with his bishop,
Right.
and then his queen is back to the diagonal, checkmating the king.
Yeah, the knight has to move, and that's why we see Benjamin thinking here. Vidit has almost double the amount of time here, but time is not a worry. I think Benjamin's position is just too fragile.
Yeah, absolutely. In a classical game, this would be resignable. I wouldn't be surprised if white resigns.
Wow.
But since it's 10+0, he's trying to find some way to keep the game going. But I honestly don't see a way for white to tangibly continue.
He tries the queen trade, but I would love to, switch my Vidit's queen to the H file, like attack, threatening checkmate in one.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see a forced win almost.
Okay. Wow.
But okay, maybe I don't. It's probably not yet forced. But yeah, the queen moves to the corner. The rooks come into the open file, and it should be. I think the game should be over in the next 5 to 10 moves.
Wow, that's a strong claim, and yes, Everyone in chat is saying this is just over. But with it going for our idea there, Shri, feels nice always. And you must be also doing this during the Olympiad where you are thinking, with it, please play this move. And he has maybe done that in the past.
Yeah, he does that a lot. Uh, and of course, quite often, if he doesn't play the move I'm praying for, it's probably a better one.
Yeah, and now I would love to bring, the rook in the corner, attacking the queen in the open file, forcing your queen to move, and then putting more pressure on white's position.
Yeah, and for white, if he has the luxury of time, if he can make a few moves, he will try to bring the rook to the g file and try and trade the rooks.
Yeah.
And if he can trade and have a couple of moves, couple of tempos, then his position starts becoming defendable. So time matters a lot in terms of the moves that black can make, and therefore that is why Vidit is trying to spend his time calculating a way to finish white off before he has time to bring his rook.
Yeah, you don't want your opponent to get back in the game. You want to finish it off before it gets difficult, as this is the best chess commentary in the world, and we have the world's best players playing as well, Shri.
Now the rook comes to the fifth rank midway, Rakesh.
Which one? The rook closer to the king or one in the center?
I can see the rook closer to the king. I think
Both
the rook
were.
closer to the king.
Okay.
Because the thing is, if I get that rook to the midway, if white offers a trade
plays
of...
it.
Yeah, there he go. If white now offers a trade of rooks, as black you can ignore it and take the pawn near white's king. Now you wouldn't be able to do this if the other rook was played.
Got it.
Because
Got
now
it.
white can capture the rook with a check.
That's a really good one. And Benjamin, almost near the 3-minute mark, he spent 70% of his time. You can see he's extremely disappointed with his position.
Yeah, because he has no release.
Yeah.
And Rakesh, it just took 1 minute, not even a minute. It took a few seconds of lapse of concentration. He made one mistake, pawn to f4, and you saw how quickly with it latched on. And that's also because of what a nice position he had from the opening,
Yeah.
which, it shows chess players do behind the scenes. The months of work translating into a good opening position. And then you get these kind of chances and you create them by applying that pressure on the opponent.
True. Yeah, you can see Benji still looking upset. He's just not finding the right move. And with it, cool, calm, collected, and just chilling right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But if I were white, I would not resign this in a hurry. Even if I'm completely lost, I would still use the time to try and recover emotionally. There's no breaks in between the games.
True, there's no breaks. That's what esports does for fans all across the world. We love this hype, like the chat is loving it, and it's also esports, no increment. There's so much action, there's so many blunders, brilliancies, everything in between. Whereas in a classical game, we have to wait 4 hours just for one game to decide.
Yeah, it's pretty much like playing a video game.
Pretty much.
It gives you the same identity. Oh, he goes for the queen trade. The queen's off, but the king is not any safer, Rakesh.
And with it still munching on those pawns, and a slight inaccuracy there, but I still think Vidit is in the driver's seat.
This is the moment when Vidit's app would tell you that, okay, this is what Stockfish says, but Vidit is going to play rook into d2, take those pawns and win the game.
Because as we all call him, greedy Veedy, he loves to chop off those pawns whenever possible, as Benji pushes his pawn, hitting with its rook.
He can hit the rook as much as he wants, but the rook is going to attack, I think, one more pawn. And he's already 2 pawns up, which, is usually a safe margin to win an endgame with rooks and pawn.
Yeah.
But with the third pawn, he pretty much assures himself. So he has to go and attack those pawns on the left side of the board. And one of those 2 pawns is likely to fall in the next few moves.
Yeah, Vidit just thinking, where do I place my rook to, cause even more damage here? Because, look at Benji, he's clearly a little disappointed there.
Yeah, he's still probably regretting that one move he played early in the game. But like I said, that's the advantage that he has, that he can use this time to try and get some emotional recovery. You really need that time. Emotional upheaval, emotional wounds are similar to the physical wounds. You need time to recover. It doesn't happen on its own in an instant.
Shri, but maybe Benjamin is the one who's recovering now because a second inaccuracy in a row. And look at the eval bar on the left. It's slowly creeping back to the middle stage.
Yeah, but I wouldn't worry about it. From a practical point of view, I think it's still very far from White being able to save this game. And he moved his rook to the center, which is generally not a bad thing. And Bok has so low time that even if he manages to find a recovery path, he is unlikely to be able to finish the game.
Yeah, remember 10 plus 0. That means you only have 10 minutes. Bok having almost 80 seconds on the clock and makes a mistake. I think if he just completes the game, he's going to win.
Yeah, he's got to complete the game. He's got to keep making decent moves though, because as we are seeing in the last two games, Bok still managed to recover with no time. And look at Vidit, he sets a trap, Rakesh.
Oh, I saw the checkmate there, and Benjamin saves it. Vidit was planning to use his center rook and give in a check, but now he puts his pawn while Benji pushes the pawn on the left.
Yeah, and you know that pawn also makes sure the king has some breathing space, so there's never going to be a nasty surprise and unpleasant mating net. And with it, he can just even move around his king a little bit.
There you go. Very, very nice call there, Sri. You have to do something special as with the Gujrathi because you're about to beat the 5-time online Dutch champion that Benjamin Bok is.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see how much difference it makes here, the online chess, the esport, and the traditional chess we play on the board.
Very true, very true. Some players are specialists in these online formats as the rook comes in to c4. With it, just thinking of how do I win this with the least amount of counterplay?
Yeah, that is the Vidit method, the classical method.
Yeah.
Deprive your opponent of any hope. And how many times has he done that? I think rook trade upcoming.
Yeah, you would like to trade off the rooks and in case also get the pawn next to the white rook there because it's nice to have a couple of pawns extra as Vidit is still thinking, but I would love to give that check now, Shri.
Yeah, Vidit, he's making
there you go.
Sure.
Yeah. Benji under 1 minute. I love how the production is, just showing us. Suddenly if the time goes below 1 minute, it becomes red in color and that's a warning sign, Shri.
Indeed. That is absolutely a warning sign. Now Benjamin burning more time. He's lost 1/3 of the time he had in making that move.
Yeah, look at that greedy Vidit not letting go of his pawn. He's planning to maybe bring his king over as well into the center of the board.
Yeah, he's taking his time. He's taking his time to finish off his opponent, and he's making sure. Again, the onus is on white to create something. Vidit can even, just move his king all the way to the left-hand side and capture those pawns, and white has no counterplay. His king is stopped completely where it is right now.
That's a very good call, Shri. I would also like to, maybe bring the rook in, threaten the pawn on the left side there. And I think, look at Vidit's king and rook. It's two pieces. Whereas for white, it's only one rook because the king in the corner is useless.
Yeah, and those two pawns play a massive difference in how the match stacks up. I think he can win the f4 pawn now, the pawn closer to the white rook by just playing rook to d4. And oh no, that's a trap.
The pawns start running on the left maybe.
Yes, and if you calculate, you can see that black's pawns are faster. But will Vidit calculate? Will he want to even take that chance or just keep equilibrium? I think he's calculating.
Yeah, Vidit, brute force calculation. If the win is there, he's trying to find it. But we see a few moves coming thick and fast. And now the position still in Vidit's favor. Benji under 20 seconds now.
Yeah, one lone pawn against 4 pawns of black.
5 actually. After he captured it will be 4, you're right. And 10 seconds, this is resignable.
Yeah, absolutely, this is resignable. But, like you said, like we earlier mentioned, just keep playing and try and use the time to recover emotionally.
Yeah, and wait, it's 0 or not sure what's happening there.
Yeah, not sure what's happening there, but I think we can be sure about the result. That
there we go. There we have the moves, and it's looking like Vidit has taken this one. No, they're still playing.
They're still playing, but now the pawn is promoted to a queen, and Bok drinks some water as an act of resignation.
And there we have it. Vidit Gujrathi winning game 1 like he did in set 1, drinks his water and gets a W. Srinath, what an impressive win by Vidit. Sum it up for us. What do you think about this win?
Brilliant win, Rakesh. Brilliant opening play, confident play by Vidit, and that created the pressure for Bok to
Yeah.
make a mistake. And all it took was a few moments of lapse of concentration, one mistake, and when Bok attacked Vidit's bishop, it was probably completely unexpected for him. The reflex would be to move your bishop or defend it or attack something else, but Vidit completely ignored it and just moved his king one square, and that made all the difference in this game.
Yeah, and look at him having munching on some food there in between the break that we have almost a 30-second break before game 2 starts. But like very similar, he munched on several of Benjamin Boak's pawns there in game 1, and he has taken the lead now.
Yep, he has taken the lead one more time, and he can use all the lessons he had from the last set and make sure that he doesn't repeat. And I think the most important lesson is to not get too defensive, not get too anxious, but when his opponent takes a risk to try and win when he's down, to pounce on it and double the lead.
Let's go. Let's see if Vidit can do that. He goes for his favorite set of his beloved Queen's pawn opening there, and Catalan may ensue here, Sri.
Yeah, you know what, Rakesh? Bok and Vidit are just 1 year apart in their year of birth, and they go back a long way. And they played in so many of these World Youth Championships. One of the most notable one was the World Under 14, which Vidit won, where he beat Bok in a similar opening with D4, Knight f3, G3. It was so simple back then for Vidit. He got these positions with D4, Knight f3, G3. He got nice strategic positions and he squeezed his opponents in so many of those games.
I mean, also incredible memory there, Srina, remembering the opening. I mean, result is great, but remembering the opening almost 20 years ago back, what happened, I think, in Vietnam, that tournament was. So kudos, like, extremely well done, Sri.
Yes, Rakesh, there's a secret on why my memory is so strong about that tournament. I was also one of Vidit's victims in the same line.
there you go. There you go. That now I know why your memory is so good about that event. But also coming back to that, just shows Vidit has that psychological advantage over Bok, but Bok won set 1, which is like also showing that online chess is different to OTB chess.
Yeah, and I think Bok has overcome all kinds of psychological barriers. Just doing it against Vidit right now, but he defeated none other than Arjun Erigaisi in the semi-final.
Oh yes,
and Arjun is someone who can go head-to-head against anyone in the world in this format. Yeah, he's one of the fastest players. He's not just the strongest, but he's one of the fastest. He was one of the top players in even the Bullet Championship recently. So he can play fast. He can play these non-incremental time controls. And Bok managed to defeat him in a very convincing way. He just not just defeated him with the superior score line, but he was also better against Arjun in almost all the games in that match.
Very true. And till that time, Arjun's qualification was not certain. He has qualified to the EWC, but it just shows that Arjun gave his all. He was not chilling in that game.
Yeah, he gave his all and he had crushed everyone who came in his path until that time. So Bok has shown that he can whatever psychological disadvantage that he has against any opponent, and now he's gone for this nice King's Indian structure, everything closed on the center. It's relatively closed on the queen side, so it gives him the perfect opportunity to advance those pawns on the king side against Vidit's king.
True, and also we would love to see those heart rate monitors again being displayed at the bottom of our screens, because it also gives a great insight into how the players are feeling internally.
Absolutely. It gives us a great insight. Rakesh, high heart rate is not always a bad thing. Having low heart rate, high heart rate also shows concentration. It shows attention, and it also shows a bit of nervousness at sometimes. But that's not always a bad thing, having that kind of attention. And if your heart rate constantly remains below 100 in a situation like this, that's also dangerous for you.
Oh, that's a very nice insight that as Bishop captures the pawn, with it pushing his pawns on the left side of the board, trying to kick the knight away. Where does Bok's knight go here?
It probably wants to go to the white's direction. Oh,
to the edge of the board.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We have heard Sri, knight in the corner is like not so active. So I'm not sure why Benjamin played it there.
In general, yes, Rakesh, but that knight's not intending to stay for long on the board. He offers a knight trade with that. And that makes a lot of sense. Imagine you have a city which is congested with a lot of people. That's Black's position right now.
Like Mumbai, yeah, where we have. But yeah, I think I love that analogy there, and also to everyone in the chat. If you have a lot of pieces, you want to maybe trade some off because that just eases up or frees more space for your other pieces.
Absolutely, and that's exactly why Vidit refuses a trade offer in a very polite way. Thank you, but please stay on the corner, Mr. Knight on A4. And although the evaluation bar disapproves of it, you can see why when someone has only a few seconds to make a decision, a grandmaster makes this kind of decision instantly.
Yep, he brings back his knight, trying to justify or try to punish with its knight in the corner. But interesting position here, and with it puts rook up the board.
Yeah, so that is frees his knight up also. The knight was pinned, and he couldn't move that knight close to the queen on the left hand side of the board. So with rook b3, he can play that knight to e3 in the future.
Yeah.
And also you see, Rakesh, at some point I can even attack the knight on the corner. You
want to pin it and win it.
Yep, pin it, and the knight has no square to go at the moment. So
yeah,
that is a potential danger for Black to watch out long term.
True. Pawn on b5. I was also thinking maybe bishop to the corner was an option, but Benjamin trying to force matters here. This is where I think Vidit can take over the initiative, Sri.
Yeah, and he has to take the initiative. He has to use his advantage on the scoreboard. He has to use the advantage on the clock, and he has to try and maximize it, Rakesh, any chance he gets.
Yeah.
That's how he gets that psychological momentum back.
And yeah, chat, in case anyone joining in, the scores are on the bottom left corner and the bottom right corner with it, as we see in a 1-0 lead. That is just for this set though. Benjamin won set 1 in a thrilling Armageddon. And also on that note, we have the arbiter, Judith herself in our chat, and she said what a thrilling Armageddon that was.
Oh, I know, right? I think as arbiters, you're lucky. You have one of the best seats to watch all these thrillers.
True, that is true. As we see a trade, Benjamin capturing the bishop, but with it taking the pawn on the left side of the board.
Yeah, with it, and also you see with that important trade, Bok has also managed to connect his central pawns at the moment. So a lot of strategic small battles going on different parts of the board. It's such an interesting battle. With the earlier pawn move, Bok ensured that the knight on a4 has one square to go to.
Yeah.
And it will no longer be in a danger of being trapped. He has connected White's pawns and he has connected his own pawns a bit better. So I can see he has managed to gain a few things in the last few moves. Vidit, on the other hand, has gained pair of bishops.
Yep.
And bishops on an open board control more squares than a bishop and knight or two knights together. So it's a battle of many different strategic aspects. And we'll see which one is stronger here.
Yeah, time will tell, but with it under 5.5 minutes now, Sri and Benjamin having that 1 minute advantage in a comfortable position, I would say.
Yeah, and this turnaround was very recent. Yeah, a couple of moves earlier, Vidit was the one with 1 minute time advantage.
Yeah,
but he had to spend quite a bit of time in these last two moves, and he trades that knight. The knight trade that he spurned a few minutes earlier, he goes back to that knight trade in order to get the c file for his rook and attack that weak pawn that Black has on the very backward of his board.
Yeah, that pawn has never moved in this life, Shri. And if you capture my pawn on b4, Vidit would love to chop off the pawn on c7 and bring the rook to the 7th file. As they say, for the rooks, 7 is heaven.
Yep. So Black will try and make sure that is not allowed. He will try to defend that pawn right now. But I think all in all, it was a very smart decision by Vidit to trade off that knight. And also shows how it's important to stay flexible with your decisions. Sometimes you decide a certain thing, but it's very important to be flexible depending on the changes.
True. Very well put, Sri. And with Benjamin having a longish think here, he's below with its time right now. And what is he considering?
He's considering which way to defend the pawn, and he's finally chosen that the rook on the left-hand corner is the one to do the job.
Yeah.
And now he threatens. he threatens a white pawn on the left hand side. And I think if that rook is attacked by white's bishop, then that rook can move to the b7 point, from where it both defends his pawn as well as attacks white's pawn.
That's a great point, Sri. Multi-purpose piece there for black, and Vidit has not yet played bishop to e3, attacking black's rook. So ball in Vidit's court right now.
Yep, ball in Vidit's court, and he has to bring all his pieces on the left hand side and try and exert maximal pressure on black's backward pawn on c7. So get that queen out, get that bishop out, bring both rooks on one straight vertical file, and go all in on that c7 pawn, because the c7 pawn doesn't just exist, but it protects the all important central pawn on d6. So you take off the support and you create a new weakness.
Yeah, it's like those pawns can fall off in like a string of dominoes that we see normally. You get c7, d6 and e5 are next in line. So love that analogy. But Sri, Vidit again having a longest thing. He's now up to 4 minutes. So he goes for your move.
Yep, he has to bring those pieces into action, Rakesh.
Yeah.
And the rook goes to that designated spot that we discussed, and now Vidit attacks two pawns at once. One pawn on the backward on c7 and one pawn on the right hand side on f5. The queen showing its versatility.
Exactly, the only piece that that can go in two separate directions there. One as a rook attacking the c7 point, and one as a bishop attacking the f5 pawn. I don't think Benjamin can save both unless he retreats his knight to the back rank.
Yep, absolutely. But would he want to do that?
Exactly, yeah. That's a different story.
Yes. Or try and trade the pawns, give up one of his pawns, capture white's pawns. These are the options that he has at his disposal.
True, but do you capture the pawn in front of black's queen, or with its pawn in the center? He goes for the center pawn.
He goes for the center pawn, but the bar doesn't like it at all.
Sri, I thought you can slide. Oh, wow! What a move by Vidit. He puts his rook in front of the pawn's face, saying you can't take it, because the bishop, like a sniper, swoops in, captures the knight in the center, gives a check, and then chops off the rook in the corner.
And this is the part I was telling about, Rakesh. When you're in the lead,
Yeah.
it's important not to get too defensive. Your opponent is going to give you opportunities, trying to risk a lot. And Vidit is now in that zone where he's ready to accept those opportunities. And that's why set 2 begins with 0 of 0.
That was your foresight. King slides in the corner. Vidit must be super duper pumped right now. He's not showing it because he knows the job is not yet done.
Yep, cool as a cucumber. He takes off the rook, and now he chops off black's pawn. So as a result, what has happened is black is left with a bad bishop. The only remaining piece in this position is bad.
Yeah.
And although Vidit has not won any material, Rakesh, his pieces are in prime position. So the dividends are about to be reaped soon.
Yeah, if you do a quick 1v1 score for all the 3 pieces that are playing except the king, Vidit, each and every piece for Vidit is better. So it's like a 3-0 score that we have in football. But I love Vidit's position, and I think he should be inflicting the second loss in a row on Benjamin Book.
Yeah, now you see how his moves flow when the position is good.
And he's not under pressure.
Yep. He is now locked into that zone now. And that is again the beauty of having a 3-set format,
Yeah. The queen comes in, hitting the rook there. Benjamin has to save that. And he has saved a few tough positions, overall. But this one is looking a little bit out of bounds.
Yes, I can see that in Vidit's face. Vidit is locked in. He sees he has the advantage. And I can't imagine Vidit letting go of this situation. If it was the first set, if he hadn't still lost the game, if he was feeling tentative, then there's a chance for black. But here he's locked in. He knows he has learned from his mistakes, and he's implementing those improvements right away, immediately in the second set.
Yep, and Benjamin, he's just thinking maybe, what does he do? I'm sure it's not resignable. Material is equal, Sri. What does he do?
That's the problem he has right now, Rakesh. If he moves the rook, then the queen has attacking possibilities, which wins at least a pawn by force.
Yeah.
And on the next move, the white rook is coming to the center to d1 and potentially to d8. and Black's king is super vulnerable. The problem for Black, the rook is not able to go back to the 8th rank, and therefore the horizontal line in front of Black's king is completely unprotected. And you can try and defend it with the queen, but the white rook and the bishop can combine, and you cannot trade the queen for a rook. So that's the disadvantage of being able to defend with the queen. And the rook cannot participate in the defense.
True, I love that. The rook coming to the open file and entering the last rank. The last rank defense is breached for Benjamin Mook. That's why he spent more than 2 minutes on this position. And honestly, I don't see a move for him.
Yeah, it's like he's a down a defender.
Yeah.
He's down a defender, and White has 2 forwards who can score a goal. And it's only against a goalkeeper.
Exactly. It's just feeling a little unfair there for Benjamin Mook. But I think he brings the rook in the center, by the way. But yeah, queen coming in, hitting the rook and the pawn.
Yep, he gives up a pawn to buy some time for his king.
Yep.
But that's an important pawn. And after White captures the pawn on f5, look at Black's pawns. They are so disjointed.
It's like 3 little friends having their parties on their own. They're not together, sadly.
Yep. And if they're apart, then the higher chances that they would fall apart one by one.
True, and I think apart from that pawn, something Benjamin has also lost in the last couple of minutes is those couple of minutes. He's down 2 minutes now, and the position and the clock is just giving us signs of a second with victory.
Yeah, and even though we don't even need to have the heart rate monitors to see what the players are feeling, you can see it on their face.
Yeah, true. I think look at Benjamin. He's already probably thinking, how do I strike back with the white pieces in game 3?
Yeah, he's probably upset at himself at some level. He probably regretting some of his past decisions, starting from game 1 and also in game 2. A couple of small mistakes, and Vidit on the other hand is completely zoned into the present moment.
Yeah.
So you can see him again locked in, and you can see him thinking calmly and clearly.
Absolutely, and the queen coming here, but I think Benjamin just has to channel his true self because he's beaten Arjun Edgesi in the semis, which is not an easy feat at all.
Yes, Rakesh, absolutely. Bok is never out of the match.
No
and
way.
He's not even out of the set yet, but it's going to take. I think a check now forces at least the trade of the rook. Will Vidit go for it?
Yeah, you will check in with the rook in the top left corner. No, he doesn't go for that.
He wants to take his time. But there are just so many ways for him to finish off the game here.
Yeah, but remember, he didn't finish Bok, and Bok grabbed that opportunity with both hands. Here, Vidit is still better and winning, but the job isn't done.
Yep, the job isn't done yet. And Vidit is probably wondering whether he should take his rook to finish off Black's king. But that comes at the cost of weakening his own king's defense. So I think he will not do it.
Maybe can Vidit chop off the pawn in the center?
Also risky, Rakesh, because then the rook on f6 moves to set up a discovered attack against white.
Yeah. And the queen and the rook are in one line, so that's no good. And rook g6, remember, Ding Liren played this against Nepo to clinch the title in that Armageddon. So rook g6 is there for the ages.
Yeah, now things are starting to get a bit worrisome for Vidit. He's down to less than a minute. Red clearly showing in his time. And that's actually the last thing he should be doing. He needs to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, this is not good if you're a Vidit fan because he's taking too much pressure. And look at Benji, he's smart. He's playing quickly, putting the ball in Vidit's court.
Yeah, Vidit tries to simplify things, but now this is going towards a 3+0 game, which Bok has played loads of. And now he's starting to push his pawn. He'll try to bring his bishop towards White's king.
There you go.
Try and keep these little threats.
He has not made it easy at all. He's making Vidit earn every bit of that as he pins the bishop.
And you also start getting this hope when you're down on time, And I think Vidit just for a second went into classical chess mode.
Yeah, but he's trying to get the pawn in the center.
Oh, now the king is under attack and Vidit didn't see that, as you can see. He leans his head forward.
What a move by Benjamin. He's threatening to grab that pawn, give a check, and Vidit is in huge pressure.
Yeah, and now I think the position has gone to equal. Vidit is no longer winning, Rakesh. he takes black and
It's a
take his
time-
pawn back.
It's a time scramble. We have 15 seconds there. They may
They're
repeat.
repeating.
There's no way. Oh no, Benji plays on.
But why isn't he taking the b4 pawn? The pawn was going all the time. Look at the pressure.
It's 10 seconds free now. Oh my god. Maybe they chop everything and take the draw.
Yeah, or someone gets flagged.
Someone is getting flagged for sure.
Oh, Vidit is trying to flag Benji. No, it's a draw. Oh my god. That's not going to feel good for Vidit, and that's a great boost for Bok.
What a defense, a heroic defense of Benjamin Bok as the players take a quick breather after game 2 of that set. But Srinath, Vidit must be pissed that he missed that completely winning position.
Yeah, and it all adds up, Rakesh. It all adds up. Three games by Vidit that Bok has managed to turn around in the last few minutes. And I think it's also Vidit's years of classical chess training, which sometimes it's just turning against him. Suddenly he goes into this mode of thinking, taking long time, trying to find the best move. Whereas the speed chess format demands you to play quick, decent moves and keep making moves fast.
Exactly, Srinath. You said a very nice thing, which I'm going to borrow and use it in future broadcasts. That Vidit went into classical mode, and he invested such a big amount of trying to find the best path to victory. But in fact, if he had just made those normal moves, those hand moves as we call it, he could have gotten, second all-important win.
And here we also see Bok's impressive experience built over years of online speed chess play.
Yeah.
So if you're playing all those 3+0 games on chess.com, it's not for nothing, It could lead to something very important in your life a few years down the line.
For sure, Benjamin Bok has played tons of games. Nihal Sarin has played more than like 50,000 games, and now we see, he's had a fantastic year, and he won the Bullet Chess Championship a few weeks ago. But Shri, completely right. I mean, what a defense, and the experience showed. He sensed the moment when Vidit thought a lot. He took the initiative and was rewarded with a heartfelt draw.
Yep, absolutely. You just can't count Bok out even when he's low on time and even when he has a bad position. You need to finish him to the last possible moment.
Yep.
And I think that's going to be very important for Vidit to switch as the match progresses.
Yeah, and we're hearing players are ready, Shri. We might be having lift off for game 3 very, very soon because, it's esports, so there's very little time for the players to recover. But what an amazing arena that we were showing you just now. Loads of people here in Mumbai, Srinath. How do you feel, as a chess player? You've competed, now you are the coach. But looking at chess grow to this, how do you feel?
It's a lovely feeling, Rakesh. I'm so excited to be here. It's so fans, and they are able to cheer uninhibited. It's not like a typical tournament where mobile switched off, be silent.
Exactly. That's why I love esports. We were seeing also visuals from the FIFA World Cup where fans are enjoying. They love to cheer their team. They love to cheer their favorite person and their player. What an experience here we have at the Geo World Center in Mumbai. So if you're in around Mumbai, feel free to drop in because Shri, I feel Vidit is going to take this set and we are going to the Armageddon set, that is set 3.
Absolutely. I can so see that happening with the lead 1.5 half, and he has also been better in both the games.
Yeah.
So he's been dominating this set as well. All he needs to do, I think, Rakesh, is to keep playing fast.
True, but we have seen what happens if Vidit doesn't take advantage. That set 1 was that story. Vidit gets the lead in game 1, a couple of draws, misses a chance in game 4, Bok delivers and then delivers in the Armageddon again. Vidit definitely needs to learn his lesson.
Yeah, and I think it has also become clear that the match is roughly even, Rakesh, which wouldn't have been the case if you had looked at the classical chess ratings, the FIDE ratings.
True.
Vidit leads by almost a 140-point rating difference, and that just simply doesn't tell the story. The story is, so far, as the match has shown, it's an equal competition, and it's so different from the kind of opponents that Vidit won in the earlier knockouts where he played Pranesh and Raunak, who are, just playing so fast and making these blunders. And Bok, on the other hand, is taking it till the end, like MS Dhoni. He also wears the number 7 jersey.
Yes, he does. And like on that note, Vidit like I was talking to him yesterday, he said he's never taken such a long break in classical chess. He played the FIDE World Cup in November last year, and then he played US Chess Masters in July. So there was a 6-month break. He's never taken, but thanks to these events like the esports, like India Rising event, he has been in top shape and also beaten these youngsters who play almost every day 24/7.
Yep, that was some impressive win there.
And some impressive AI or no? Wait, that's real, Sri.
Yeah, that's a character from Valorant.
Oh yes. And we will have the event, the Valorant event of India Rising a little bit later after the chess event. But looking at that, Sri, fighting chess is expected.
Yeah, fighting chess is expected, and I can only imagine how much at home the World Championship challenger Javakar Sundaro would feel in
Oh,
a case like this.
I think this is the dream of both worlds colliding. Javakir Sundaro would absolutely thrive at esports event. You know, he's also playing in the Esports World Cup later in Paris. But which one of these two will be joining him, Sri? That's the question.
Yep, that is the. It's not a $1 million question, but it is the $1 million question today.
You know, and it's also like a million rupees here for the champion. Almost 10 lakh rupees, almost close to $10,000 here for first place, $6,000 for second place, Sri. That, I think, more than that. People, I mean, everyone loves money, but for the players, it's the honor to play in the Esports World Cup, where you know you are signed by a esports team, and that is the main thing that the players would have on their minds.
Yep, similar feels to playing in the Olympiad.
Yep.
And also the enthralling atmosphere. Rakesh, how often do you play in front of a crowd of 5,000 or 10,000 live in front of you offline, apart from the thousands online?
Very true. You know, this is such a completely new scenario for chess players. Or normally you have to be quiet. Here we see the audience chilling, having fun. You know, also we see other games are also a lot of cosplay. People are eating food. You know, enjoying themselves. I hope, Shri, you also try to include this in the upcoming Chennai Grandmasters that we have.
The viewer experience for sure.
Yeah.
The fun experience and the live commentary and everything. And you can enjoy yourselves in Chennai as well.
That's awesome. As we see Benjamin Book putting on his favorite songs on his Spotify list. They have noise cancellation headphones. The over-ear headphones are already donned by Vidit as game 3 of set 2 is about to begin, Shri.
Yep. Game 3 about to begin, and what opening will Bok play? It's a very important question, Rakesh. Once again, he has gained a little bit of psychological ascendancy with the draw.
Yep.
If Vidit had won that game, the set would have been almost over, as good as over. And that is where Bok has done so much better than the previous opponents Vidit faced. Pranesh, Raunak. He has been emotionally a lot more stable.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, the youngsters Pranesh versus the experience of Bok comes in. You know, Bok took his time. He didn't go all in, which the like Ronak and Pranesh, the kids, were trying to force matters. Whereas Bok realized, you know, it's a 4-game mini match set 2. Let me defend and just do my best in the current moment.
Yeah, and he's backed himself so impressively, coming all the way from Amsterdam. He took a 10-hour flight to reach here,
Yeah.
and he's facing such a home crowd. So
True.
I have so much admiration for Bok. Once again, so much inspiration to take from Bok for me.
Absolutely, you know, Benjamin Bok, an extremely strong player there. And we've seen, you know, him win the Dutch Online Championship 5 times. He also was, you know, a gold medalist in the European Team Championship on an on his board. So clearly a strong player in classical chess as well as OTB chess.
Yep. And I think we are just about to go live. 2, 3, 2, 1.
There
And
we go. Let's go. What do you think, Shri? A queen spawn No, he goes for the king spawn opening.
Yep. Seems like a King's Pawn opening, but
The Italian.
oh yeah, the repeat of the Italian. The
Yeah.
repeat of the Italian that gave him the win in the.
Yeah, and remember Vidit had pushed his pawns on the right side in front of his king in that one after Benjamin plonked his bishop on the g5 square, pinning the knight to the queen.
And there we have the heart rate monitor back.
Let's go.
And Bok is always starting with the zone 4 in his cardio.
exactly. He starts in zone 4, but then settles in and it's around the zone 2 or zone 3 mark.
Yeah, I think the openings are the most nervous part of box game from what
Yeah.
we can see in the heart rate monitor.
Yep. That's
Uh,
a if I was in Vidit's team, I would clearly make a note of that.
And Vidit is most confident in the opening. Yeah, he's always playing fast. He has a time advantage. He's absolutely cool during the opening phase, but it's at the end phase where Vidit seems to be hesitating too much.
True, that's very well put, Sri. And we do have a repeat of that game which we saw in the Armageddon. But who changes first? Who blinks first, Sri?
I'm sure Vidit will probably the one to change first, and I think we'll also see a different approach to Vidit's play this time. At that time, he needed a draw. He was playing uh, not exactly too defensively, but we could also see Bok was trying very hard to keep the pieces, not trade them, keep the position closed. And this time he doesn't have those kind of constraints. But it's still been a must-win situation in a sort of way. If Bok doesn't win this one, he goes into the last game facing the black pieces, or if he loses this game, he's out of set 2 immediately.
True. Vidit pushes his pawn to g4. Still, I think we are in the same territory as the Armageddon. And, Vidit is kind of saying, Benny, you are in a must-win situation like the Armageddon. But so I want you to change the move.
Yeah, show me what you got. Show me the improvement that you got. And I don't know if Bok had time to check for an improvement in between the games. That's something that we are going to be seeing
way,
very
I think.
shortly.
I think that's so tough. There's so many nerves and so many things happening. It's very difficult if you actually have like a second to help out with your openings.
Yeah, but you don't need that. All you need to do is go to the game review on chess.com
True.
and see what the coach says.
Yeah, bro, I'm so confused. Like it's this exact same position from the Armageddon still.
Yeah, exact. Is it the exact same though? I remember white pawn being on a4 in the Armageddon.
Yes, yeah.
So maybe minor difference there.
But the ideas remain the same, with it still playing on the right side of the board. Benjamin keeping this slow and steady approach. And one very important thing you brought up, this is Benjamin's last wide game in set 2. We remember how much advantage you have if you make the first move.
Yes, absolutely. And that has something that hasn't changed. And I think Vidit will again be happy at the kind of position that he has got from the opening.
Yeah.
The evaluation bar shows 0.4, which is slightly better for white, but practically, I don't think he has anything to complain in his position. The pieces are in such nice spots.
True. And yeah, as Chad is saying, Bok is pretty good, and we have seen that he leads one set to 0. So Vidit has to win this set. So Vidit is in a must-win situation in terms of sets, but Bok in a must-win game to remain in the set pretty much.
Absolutely.
By the way, Shri, you were speaking of things remaining the same. One thing has remained the same is Benjamin's heart rate. Still in that zone 4 you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, still in that zone 4, and with it still in his zone 2, the optimal spot for long-term cardio.
Yep. Bishop drops back for Benjamin. Maybe Vidit can slide his rook in the corner towards the center.
Yeah, he can do that, or he can improve that knight on the left-hand side and try and bring it closer to the right-hand side, towards the king side, so he can advance his pawns further. Those are a couple of options that he has at his disposal right now. But yeah, eventually he has to improve the pieces from their existing positions to something better.
Yeah, as we see a fantastic shot here from the wide angle. That's actually where we saw Vidit's family sitting, So they have a direct view of Vidit, what's happening. But what a event here overall, Sri. Like I'm extremely happy with all, the arrangements made here for the players and for the fans alike.
Yeah, especially for the fans.
Yeah.
And also the players do have something of a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
True.
So set to game 3, the grand finals, with it leading 1.5 in set 2, but Bok having one set more. And this is the time when players take a long think just after their opening prep ends.
Yes.
And they have to adjust from recollecting what they already know to making decisions on the board. And as you pointed out, Rakesh, he brings his rook to the center.
Yeah, bring you. You know, it's nice to use all your pieces, whereas Book still continue his game plan from that Armageddon. He brought the queen there, then he slid across his rook in the corner towards the center, and with it also uses your idea, Shri, bringing the knight to where the action is.
Yep, bringing knight to where the action is, and Bok uses the drawback of the knight moving away from c6, which was controlling the d4 square, the central square, and moves the pawn to the exact place which that knight was controlling on the previous move. So that helps him open up things in the center, which in turn allows his pieces to move to the lines which open up after a pawn trade in the center.
Yeah, true. And like, chat is mentioning, all that is great, but Benjamin's heart rate is too high, and I agree. It's been there. It's been 162 for a long time, bro.
Absolutely, but it's just that's just chess for you, and that's why chess is a sport. It's
Absolutely. It also shows Sri what is at stake. If you win this set, if you're Benjamin Book, you go directly to Paris.
Yep, and that's something massive, especially for Bok, I think, who I think must be playing an event of that caliber, joining the round of 16 maybe for the first time in his life. I'm sure he's
Yes.
played in quite a few World Cups, but I don't recall him reaching till the point of a round of 16.
No, he hasn't. He's played 3 World Cups, but I think the third round was his highest. But speaking of joining, Shri, Benjamin Book has joined the JD Esports team. So
Wow.
you see these offers and all of these things start coming in when you are at the highest level of in chess.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it gives inspiration to so many grandmasters and non-grandmasters that any one of you who's watching can make it to that stage, watching either online or offline.
True, true. And the knight retreats, which the engine hates for black. What did with it miss? Benjamin in with a real chance, Srinath.
Yes, absolutely, Rakesh. And Benjamin takes that opportunity. He takes that opportunity to get control of things on the F file. So with that pawn trade, the F file opens up,
Yep.
and uh, now the F5 square is weakened. The rook can move to the F. Oh, he goes directly for knight F5 check.
Srinath, what you're showing on the board is actually happening as well. The knight loves that outpost, saying hello to the king. And what do? You can capture my knight in 3 ways, but none of them are actually good for you.
Yep, none of them are actually good for you because the bishop can come to h4 next and
Yep.
do all kinds of nasty threats against the king. And if you capture with the knight, after the pawn captures,
It's a fork. Yep. And if you capture with the bishop, I capture, and I'm going to put my bishop in the corner, hitting your queen, and then try to push the pawn and fork your knight and king now.
Yep, and even the knight to f4 doesn't protect it because the bishop attacks on the diagonal.
Right, exactly. So with it, chops. The blue one is now we have the live board chat, and with it brings his knight to the center, hitting white's rook and getting that all important time to save both the pieces.
Yes, and while he manages that temporarily,
Yeah.
on the other hand, it does come at the cost of giving up that important light square bishop, which
True.
is a very important, had the important job of protecting the g4 pawn, the pawn in front of black's king. Now, if white manages to exert pressure against it, using his light square bishop, then black can be in some serious trouble.
True, and I think Benjamin feels it. Look at how he he's moving in his chair. He knows this is a golden opportunity for me to strike back and level the scores in set 2.
Yeah, and now his heart rate comes down correspondingly.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Exactly. And yeah, Bok is a very strong player, Chad, as we can see your comments, and his heart rate dropped after getting a good position.
Yes, he has calmed down. And I guess the immediate question for Bok in every game is how do I create chances against this guy with it? And then as soon as he creates chances, he starts feeling at ease.
Yeah, he is extremely at ease. But someone who is not is Vidit Gujrathi. 4 minutes 19 seconds. The engine doesn't like your position, and neither does Vidit himself.
Absolutely, Rakesh. But in terms of human play, I think there's still a lot to work out for White. He has to calculate, and this format doesn't give you enough time to work out those calculations and find the best move in all situations. So I think there's still a lot of hope for with it, and there's still a lot of complexities on the board.
Yeah, but even like fundamentally, the two bishops love an open position, and the position is extremely open. So I definitely agree that Vidit is in a defending position, but human tendency is there, and he has a chance to make a comeback.
Yeah, and those two knights, they look awesome, they look impressive, but they are kind of overstepping on each other's hooves
Yeah.
or shoes.
Oh, nice one, nice one.
So that in fact acts against with, but he has to do that to keep that F4 knight well protected, which is the crown jewel of his pieces, the only piece on White's territory,
Yep.
White's half of the board. And now White attacks one of those pawns, protecting it, thereby intensifying the pressure against Black's pieces and their positions.
Yeah, this is extremely tricky. And remember, if you're with it, you can't capture that pawn next to your queen because the rook would have slid across and captured the knight.
Yep, that would have been a nasty discovered attack. Instead, Vidit takes his knight to f6 from where he can defend that g4 pawn, make sure it's well protected. The king is safe. The king safety is the most important strategic aspect in chess. And in return, he gives up that beloved central pawn, which is also an important pawn part of Black's position, but not as important as the king.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see why Benjamin is thinking, the knight goes back, hitting your rook. You can simply capture it, and he does.
Yep, he goes for it. He captures. He's now a solid pawn up. With it, moves back that knight, but for now he can be sure that his king is well protected.
And the looking at the time situation, both of them under 4 minutes, Srinath, we are going towards another time scramble in this one.
Yep, we are going towards another time scramble, and I think it's important Bok keeps the bishop, and he does that exactly. He attacks the queen.
Yeah.
He invites the queen to invade on the first rank, which Vidit does, and he possibly can recapture the pawn right now. But if he does so, I would move the white queen
He
to
will.
d2.
Of course, he's greedy. So and like you said, queen on d2 entering into black's territory. This is looking risky for Vidit.
Yeah, it looks super risky, Rakesh. And when particularly you're playing with less time, an attack is even more effective. Direct attack against the king is one of the most nastiest things to face when you're down on time. This bishop on h4 would love to come to the center of the board and occupy that diagonal, which can happen if Vidit gives a check with the black queen.
Yeah, you don't. Oh, he does. We are like almost predicting the whole game here, Sri. Now the white bishop would love to come in the center of the board, and Vidit's king is looking extremely vulnerable. Sri, if I was a Vidit fan, I would be extremely scared right now.
Absolutely, Rakesh. It's very scary position for Vidit and his fans. The king is vulnerable. White's bishops are playing beautifully. White's pieces are on position, and apart from everything else, unusually so, Bok is the one with higher time advantage, and we haven't seen Vidit in this position a lot, where he's the one with a time deficit.
Absolutely, just about 2 minutes for Vidit Gujrathi to navigate this position. Otherwise, Benjamin is going to strike back and level the score.
Absolutely, and it looks very promising for Bok, with it burning up more and more time. And it turns out that this opening position which Bok has got is working beautifully for him in the sweet chess format.
Absolutely, queen in the center, but I just think White's position is extremely easy to play. Like you give a check with the queen, maybe, or put the bishop in the center. But I think both moves work.
Yeah, both moves in whatever order you fancy.
Yeah.
And Rakesh, I think this is a position which is totally in your style. Yeah, this is the kind of games you win.
I would love to play in this position, and right up my alley, as you were saying, Sri. But it's just looking extremely difficult for Vidit. 1 minute 43 for him. Benjamin has 3 minutes, and I think he should be able to navigate because a player of his caliber, it's like bread and butter for him.
Absolutely. But having said that, this format has been treacherous. We've
Yeah.
seen it happen so many times. So Bok will be mindful of that, and he will try and make sure that he gives with it no chances to come back. And in that, he burns a bit of time. But as long as it doesn't get equal, as long as he keeps a healthy advantage, there's nothing to worry for him.
Yeah, a check given as we predicted. And remember, everyone, this is set to game 3. If Benjamin equalizes this, Vidit will be in a must-win territory.
Yeah, then the pressure is totally on with it. It becomes an Armageddon of sorts either way.
Yeah.
Whatever way you look at it, it's going to be an Armageddon.
Either the next one is Armageddon or you play the actual Armageddon. But Vidit saying, relax, guys, I'm still not out. I'm defending. I know I'm worse. But let's say, how much percentage chance do you give for Benjamin to convert this?
I would still conservatively put it at 30%, Rakesh, because it's still in a very treacherous territory. And the time deficit has lessened considerably. But he eventually ends up playing the moves that
we suggested.
yes.
With it goes for pawn to g3, trying to complicate some matters. We have seen also it's not been the best couple of years for Vidit overall. But this is the one event that might change it all.
Yeah, the one event that might change it all, one game that might change it all, one move that might change it all. But I think Bok should just ignore that pawn and move his pawn one square forward and keep everything under control. To me, it looks like Black's position is on the verge of collapsing. But
Yeah.
you get some confidence, you get some heart from the fact that White is burning up time.
And yeah, that is literally like burning some dollars here for Benjamin Book. 1 minute, 10 seconds. He moves his queen back. I don't like that motion because Vidit can capture a pawn and give a check. And you can't slide your king across, which normally we do.
He can actually, because the check is actually
Oh.
under pin.
Yeah, the knight can't move. You're right.
So that is probably what he's counting on. Now he threatens to capture that f6 knight with the bishop. After which, again, the black knight on h5 in front of
Can't
the king
move.
cannot capture because it's under a pin. So black.
Wow.
So he took his time, but he found a winning move.
Yeah, and it is bullet time as we can see there on the top left corner. And Shri, with its king advances, now another move comes to mind. Bishop coming to the back rank, the light squad bishop, and again renewing your threat of bishop takes.
And he plays it, Rakesh. He plays it.
Wow. Benjamin Bok, what a guy.
Brilliant play by him. This game has been seamless, Rakesh. He took his time to hit his stride on set 2.
Yeah.
But as he was sliding in a free fall, he just needed that one bush to hold on to, and he found his way back to the top again.
And Vidit's time in red color, 30 seconds on the clock. Vidit, you gotta move. I don't care what it is, but you gotta move, buddy.
But he can't move. What do you move? How do you defend against bishop into f6? There's no way. There is no counter attack. There is no move that defends. He finally chops the pawn, gives a check, but again now he's in the territory where there's no good move.
Yeah, this is game over. He tries to slide across his rook, but just bishop.
Capture the knight.
Yeah, bishop in the center, capturing the knight. Oh, he goes. Oh, now the rook also hangs in the corner.
Yes.
And remember, still no check. The knight is pinned.
Unfortunately, no check. That one check that can change his life is. And now he loses the queen and the game, and with it resigns game 3. And Bok equalizes the score in set 2 with 1.5.
Wow. Benjamin Bok delivering the goods. And what a guy, what a player. He's down and out. We think, he was on the verge of losing the game 2 and the set, but he defends that. Immediately the next game, makes a comeback, and now Vidit is in a very difficult situation.
Yeah, he's under massive pressure. He needs to make it count with the white pieces. And he also has to fight against the psychological momentum.
Yep.
And this is the time when all those thoughts haunt you of all the opportunities you had, which you did not take.
Exactly, you can see it actually. He's just thinking, what could have I done better?
Yeah, and these are situations where you're mad at yourself, you're literally scolding yourself. And that is also a very self-toxic psychological condition to be in. But it's also very hard to fight against the instinct. And he goes for the London system.
Yeah, we have lift off for game 4 of the set. Remember, Shri, if Benjamin Bok wins this game, the match is over. He punches his ticket to Paris. If Vidit wins, then we equalize the set. But if it's a draw, we go into a second Armageddon in a row.
That would be so thrilling, a second Armageddon in a row. I think that's going to be such an enthralling experience for all the people watching as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the London system by Vidit, you and Grandmaster Sahaj have made a course on this. Tell us more. Like, what is Vidit thinking here?
Yeah, so this is also the setup that we recommend against black setup. You put that knight in the center, and now when you get that pawn on e5 in the center, it gives you a lot of space. It prevents the black knight from occupying the f6 square, which is usually a very useful defensive square. And Bok, in trading that knight, has given up his dark square bishop, which is usually a little bit of a concession. You generally don't want to give up that bishop. And now Vidit even has the opportunity to start pushing his pawns on the king side in some cases. I'm not quite sure if that's the best way to go here, but he can do that. He can start harassing that light square bishop by moving his pawns forward.
Yeah, that's a great insight there. And there we go. The bishop is being harassed. It has to retreat. Or maybe you can also capture the knight.
You can capture the knight, but you then end up giving up both the bishops. So I think Bok has to retreat. And Vidit was also probably looking at the variation where what if black moves the queen to h4, trying to threaten checkmate against the white's king. But that's refuted by simply attacking the queen by bringing the bishop to g3. And in that case, white would have won a piece. So Bok also checking his possibilities, but I can't think of anything other than taking the bishop back to g6 and playing that position.
True, true. If it's a draw, we will have Arma Shri. But what do you think is the best strategy for Vidit? You have the white pieces. Do you push a little and take the win here, or you play it a little safe and take things into the Armageddon?
I think it depends a lot on the type of position you get. But having seen the kind of position Vidit has got, he has to go for it. He has to push the best that he can. It's not about playing for a win or draw, Rakesh, but it's about putting pressure on your opponent and provoking them to make these mistakes. And you put pressure on them by, posing them such unpleasant problems. And Vidit is doing exactly that so far.
Yeah, pawn to h4. I would love to push that pawn and, trap your bishop there. And I think Benjamin has to advance his corner pawn. And he does that.
He does that. Absolutely. And White has more space on the king side now. He has more space on the center. Good time for him to take his king to safety. That's one of the options that he can consider doing. But he has to first take care of those pawns on the queen side, on the right hand side, on g4 and h4, and see how to protect them.
Absolutely. And, a quick shout out to our chat. Lots of people joining in. So we really appreciate you. And Rebecca is saying it's 3:30 a.m. here. Guys, and very intense game. So big shout out to them, for watching us so late.
Absolutely, big shout out to them, and I hope you guys are having as fun a time as we are having here.
Absolutely, yeah. And as we see, times are equal, and Benjamin's heart rate has come down. That speaks volumes, me.
That speaks volumes indeed, and that's very reassuring for Benjamin's fans.
Yeah.
I think just by looking at his heart rate, they can understand how his position is.
Exactly. It doesn't mean like Shri with the thinking. Does it mean that Bok has equalized and gotten the better side of the opening?
I think that depends on with this sequence of moves. I think this is the critical point, which is why he's also appropriately spending a bit of extra time than he would normally. And he goes for a very concrete continuation, attacking the black queen with his bishop and breaking open black king's pawn cover on the right hand side, on the king side, if black chooses to go that side. And if black chooses to castle on the left hand side, on the queen side, then in that case he has a few concrete problems to solve right now. If he moves the queen, the c7 pawn would hang. And if he doesn't move the queen, then the question is how does he castle long? How does he take his king to safety? As white, I'm going to rip open the g file. I'm going to bring my rook by castling on the queen side, on the left hand side, and try and occupy the g file as soon as possible. I'm going to get all my pieces raining down on the black king in just 3 moves. So black has to solve those problems by finding a way to get his king to safety in just 3 moves.
True, true. Benjamin really has to think here because it's a clutch moment, and this. In fact, this game could end the match, and he has to be really locked in for best chances for himself.
Absolutely. And I think Vidit, on the other hand, can take heart from the fact that in general he's played better in the opening.
Yeah,
So if he continues to do that, and if he's able to, convert the opportunities that he's getting, then he can be sure that he can win the match.
true, and he has been getting a lot of them. But also, I mean, kudos to Benjamin because he's been extremely resourceful in finding those defenses and making things harder for Vidit in a better position.
Yeah, and impressively, he has converted every opportunity he has got. So
True.
more shots on goals for Vidit,
Yeah,
but more goals for Bog.
I love that FIFA analogy there again. And see, Bishop F4, Bishop drops back. Does Benjamin push the pawn in the center and kick the bishop further away?
That's a very attractive possibility, Rakesh. But he first trades the pawn.
Chops.
Likely, he's going to play the move you suggested on the next move, or he can bring his queen to defend the pawn.
He does that. I think some plans of sliding the king across to the left hand side and getting his castling done.
Yes, that would I think give him a lot of relief. But there are a lot of obstacles on the way. As soon as you castle on the queen side, I'm going to play queen a5
Yeah.
and start attacking your vulnerable positions on the side of the king. So
True.
he still is not safe.
Yeah, not safe at all. Vidit has castled on the queen side, and his king is chilling in the left. Benjamin's king is struggling in the center, and as you pointed out, it can't go on to the left side because the queen comes in via the diagonal, and Vidit will be loving that. Wow, and we have a look at the trophy here for which everyone is playing, trying to play for, but in the end, it's just these two people. Shri, which one of those do you think will be taking the trophy home?
Hard one to say, Rakesh. I think that's what we are all here for.
Yeah.
The India Rising Road to Esports World Cup, the trophy that seals your place in Paris.
Exactly, and who will it be? Let us know in the chat. Will it be Benjamin Bok or will it be Vidit Gujrathi?
And what a lovely trophy in the shape of a bishop, or is it a fire?
I think it's a bishop on fire, Shri.
Bishop on fire. I love that.
And as we see, he brings out his knight. Maybe the pony wants to land in on c4 and say hello to the white queen.
Yeah, and with that, he also bridges all the defense and make sure that even if the white queen comes close to the black king, he's not threatening anything. But meanwhile, it is white's bishops on fire on the board right now. Both those bishops, looking at that exact direction where the black king is likely going to go.
Yeah, and 5 minutes for Benjamin, 6 and a change for Vidit Gujrathi. It's looking extremely tricky, this one, Shri. Anybody's game, I think.
Anybody's game, but Vidit is the one who's piling on the pressure right now. Bok on the defensive so far, and I think the first half the game following the match pattern of Vidit being slightly superior. So with queen coming to c3, black plays e5, restricting one of the bishops, but on the other hand opening up the diagonal of the other bishop, which hits the path of the black king if he wants to castle.
Yeah, bishop retreats there for Vidit, and Benjamin now challenges, I know your bishop is active, let's get that one out of the board.
And Rakesh, what would you do? Would you sacrifice your exchange now?
What do you think, Shri? 100%.
course.
Let's go. Bye, rook. Put that bishop on f5. If you take first, I'll give a check and say hello to your king. And I would, I'm literally in a must-win situation. So if I'm with it, Gujrathi, I'm going to take that bishop and put it in front of the black f pawn.
Yeah, it looks so tempting. It looks so tempting to do that. Keep your bishop, give up your rook. Then you have the light squares. You have that outside pass pawn, the hedge pawn.
Yeah.
But Vidit doesn't go for it.
Oh,
He trades a rook.
Vidit, maybe he's going for the safer option there, but this might come back and haunt him, Shri.
Yeah, but to be fair, he's the one who has millions at stake and
True,
a
true.
spot at the Paris.
It's not my rook, so it was easier for me to sacrifice it.
Absolutely, and I can totally understand with its decision of doing this over the board.
Fair.
But
fair.
off the board, I would have moved the bishop to f5 if it was the analysis board. But when it's a live board, then it's a totally different story.
And both players under 5 minutes now, Srinath. Things are heating up here in Mumbai in spite of the rains that we are having today.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Vidit plays a very nice strategic move aimed at inhibiting the knight of
Yeah.
black. But having said that, it does feel like black has solved a big chunk of his problem and he has absolved himself of a lot of pressure. And with it, if he makes a draw, it goes into another Armageddon. In which case, he has to once again come up with a strategy of how he deals with the Armageddon. Because the last time he was in a similar situation, his strategy didn't quite work out.
Yeah, that is true. And as he wants to advance his pawn on the left side of the board, trying to kick the knight, and when your knight retreats, I'm going to push it even further, to completely disbalance your king side.
But this looks a bit dangerous, Rakesh. Black brings the queen in, trades off the queen, and now we reach into an endgame where black's pawn structure is significantly better. The white
Yeah.
bishop on g3 is hating its life, and the rook on d8 will go and join its colleague on the hedge file, the last vertical file on the board. The knight will reposition itself, and all of them are going to pile on that poor pawn on the last corner of the board.
True, true. And you look at the edge pawn tree, the lone pawn on the rightmost side of the board. It's either going to be a hero or a zero for Vidit.
Yeah, that's the most difficult situation to be in when everything depends on you. It's like you're playing Armageddon for the entire team. Your white pieces.
True, and Vidit tries to push his f pawn now, trying to open up that diagonal for the bishop.
Yeah, he has to. He has to open up lines. He has to open up lines for his rook. He has to open up the diagonal for the bishop. Now, with that pawn trade, he has opened up an important vertical line for the rook. One of the rooks comes in and occupies that. It can breathe some fresh air. Meanwhile, the other rook is just waiting for its opponent rook to move so that it can help advance its pawn.
Wow, and I love that move for Benjamin. He brings his knight. Now he's planning to come in the center. Where do you go with that bishop?
The bishop retreats all the way, again showing its versatility. And now I think black should try and trade one of the rooks, because if those two rooks come to the 7th rank, I mean, with one rook, it's already a headache to have them on the 7th rank. But if you have two rooks combined, it's going to be nightmare.
Yeah, and chat, quick reminder, it's set to game 4. If Benjamin wins, the match is over. If Vidit wins, the sets are tied 1-1. But if it's a draw, we go into a thrilling Armageddon. And we might see a perpetual there, Shri.
Yeah, we might see a perpetual.
Yeah, the arrows on the analysis board. There we go. Srinath, Armageddon incoming.
No, not yet, says Vidit.
Not yet. As the crowd roars here in Mumbai, because they want to see their local lad take this home. But can he though? Does he have enough juice in the position tree?
He does believe that he seems to have one, and he's saying, cool, we can take it to the Armageddon, but this is the Armageddon before the Armageddon.
Yeah.
I'm going to push you. Try and make a draw against me. If you do, then I get another chance.
True, and also a nice strategy, to kind of tire out Benjamin a little bit before the Armageddon.
Yep, absolutely. And why not? Right now, White is in no danger of losing his pawns. And if at any point he faces danger, he can just keep checking with the rook, keep giving checks with the rook, and tire the king and force a repetition.
Yeah, I love the strategy. Both players having 2.5 minutes there. And yeah, Vidit is, I think, going to play this one out for a bit.
Let's see. He gives one check.
Or maybe not. I think he'll just push his pawn on the left file. No, he attacks the pawn.
Yeah, so if the knight on the center moves, he's going to bring his bishop on the diagonal and try and set threats against the black king. Sometimes, Rakesh, it's not about playing the best moves, but it's about setting your opponent little problems. So they have to solve it in an extremely limited amount of time, and that's when mistakes happen.
Very well put. It's also nice, Vidit just plays that and puts the ball in Benny's court. Like, hey, Benjamin, what are you doing right now?
Yeah, and what can he do? His king is stuck on the
Yeah.
last rank. The rook is, further stuck defending the pawn on the center and also protecting against the white pawn advancing. And if
Yep.
the knight moves from that beautiful spot, then the bishop is going to come running in.
Exactly. I mean, I love this. Love this for Vidit here. Max pressure on Benjamin Book. Can he survive this?
White there.
Yeah.
Black tries to advance the pawn, but what exactly is it going to do on the next move is not clear. But he throws the ball back on White's position and asks him what he's going to do. And White responds by advancing that pawn, which can come in extremely handy if White somehow manages to capture that a7 pawn in the future.
Yeah. Benjamin trying some things out, a few concessions there with the pawn moves, and the knight retreating now. Where is the knight heading?
The knight, it has defended the b7 pawn, so it frees the king to attack the rook. That's
Aha.
one idea.
Yeah.
And once the rook moves, oh,
Lovely
that
move.
creates
I love this for Vidit.
Vidit definitely upping the pressure there, and the match is going into an extremely important situation that's going to determine the result of set 2, whether Vidit gets to equalize or does it go into an Armageddon. Of course, the third result is possible, but it seems quite unlikely looking at the position right now.
Yeah, I think the only way Vidit messes this up is on the clock. Otherwise, I don't see. He's safely playing for 2 results.
Yep. Unless he goes into the classical chess mode,
Yeah.
freezes, and gets into a time deficit.
True. King d7 played with it, trying his best. He wants to, put max pressure on Benjamin, but I think Benjamin's king can just advance.
Yep. It
There we go.
advances and defends the pawn.
By the way, an interesting pawn move there. Yeah, Benjamin chops. Oh, lots of trades.
Oh, we are heading towards a draw, Rakesh, are we?
I think so.
Knight e3. What a beautiful move there, Rakesh. It's a very important defensive move. Sets up a deadly knight fork threat, which Vidit sees and averts. He keeps that outside passed pawn still, and now he starts bringing his king in. It's still dangerous for White.
It is.
For
And
black.
Look at that red color on the screen. 46 seconds for Benjamin Book.
Yep, but now the rook moves after I think almost 50 moves. It
Yeah.
spent its whole life on h5.
Yeah. Rook f3 check is a big threat there. With it under huge pressure, he has to make it happen, and right now.
He has to make it happen right now, and now I always get nervous when Vidit starts, but now it's going into a draw.
Yeah, this is a draw. Maybe Vidit plays it out a little bit, but you can't even give a check to the Black King.
Yep.
Okay, Vidit still playing.
Vidit still playing, but Vidit is not the one to flag. I think rook versus rook.
Yeah,
It just goes against his years of classical chess training.
yeah. I think that's something what maybe Hikaru would love to do, but yeah, not with it for sure.
Yep, and Bok. He refuses to go into that pawn endgame because that pawn endgame is a bit of a flagging zone, and instead chooses to repeat and make a draw.
And there we go. What a defense by Benjamin Book as he draws the set 2-2, which means only one thing, chat. We are getting into our second Armageddon here. Benjamin Book has won set 1. Vidit has to win the Armageddon to stay alive, or else Benjamin Book is heading to Paristry.
Yeah, and what an exciting and even contest so far, Rakesh. The second Armageddon means it's 2 sets of 6-6 score.
Oh, yes. And as we see, Vidit has gotten the pen, so has Benjamin. Shout out to Avan there, who's handling these Armageddons. Both players have to write their bid on a piece of paper and give it back to the chief arbiter. Once they have it, whoever has bid gets the blacks.
Huge for the tournament situation. But Vidit, on the other hand, is someone who's very confident with his solid plays, very confident with his defense with the
True.
black pieces.
That's true.
And he might just calculate that the odds is more in his favor
Yeah.
with the black pieces. You know, it's a 2/3 odds.
Pretty much, yeah. You get two results, a draw and a black win. And if you're white, you'd have to win. And it's like if Vidit gets the white pieces, if he's in a double must win situation, he has to win with white, and it's going to be tricky. So very curious to see what the players bid here, Sri, because this might determine who punches that ticket to the EWC finals.
Absolutely. And, you know, if we look at how the match has progressed so far, Bok has had quite a few wins with the white pieces. All his wins have come with the white pieces so far. He won one in the fourth game of first set. He won again in the fifth game, the Armageddon. And he has won in the all-important equalizer in set 2. So quite a few wins for Bog there with the white pieces. It might make sense for Vidit to try and mix things up a bit.
Yeah, interesting. We will have the bids very soon, chat. I'm just checking if we have some inside info. As with this, such pressure, Free. Oh
Yeah, such pressure that he has to channelize on the board and try and put forward his best punch if he gets the white pieces.
Yeah, both players have submitted their bids. We'll know them in about 30 seconds as we see. Awadh has shown both the players, what the other guy wrote. Moment of truth, Srinath.
Yep, moment of truth to be revealed. And I'm so thrilled if I would love to see Vidit having the white pieces, Rakesh. That way I would have seen all of it in the match. Bok ones with the white pieces in Armageddon, Vidit ones with the white pieces. Then we have 10 games, 5 whites each. It would feel so complete if that happens.
And then Vidit takes the Armageddon. We go to set 3 to determine the winner of the India Rising EWC finale for the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and that would also be super apt. Two players playing 10 games, locked so equally. You need to have that third set to break the tie.
Exactly. We are getting the bids in about 30 seconds or so, Srinath. And after that, the players are given like a 30-second break once their bids are known and or once their colors are known, rather. And then it's time for liftoff.
Yeah, and what a super exciting suspense, thinking about what the other player, how much time would they have bid and outbidding them. And, it adds so many layers into chess.
Exactly, and this is what makes chess fun. And one thing why I absolutely love the esports format and the Armageddon format basically is because chess players normally have that luxury of a draw, the extra result. You don't go back home happy or sad. You go at like a medium level. But the Armageddon changes it all. You either win or you lose, as simple as that.
Absolutely. And there is no safe spot. There's nothing to hide. You have to, you have to win.
Yeah.
And I think it brings out a certain best quality in you when you're pushed into such kind of a situation. And if you're able to beat an opponent at their best, then it means you've truly won the match. And that is what the India Rising format brings you here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just checking. We do have the bids. So Benjamin bid 725 and Vidit bid 720.
So Vidit again with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Just like his first bid in the first set. And Bok with the white pieces once again. So another Italian then?
Probably, most probably. And we will see like the third game in that Italian variation. Or maybe Vidit does something different. Time will tell. But just a reminder, chat. Benjamin has won the bid. So he'll play with 10 minutes as the white pieces, yeah. And Vidit with 7 minutes and 20 seconds. But has 2 results going in his favor.
Yep. More odds on the board, less time on the clock. It's a game of clock versus a position. And it's also Vidit fighting against a bit of a momentum with the black pieces. In total, in the match, Vidit has had black 5 times. And out of those 5 times, Bok has won thrice, Vidit has won once, and it's been 1 draw.
Yeah, true. As we see the fans having a lot of fun there, fighting chess coming in there. Srinath. But we have to see, will Vidit Gujrathi come up with the goods? He has the black pieces. He has two results in his favor, but all importantly, he has to strike back to stay alive in this match.
Absolutely, absolutely. He has to strike back, and I see chess has also changed a little bit in these last few years, Rakesh.
Yep.
There used to be a time where you were a good player if you didn't lose. I think now the time is no longer supporting that. Now chess has changed in such a way that you're a good player only if you are able to win against other good players.
Exactly, and especially when it matters, Sri. And Benjamin Boak is locked in. He has, put on his headphones, or maybe he's changing his music choices.
Yeah, possibly. And with it also there, I think changing his earphones.
Yeah.
Is he changing his headphones? Oh, okay.
Not sure what
Gloves are coming off. The gloves are coming off. Now, what punch are they going to put forward? Is
Yeah,
the question.
I'm getting some updates that we might be starting in a couple of minutes now. The players just want some time. It's the nerves also, Shri. One good game and you are through.
Yes, one good game and you're through. And oh my God, look at the crowd there. Look at how many people turning up on such a rainy day.
Yeah, it's been raining consistently here in Mumbai, but the action is about to pour even further as we go to a second Armageddon of the day. Vidit Gujrathi in a must-win situation in terms of the sets, but Benjamin Boak in a must-win situation in terms of the game.
Yeah, and Bokus on his place. Yeah, he doesn't want a break. He's happy to remain in his place.
Yeah.
With it, probably taking a bit of a walk, composing himself, trying to see what changes he can do in terms of his strategy, or maybe he's looking for an improvement against the Italian opening.
Yeah, he has that option as Benjamin Boak is back. Vidit is still not back at his seat, so we're just waiting in for Vidit. And once he's back, Shri, lift off coming soon.
Yeah, and Bok is dressed all in orange. His earphones are orange.
Yeah.
The band he's wearing is orange. Vidit is back with the black pieces. Now getting his gear on, putting on his gloves or the headphone.
And it's actually fitting for Benjamin. He's from Netherlands. Like, they also have the orange jersey, so he's feeling at home maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Seconds from kickoff. And like I mentioned, Rakesh, chess has moved to a spot where there is no hiding. There's no more. You can't get by being solid anymore. I think that is something that is fundamentally changed. You just can't keep making those draws and get anyone near the top. You have to get those wins.
Yep. And let's go. I'm getting an update. Games in 15 seconds. We will have liftoff soon. Do let us know in the chat. Which player are you supporting? Is it Vidit Gujrathi, the Indian star playing in front of his home crowd here in Mumbai, or the Dutch Grandmaster Benjamin Boak, who is in prime spot actually, and who should be the favorite considering he won set 1.
And we have liftoff, and it's another Italian, and it's the same opening. With it bravely allowing that bishop to g5. Or wait, he still hasn't moved the d pawn. He has made a small change, which means if the bishop pins the knight, his own dark square bishop can go back and fight against that pin. No more of that pin, no more of advancing pawns. Oh, he's gone for d6. Now the bishop probably goes to g5. This is actually an uncomfortable spot for me as black, Rakesh. Having my king under attack in a must-win game. It's a great situation if I want to try and win as black, but where a draw is enough for me, I like to keep my king as cozy as possible.
Yeah, but he went for that attack in the first Armageddon. So probably Vidit might do the same as we see him having his first longish think of the Armageddon.
Yeah, which is also a bit of a worrying sign for me as a Vidit fan, if I was a Vidit fan, because Vidit has always been playing so fast and confident out of the opening, and now he's already having a bit of a think. Goes for g5. Again, the pawns advancing in front of a king. We have a position of a similar nature as Bok had in his 2 previous wins as white.
Yeah, and look at that beautiful stage that they have made here, Shri. What a feeling to play like in front of thousands of people. It's like, normally chess players don't play in front of such a large audience, but this is like a stadium moment for these chess players.
Absolutely, that's something that has been constantly changing in chess ever since the 2020 COVID pandemic. We have always, I think, had all these top level events in front of a live spectator audience.
Yep. And that's what even the chat and the audience loves. More interaction, more chances to see your stars, your favorite players in like in 3D in front of you. And speaking of that, Sri, look at Benjamin Book's heart rate.
Oh, now he's really in that calm zone, is it? Wow, what a massive change that is. And with it going for his plan B in opening, so he has opened his king up a little bit, but now he has also his trusted knight protecting that king.
Yep.
The knight fulfilling its oath.
Absolutely, and knight near the king. We have heard it's like one of the best defenders out there.
Yeah, the king's guard.
Yeah, the king's guard indeed.
Now with it having another bit of think, I would normally think Vidit would move his king away and try and break the pawn on the king
There
side.
you go. Great call there, Sri. And he would love to push that pawn in front of his rook by 2 squares, threatening to blow open the position, or else just take over the initiative if Bok captures.
Yep. And now Bok is the one who has to think a little bit. He's also out of his routine, the routine opening that gave him those 2 wins.
Yep.
And he has to make those choices on the board. So that's his first time in the bank think.
Yep.
Does he move his knight to a better square, or does he just move away the king? I think he has to improve his knight because all other pieces seem to be in their positions. Now he can move. He will not move the knight next to the bishop on the right hand side because the knight needs to control the center, which means he has to move the knight next to the king.
Yep.
And there's a nice central square available for that knight right now, which can be used to neutralize black's push of f5 as well. So the knight moving to e3 next to the current knight is also a very tempting possibility.
Yeah, I think that's what Benjamin is thinking. But you don't want to think a lot and lose all your time advantage. Then you're playing for just one result.
And he hears us. He makes a move.
Yeah. Now, if I were with it, I would actually play this move quickly. Keep that time disadvantage to a minimum.
Yeah, but that is the paradox. And now if captures that knight, then you lose the pair of bishops, but you get you eliminate a defender and get that f5 break. On the other hand, if white captures with the pawn, oh yeah, Vidit has played the move.
Yeah.
Vidit has taken the.
And Benjamin is thinking, should I recapture with the rook or the pawn? He goes with the pawn.
Yeah, he goes with the pawn as we expected. And Vidit also goes with the pawn break to f5 as we initially thought that he would. Pawn trades. So a lot of trades already in this game. Again, a bit of a change from the previous 2 Italian. And now Vidit brings his queen forward on the f5.
Okay, queen f. Trying to double up on the f line and maybe attack the white king a little bit. But I think overall, if you ask me, the opening stage has gone in black's favor. Sri.
Yeah, I think black wouldn't mind the opening stage, but neither would white because he has enough to create something out of white. He has enough complexity. And I think as white, it's the most important thing in an Armageddon that the game doesn't peter out into a draw by everything being exchanged and the game liquidating.
Right. And you also want the game to go on as long as possible.
Absolutely. You want the game to go on as long as possible. So I think Bok has just enough to create those ingredients to whip up that concoction, which can give him that win.
Yep. Queen comes in with it under 5 minutes now.
It's amazing how quickly your time can go down in these situations,
Yeah.
Rakesh.
Actually started with 7. So he's not thought for a lot of time, but that's why we love this format. EWC, when they asked chess.com about the time control, it was decided mutually that let's have 0 increment.
I think the esport format is born for such a non-increment format, and
Yes.
D4, nice move by White, is creating that tension in the center. So if if Black reacts by trade, then the lines open up for White's pieces because he has the 2 bishops, and the bishops thrive better on open board.
True, very true. And Vidit brings his rook in the center of the board, and Benjamin retreats his bishop. He's keeping the game going, and he's keeping things calm and steady.
Yeah, and I think by now Bok has calmed down quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I think that also reflects in his confidence, having created those opportunities quite a few times and converted them. He has shown himself evidence that he can do it, and that adds a lot to his self belief.
Yeah, Vidit trades a pawn in the center, and you have to recapture with the other pawn. You don't want your queen in front of an open rook.
Yep, you absolutely don't want it. And this also creates a bit of imbalance, but is White losing that light square bishop soon?
I think so.
The knights are coming for the bishop. With knight d5, he creates the threat of a lot of nasty tactics. The queen on e2 is pinned against the black rook on e8.
Yeah.
And there are so many threats that black can create against that, using that. The easiest one being knight taking the central pawn on d4.
Yeah, he has to get out of the way, and he does. But now the time advantage is down to 30 seconds, Srinath.
Yeah, time advantage is just down to 30 seconds, and I think Vidit's knights are loving the latest developments on the board. The knights are eyeing those lush outposts on the center, and they're also liking the fact that the White's dark squared bishop next to the rook is extremely limited by its own pawns.
True. 4 minutes for Vidit. Oh, this is a great shot, as we see him dropping the bishop back to the first rank.
Yep. We have Vidit's point of view, and he retreats that bishop so that the queen can protect the pawn which is being x-rayed by White's rook.
Yeah, that's a nice one. And also, very good strategy by Vidit. Just dropping a bishop, saving everything, and putting the ball in Benjamin's court.
Yeah, you have to keep making those moves. It's very important. You have to, whether it's great or good, you have to keep making those moves. You just need to make those decent moves that doesn't blunder.
Yeah.
Easier said than done, but that's what the format demands. It's a punishing format. Now, with it bringing his knights, marching them forward, and threatening either White's pawn or the bishop. I expect the bishop to drop back for the moment, not let, and he goes there.
He goes there. 3.5 minutes for Vidit Gujrathi. Remember, a draw or a black win, and the match stays on. If Benjamin wins, we can wrap it up, Shri.
Yep. So all the pressure on Vidit to win, but on the other hand, there's also pressure on Bok that if he wins this, he's going to finish it off right now.
Yeah.
So there is a lot to lose as well.
How does he do that actually? You push the pawn on the left side to kick away with its knight.
Yep, that is very tempting, and then you want to try and somehow mobilize those central pawns,
Correct.
Rakesh.
Yeah.
But black strategy is playing perfectly. Oh, he goes for it. After a lot of slow maneuvering, now the game truly opens up, Rakesh, when we are again down to a zone of 3 minutes each.
It's time, Shri. Bok, he can't sit passive for too long, or else he's losing the Armageddon any which way. Might as well create fire on the board and make things happen right here, right now.
Yeah, and I think this is a very, very, very important move in the context of this match, the do or die. And you can see it changes the momentum completely with it taking a long think because he was not expecting it. And it also changes his momentum.
And that's his first mistake. Very well called out there, Shri. Bishop in the corner, eyeing the rook. But I think that bishop was much more well placed on that longest possible diagonal.
Yeah, and I think you had to take that pawn, Rakesh, because now if the pawn is alive and if White gets a chance to defend it, which he probably will on the next move, then White gets a lot of chance to mobilize his pieces, and there he goes.
Yeah, and even the pawn, the central pawn grows in confidence. Like, I advanced, nobody captured me. you know what? I'm going to go even further.
Yeah, and this knight on b4 is also in a danger. Oh, a mistake by Bok, because that allows black knight to march. And it allows the black knight to come to d3 and create deadly forks.
Yeah, both the knights would love to jump in on that. Maybe Bok should have kicked the left knight away and then played this move.
Yeah, absolutely. The rook protects the entry square for the from the black knight, and it's game on. Oh my god, just 2.5 minutes each. Literally literally a 3+0 game, and with so much complexity.
Yeah, pawn to c5.
The brave pawn challenging the central pawn, not just attacking stuff, but also preventing any bishop d4 related threats.
Yeah,
And in the future, keeping options of knight coming to d3 open.
correct. The knight would love to come on d3, either of them there. And Benjamin Bok is almost at the 2-minute mark, Sri.
Now, Rakesh, this has been the moment when Bog has been outplaying Vidit in quite a few games in this match. Will he be able to do it one more time, or will Vidit not allow it to happen this time? Is this the game where Vidit changes the momentum? We'll see extremely shortly. Now, every time Bok has taken a think like this, he's come up with something super menacing. He's come with something dangerous. And I'm extremely excited to see what he's going to come up with right now.
All right, it's 90 seconds for Benjamin Bok to do or die, or Vidit Gujrathi takes this to set 3. Srinath, all 3 results possible right now.
And the knight jumps in. The knight jumps in. Where is it going to go? We don't know yet, but the knight creates and opens up options. This c5 is an extremely solid defensive move by Vidit, though, which ensures that White's central control is completely neutralized and ensures that White cannot push those pawns and open up lines for the bishop.
Yeah, and a big 50-second advantage there for Vidit as he makes a slight inaccuracy, but Vidit has 2 results, a draw or a win. Benjamin opening up the diagonal for the bishop.
Yeah, and also the knight can jump into there. The knight can go to those juicy squares. Extremely complex game. Both the players are going to land their punches now.
And they have to. This is the time, Shri.
Everything is going to get opened up now, Rakesh. The pawn's going to move forward. The bishops are going to get opened up. The rooks are going to get opened up. I can see sacrifices definitely coming.
And there we have it. Pawn in the center. The engine doesn't like it, but now the engine don't matter. As Vidit recaptures the pawn in the center, this is going down to the wire, Shri.
Absolutely, this is going down to the wire. But tricky decisions still for Bog. Will you move the rook? Will you sacrifice the exchange? Oh my God!
Wow! Benjamin Bok with the goods, sacrificing a piece, and the eval says equal, which means it's impossible for Vidit to defend all of this in 90 seconds, Srinath.
Looks very, very dangerous, and that's a blunder by Vidit.
That's the game, man! Oh no, he misses it! It's a reverse blunder by Benjamin.
Yes. Now Vidit defends keeps the pawn in front of the king protected, and he's asking, how are you going to advance? How are you going to attack further?
And that too in 35 seconds. You have no time, bro.
He had to blow open the cover with h4 on the previous Murakesh. That was the opportunity he missed.
Yeah, regrettably so.
And now he threatens to take the pawn. He threatens a mate.
Rook takes pawn is a big threat for Benjamin.
Will he use the knight to intercept the threat?
Yeah, that's a great idea for Vidit, and he does that. Vidit is back.
Yep, Vidit is back with the bang, and Bog is crumbling under the pressure right now.
Yeah, in 20 seconds, Vidit might just win this Armageddon, Srinath.
This is where the game is turning. Bog goes back to the square where he came from, but Vidit is likely not going to repeat. Instead, he might bring the other knight forward or the rook forward.
Yeah, the rook comes in. 15 seconds. Benjamin Bok is about to lose this Armageddon. And how?
The only way for Bog to come back from this is if Vidit blunders a mate.
Like a rook or this rook. Queen takes rook is a big threat.
Yes, queen takes rook is a big threat, and Vidit will likely move the rook away or the king away. Likely the rook.
Yeah, he has to. Okay, even that protects the rook.
Yep, that protects the rook, and even he needs to make a few more precise moves though.
Especially with 30 seconds with it. We have seen this story before. You have to play fast. Just play normal moves.
Yeah, just keep everything protected. Don't blunder anything against the king, and just keep making those moves. And these 14 seconds are a lot of time, Rakesh, because pre-moves cost only 0.1 seconds.
Exactly, but why is Vidit thinking so much? Rook takes pawn now, big threat.
Now Vidit is playing. Now Vidit is in flow, and rook check. Rook check. Oh, okay, it's fine. The d3 pawn is protected. Just give the check and take the rook, and now
It's
you
over.
checkmate.
It's over.
And
Let's
set
go! Vidit punches the air. Vidit wins the Armageddon. He takes set 2, and with that, we are into an Armageddon set of sorts, Srinath. What a win by the Indian Grandmaster, the Mumbai Grandmaster in the India Rising event. Hats off to Vidit Gujrathi. Shri, what do you feel about this win?
I'm super excited. The match living it up to its potential. It's going all the way. It shows how incredibly even both these wonderful competitors have been. And Bok was building that game beautifully, Rakesh.
Yeah.
It felt like he was doing everything right, but Vidit clearly saw a few steps ahead of everyone else, including Bok.
Exactly. Look at those reactions by Vidit Gujrathi. He, uh, he was so close to being knocked out there. And Benjamin, I think, almost had booked a one-way ticket to Paris, but that ticket was cancelled. And Vidit is like, buddy, we got to decide things in set 3, which, incidentally, is just a 2-game mini match tree.
Yes, a beautiful, beautiful climax there. A last stage sudden death. And maybe even we might see a third Armageddon into this match, looking at how incredibly even they have been.
Absolutely, if set 3 ties 1-1, that means we will have the third and final Armageddon, and that's the longest the match could have gone. And just means the players have given it their absolute all.
Yeah, it's like a thrilling action movie where both the people throw punches at each other. Neither of them is truly ahead, but now we are going to have that one winner, the one decider very soon.
Absolutely, and we'll give the players a little bit of a breather, just to relax and get their thoughts together. Suddenly now, Plan C has to be introduced because none of them imagined this could happen with 2 Armageddons. But now they have to kind of like regroup. We have a longish break anyway for the players at the end of every set, but things are going to heat up here, Shri. What do you make of it? Like who is the favorite right now with just 2 games in the third set?
I would still say Vidit, which was my thoughts before the match as well.
Yeah.
I think Bok has done incredibly well. He's played great games. He has taken all those opportunities coming his way.
Yeah.
But Vidit has been the one who has created more chances. And if he's able to finish, if he's able to take those moments, seize those moments, and win those games, he will be able to finish this match off.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree there, Shri, because with it, and especially the momentum, Shri. You were down and out. You were like, if Benjamin would have blown open that position, Vidit would have, just ready to go home. But he made that comeback, takes that momentum into set 3, and with just 2 games, I'm curious to actually see. I think Vidit plays white in game 1 of the last set, and everything to play for after that.
Yeah, everything to play for after that. And I think it's extremely important how well Bok does in the openings in the upcoming matches. If he's able to get through those first 20 moves without a massive time disadvantage, then he's well and truly in the game. This has been the pattern I've been spotting throughout this match so far. With it, clearly seems to be a little bit better prepared.
Yeah, and we're heading into our a break now.
With
And
all the action coming up.
Most of my life. Now I live in Mumbai. I am part of the Indian chess team. My peak world rank was 10. I became a grandmaster at the age of 18, but I think by today's standards that's late. Funnily enough, actually, when I became grandmaster, I became by playing Counter-Strike. Because one of my problems was I used to choke under pressure back then, because I was looking forward to becoming grandmaster. But there was one tournament I was like, chuck it. I was playing Counter-Strike in the night, and that just helped me take my mind somewhere else, distract myself, and I could just play freely the next day. So I started playing chess at the age of 6, and I haven't looked back since then. So a lot of my identity is associated with chess, and I became Grandmaster at the age of 18, and now I'm 31, and representing India at the global level for I think last 12 years or so, playing in the Indian squad. And I've been doing this pretty much full time. It started off as a hobby, but I got so engrossed that I kept playing chess as a profession. If I have to give an analogy of, let's say, cricket, I would say a modern version of Rahul Dravid in a way, because I am well prepared. I try to play solid chess, but when push comes to shove, I can also become very aggressive. So, but that's not my natural instinct. I'm more of a controlled player, but when time requires, I can also, come forward in the crease and try to hit some sixes. Oh, recovering from a tough loss is always harder. Like, losing hurts way more than the pleasure of winning, It just stings a lot. And that's why I started actually playing chess. That was one of the reasons I was so motivated. I didn't want to lose. I was so competitive. I think someone should invent that. I really don't. I'm looking for that reset button. There are many ways. Sometimes I just like to distract myself completely, like forget about the tournament or try to forget it. You can never forget. And that is by engaging your mind somewhere else. Sometimes I even go online and play more chess to rub off that loss, Sometimes just spending time with family. But I have not found the magical reset button. Like, I don't think it exists. As a competitive player, it goes on in your mind. It's always there. When I hear India Rising Road to EWC, I think it gives me another chance to represent India, and that too in such a fresh format with a new audience, new type of chess, and that's very exciting. Benjamin is very a serious player, and he is well prepared. So definitely not an easy opponent. And he has been taking online tournaments seriously, he has been preparing for it, so he's used to that. I feel like in general I have a good score against him. Like, we have played multiple times and my style I think has worked well against him. So in general I feel like I'm a stronger player, and tomorrow I just have to play the best chess that I can. Yeah. At EWC they'll probably see the 3.0 version of me, which is very different, very unique, and something they have not seen me do.
So I'm Benjamin Bach, I'm a Grandmaster from the Netherlands. These days I'm not as active anymore in classical chess, but I still play a lot of online rapid and blitz tournaments, in which I've been doing fairly well, I'd say. I feel like I'm not at the very top, but I feel like I'm not too far away from that, so obviously this tournament here is a big opportunity to try to make it to the highest stage. Yeah, my dad told me the game when I was around 6, but I joined a chess club in my local town a few years later, so I started out there, and then shortly after that I started playing in tournaments, and I won the Dutch championship for the first time in my age category when I was 10, so I'd say that's when chess really became more serious for me. Well, I would have loved to be a soccer athlete and be at the World Cup right now, but that ship has sailed at this point. Of course, it's a dream to compete in the EWC, but I've never been this close. So this event, the ride has been pretty good. I mean, when I signed up for the Swiss portion of India Rising, I thought I would have a pretty good chance of making it to the knockouts, and then I did. And then in the quarterfinals I saw I was facing Kartikian, obviously a very strong player, but I thought I had a pretty good chance to beat him. But then I saw if I beat him, I would probably be up against Arjun, and I knew that that would be a very tough match, and honestly he's definitely clearly a favorite in that one, but I managed to beat him, which also surprised myself. And now all of a sudden I'm very close, so this is obviously a big opportunity against Vidit, who is also a very strong player, but yeah, even though he's very strong, I do believe I can beat him. Yeah, I think it's a great development for chess. Online classical chess has been around for a long time, but I feel like it's hard to sell classical chess as a product to the masses, because they might watch a game and then somebody spending
a lot of time on just one move, and to the audience it seems like just nothing is happening. Of course, in the player's heads a lot is happening, but I feel like it's hard to sell as a product, whereas I feel like, especially Rapid, I feel like it's a very good balance between action and it's still being digestible. When I show Blitz games to people who are still starting out, for them it goes a little bit too fast, but I feel like Rapid strikes the perfect balance. And yeah, I also enjoy it as well. The games are a lot faster. You don't have to overthink every decision. Like in classical chess, you have to think a little bit deeper perhaps, which of course also has its own beauty. But I think it's great that online Rapid and Blitz and these fast formats are on the rise, and I think it definitely has a lot of potential for chess. When I hear India Rising, Road to EWC, it means a huge opportunity to me. Yeah, it would be huge for my career. I've never played at that stage. I feel like I've been not too far off on some occasions, but it would definitely be the biggest success of my career. Yes, what makes it different is that it is online on computers, but it is in person. So that is very special, because for a long time chess was only played over the board, then came online chess, but online chess on location is still something that only happens to a very special final. So off the chessboard, he's a very nice guy who I've known for many years. I actually played him the first time in 2008 at the World Youth Championship that he went on to win. He beat me in that game, so it would be nice to take revenge for that. But yeah, like I said, he's a great rival, he's a great guy, but obviously tomorrow we'll be fighting on the chessboard. My road to EWC will be successful if I beat Vidit. This is Benjamin Bach, and my road to EWC starts here.
All-star roster built for greatness.
CS superstar Nico. How is the team feeling?
But in the spotlight, there's nowhere to hide.
Nico, is this the year?
Everyone's watching. Everyone's waiting. On the global stage, is this his chance to silence the world?
I'm ready.
These are the moments that Nico is made for.
Team Liquid won every major title in 2025. Then one loss at M7. That's all it took. Now every other team can smell the blood. Will a new predator take the crown? Or will the king reclaim his throne?
The jungle belongs to me.
6 consecutive titles. World champions. An empire forged for glory. Destiny remains in their hands. But the world stage is calling.
It's the end of the streak. A G Super player out.
And every contender is coming for their crown. With the dynasty reuniting, can AG show the world once more?
请拭目以待。
Fnatic. Valorant royalty. 3 grand finals in 2025. 3 second places. Always close. But never on target. This year, finally hit the mark.
This is where we make the shot.
Caps. A generational talent. Domestic dominance. But on the global stage, a different story. 7 years since Europe claimed an international trophy. This year, hope returned. But then it all came crashing down. When the weight of expectation becomes unbearable, can he lift a trophy once more?
Time to take what we deserve.
Magnus Carlsen, a force of nature. He sees things no one else does. Always one step ahead. 21 world titles. Reigning EWC champion. Unstoppable. Relentless. Inevitable. Can anyone weather the storm?
Your move.
Des milliers d'avis de recherche ont recouvert la ville de Paris du jour au lendemain. Leur cible, les champions en titre de l'Esports World Cup. Les autorités tentent de déterminer les motivations de cet acte, mais l'identité des auteurs reste un mystère.
Sous le ciel bleu de la Provence, les jours heureux mènent la danse, on voit le soleil.
It's not him.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to be. So if you're gonna make it with me, babe, lay it on me 'cause it's just a cruel Tuesday.
I don't feel the pressure from my opponents. I play against the standard I set for myself. And if I can face the best version of me, what chance do you have?
Magnus Carlsen looking up, he's in calculation mode. He truly has the heart of a champion and he is displaying that here, saying, watch what I can do.
To those who want the crown, come and get it.
내가 못할 거라 생각했지.
hosting the Esports World Cup. And the Esports Creator Program is doing exactly that. You can co-stream events, and that will let you earn points, which can be redeemed for amazing rewards.
Hey, Tyler, you okay? Stream EWC, get points. Redeem points, unlock rewards. I stream EWC, I get points, I unlock rewards, I live forever!
I'm the best player in the world! I'm talking gift cards! Exclusive gear, signed jerseys, and more. Raven! Stream EWC, get points. Redeem points, get rewards. Sign up now! Wait, how do I set up?
I'm Vidit Gujrathi. I was staying in Nasik for most of my life. Now I live in Mumbai. I am part of the Indian chess team. My peak world rank was 10. I became a grandmaster at the age of 18, but I think by today's standards that's late. Funnily enough, actually, when I became grandmaster, I became by playing Counter-Strike. Because one of my problems was I used to choke under pressure back then, because I was looking forward to becoming grandmaster. But there was one tournament I was like, chuck it. I was playing Counter-Strike in the night, and that just helped me take my mind somewhere else, distract myself, and I could just play freely the next day. So I started playing chess at the age of 6, and I haven't looked back since then. So a lot of my identity is associated with chess, and I became grandmaster at the age of 18, and now I'm 31. And representing India at the global level for I think last 12 years or so, playing in the Indian squad, and I've been doing this pretty much full time. It started off as a hobby, but I got so engrossed that I kept playing chess as a profession. If I have to give an analogy of, let's say, cricket, I would say a modern version of Rahul Dravid in a way, because I am well prepared. I try to play solid chess, but when push comes to shove, I can also become very aggressive. So, but that's not my natural instinct. I'm more of a controlled player, but when time requires, I can also, come forward in the crease and try to hit some sixes. Oh, recovering from a tough loss is always harder. Like, losing hurts way more than the pleasure of winning, It just stings a lot. And that's why I started actually playing chess. That was one of the reasons I was so motivated. I didn't want to lose. I was so competitive. I think someone should invent that. I really don't. I'm looking for that reset button. There are many ways. Sometimes I just like to distract myself completely, like forget about the tournament or try to forget it. You can never forget. And that is by engaging your mind somewhere else. Sometimes I even go online and play more chess to rub off that loss, sometimes just spending time with family. But I have not found the magical reset button. Like, I don't think it exists. As a competitive player, it goes on in your mind. It's always there. When I hear India Rising Road to EWC, I think it gives me another chance to represent India, and that too in such a fresh format with a new audience, new type of chess. And that's very exciting. Benjamin is very a serious player, and he is well prepared. So definitely not an easy opponent. And he has been taking online tournaments seriously. He has been preparing for it, so he's used to that. I feel like in general I have a good score against him. Like, we have played multiple times, and my style I think has worked well against him. So in general I feel like I'm a stronger player. And tomorrow I just have to play the best chess
that I can. At EWC, they'll probably see the 3.0 version of me, which is very different, very unique, and something they've not seen me do.
So I'm Benjamin Bach, I'm a Grandmaster from the Netherlands. These days I'm not as active anymore in classical chess, but I still play a lot of online rapid and blitz tournaments, in which I've been doing fairly well, I'd say. I feel like I'm not at the very top, but I feel like I'm not too far away from that, so obviously this tournament here is a big opportunity to try to make it to the highest stage. Yeah, my dad told me the game when I was around 6, but I joined a chess club in my local town a few years later, so I started out there, and then shortly after that I started playing in tournaments, and I won the Dutch championship for the first time in my age category when I was 10, so I'd say that's when chess really became more serious for me. Well, I would have loved to be a soccer athlete and be at the World Cup right now, but that ship has sailed at this point. Of course, it's a dream to compete in the EWC, but I've never been this close. So this event, the ride has been pretty good. I mean, when I signed up for the Swiss portion of India Rising, I thought I would have a pretty good chance of making it to the knockouts, and then I did. And then in the quarterfinals I saw I was facing Karthikeyan, obviously a very strong player, but I thought I had a pretty good chance to beat him. But then I saw if I beat him, I would probably be up against Arjun, and I knew that that would be a very tough match, and honestly he's definitely clearly a favorite in that one, but I managed to beat him, which also surprised myself. And now all of a sudden I'm very close, so this is obviously a big opportunity against Vidit, who is also a very strong player, but yeah, even though he's very strong, I do believe I can beat him. Yeah, I think it's a great development for chess. Online classical chess has been around for a long time, but I feel like it's hard to sell classical chess as a product to the masses, because they might watch a game and then somebody is spending a lot of time on just one move, and to the audience it seems like just nothing is happening. Of course, in the player's heads a lot is happening, but I feel like it's hard to sell as a product, whereas I feel like especially rapid, I feel like it's a very good balance between action and it's still being digestible. When I show blitz games to people who are still starting out, for them it goes a little bit too fast, but I feel like rapid strikes the perfect balance. And yeah, I also enjoy it as well. The games are a lot faster. You don't have to overthink every decision. Like in classical chess, you have to think a little bit deeper perhaps, which of course also has its own beauty. But I think it's great that online rapid and blitz and these fast formats are on the rise, and I think it definitely has a lot of potential for chess. When I hear India Rising, road to EWC, it means a huge opportunity to me. Yeah, it would be huge for my career. I've never played at that stage. I feel like I've been not too far off on some occasions, but it would definitely be the biggest success of my career. Yes, what makes it different is that it is online on computers, but it is in person. So that is very special, because for a long time chess was only played over the board, then came online chess. But online chess on location is still something that only happens to very special finals. So off the chessboard, he's a very nice guy who I've known for many years. I actually played him the first time in 2008 at the World Youth Championship that he went on to win. He beat me in that game, so it would be nice to take revenge for that. But yeah, like I said, he's a great rival, he's a great guy, but obviously tomorrow we'll be fighting on the chessboard. My road to EWC will be successful if I beat Vidit. This is Benjamin Bach, and my road to EWC starts here.
An all-star roster built for greatness.
Land CS superstar Nico West. Nico, how is the team feeling?
But in the spotlight, there's nowhere to hide.
Nico, is this the year?
Everyone's watching. Everyone's waiting. On the global stage, is this his chance to silence the world?
I'm ready. These are the moments that Nico is made for.
Team Liquid won every major title in 2025. Then one loss at M7. That's all it took. Now every other team can smell the blood. Will a new predator take the crown? Or will the king reclaim his throne?
The jungle belongs to me.
6 consecutive titles. World champions. An empire forged for glory. Destiny remains in their hands. But the world stage is calling.
It's the end of the streak. A G Super player out.
And every contender is coming for their crown. With the dynasty reuniting, can AG show the world once more?
请拭目以待。
Fnatic. Valorant royalty. 3 grand finals in 2025. 3 second places. Always close. But never on target.
Get in there.
राइजिंग में अब रास्ता बनने वाला है भारत से दुनिया तक का.
And whatever happened in the morning, I think that was just a jhalak of what's to come today. I mean, we started with the chess competition. It is 1-1 so far. And who would have thought we would get such a takkar wala competition right at the start of the day?
अब देखिए, India Rising is India's official road to the Esports World Cup. It is a platform connecting India's best talent to the global esports ecosystem. And एक celebration ही है, जिस तरह से हम लोग India Rising की बात करते हैं.
Yeah, truly. I mean, it's a celebration of the Indian gaming culture. Because I'll tell you what, it brings together not just esports, but also culture, creators, chess, entertainment, and everything that one could ask for, no?
Yes, and everything what one could ask for. In fact, if the fans were asking for something, they are getting so much more. And we all know that India is rising as a global gaming nation. And gaming has become a serious industry. It has created careers, it has created businesses and global opportunities. And this is the beginning of a long-term journey and not just a single event. And we are now speeding forward with the state of Maharashtra, which is leading India's gaming and digital innovation movement, becoming a hub for gaming.
I mean, tell me, what is it, 3:15 now? Look at the crowd. Just look at them. This is only going to increase as the day progresses. We are yet just in the first event of the day. The chess is not yet over. So much more to come.
And exactly what is there to come right now? Well, Mumbai, you will love this moment. In fact, you have already seen your lovely creators. You have already seen the amazing gamers. You've already seen some intense chess games. Well, the decider still left.
Oh, yes.
But there is more to come because this is India Rising, Road to EWC.
Tell me this. This was your debut in chess, if I'm not wrong. And it's my debut in esports. What are your thoughts?
My thought is that I think we should respect each other's profiles and respect each other's games and stay where we are. Because I love the game of chess, and I think you love esports in general. So I think, yeah, we should not eat over each other.
So far, so good.
So, a beautiful game of chess, that is what we were talking about. Bok won, Vidit won. And now we have something special happening, because of which we've taken a short break from that intense game of chess. What do you think is going to happen in the decider?
Well, it is for everyone to enjoy and view because I think the story has been set. The base has been set for something historic, something epic. Because, of course, if Vidit ends up winning, he'll not just be representing himself, but he'll be representing all of us,
Yes.
the whole of our country at the global stage. So that's something to cheer for, and that's something to be excited for.
And you know what the best part is? We already have 3 Indians who are already there, who've qualified for the chess event at the EWC. This will be our 4th entry from
Yes.
India. And we have some creators on the screen. Tell me more about them.
Well, what we have seen is that a lot of teams have qualified for the EWC, and let's have an idea on what is going to happen. Like, when it's the international stage, when a lot of things are at stake, you tend to feel the nerves. You tend to feel those things that, you're not that comfortable. So what do you feel about that? Those nerves settling in towards the end of the day?
End of the day, we've just started, no? I mean, yes, but you know what? You've got to tell me. We started with chess, yes. But tell me what's in store when it comes to the esports front. You have some really good creators who've come in, and we're going to have some really good competitions after this as well.
Of course, I think this is not just India Rising, but we are talking about esports rising overall. And of course, we have a lot of creators doing a watch party from here. Snacks Gaming is alive. So Snacks Gaming ke liye, let's just wait for his stream. And we also got Aman from Seoul, who's also streaming this. He's here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mortal here as well. The OG, the legend. Mortal, how does it feel? EWC, India को represent करने वाले हैं कुछ लोग. And thumbs up. आएंगे, देखो thumbs up से ज़्यादा भी आपसे बात करेंगे हम लोग. Of course, we will. But right now, of course, we got some amazing creators here. Yeah, I see a lot of them. We got some amazing BGMI players also right in the front. And I can see Oways there. Oways is a legend. He's a veteran who is still, he's amazing. When it comes to the lobby, he's just dominating the lobbies every now and then. So yes, so we've got a lot of people here. And of course, all the fans who get to see them 2 feet away.
Now tell me this, when you have so much happening in one space, what can one expect? The people who are going to sit at home and watch us live,
Yes.
watch the action that's going to come live, what do we have in store for them?
Yeah, of course, you can come here and say hi to your favorite creators, your favorite gamers. We've got Dobby here. Dobby, आप किधर हो? Yes, एक बार कैमरा को हाई कह दो, Dobby. साक्षी भी हाई कह दो एक बार. Yes, both are waving to the camera. And अगर आप इस समय आते हैं Geo Convention Center in Mumbai, you can get to experience this. This is a one-of-a-kind gaming festival where you will be also seeing some amazing chess games where we are hoping that with it takes home the Tiranga to the global stage.
Absolutely, and you know, with the kind of action that we've seen so far, I think it's not going to be an easy win. It is going to be one where Vidit will have to give in his all in order to make that spot his own.
And as we all know, esports is growing. And when you talk about the state of Maharashtra, it is leading India's gaming and digital innovation movement, becoming a hub of sorts for gaming. And as you can see, as you can witness this right now at India Rising, that it has become a hub.
And you know what? As I say these words, Rohit, I am truly honored to mention that our Honorable Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, will be joining us very soon and addressing this gathering. Yes, my dear friends, please make some noise for our Honorable Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis.
here. James and Vidit, they both are not here. Directly call the CM.
Ladies and gentlemen, all right, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me in welcoming our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Devendra Fadnavis, to the stage, and also joining him on stage are Dr. P. Anbalgan, IAS Principal Secretary, Industries, Government of Maharashtra, and Charlie Cowdery, CEO, Geoblast.
thank you so much, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, and Principal Secretary, sir, for gracing this event with your presence. We truly feel honored, and your presence showcases the Government of Maharashtra's support for the growth of gaming, esports, and the AVGC XR ecosystem.
Your initiatives for championing policy support for emerging industries, including gaming and esports, is truly inspiring, and we truly appreciate the forward-looking steps in that direction.
Also having joined us on stage is Mr. James Cunningham, representative of the Esports Foundation. May I now request Charlie to please present the India Rising jersey to Honorable CM, sir.
That's the India Rising jersey, ladies and gentlemen, being presented to our CM, sir, and Principal Secretary, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now I would like to request our dignitaries on stage to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and mark this glorious moment in history.
Now, this tradition is something that's ingrained in the Indian culture. No auspicious beginnings start without lighting of the lamp.
Thank you so much, sirs. And it is my utmost pleasure to invite Dr. P. Anbalgan, IAS Principal Secretary, Industries, Government of Maharashtra, to kindly come to the podium and address this gathering, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. All young friends. Honorable CM, sir. CEO Geoblast, Mr. Charlie, Grandmaster who is playing, Mr. Vidit Gujrathi, Mr. James Cunningham from EWC, all the young champions of India, welcome to truly a historic occasion for Maharashtra. Gaming, animation, and digital content creation are no longer hobbies. They are one of the fastest growing industries in the world. And Maharashtra, everyone knows, is determined to lead this growth. The government of Maharashtra has put in place a dedicated policy. Even I don't realize that this policy can impact so much of young crowd. Dedicated ABGC XR sector, covering animation, visual effects, gaming, comics, and extended reality. The investment we are expecting in probably in another 5 years is close to 50,000 crore, and it will create 2 lakh jobs. All young, energetic, young crowd probably will be benefited out of this. And if you look at number of digital studios which are into like gaming, they're close to 300 studios are like in Maharashtra, which is almost close to 1/3 of the country's number. And secondly, National Center of Excellence for ABGC and XR is also being set up in our Mumbai. And India Rising is not just an event, it is a statement. For the first time, India has an official, probably formalized, structured pathway to compete at the Esports World Cup, the world's biggest gaming stage, this year being held in Paris. The fact that the journey begins in Mumbai and in Maharashtra is something we are deeply proud of. It reflects the state's commitment to being at the forefront of India's digital future. When we look at opportunities for the younger lot and for the youth, if you look at the numbers, it's almost close to 500 million gamers are there, probably the largest in the world. And out of that large chunk of people, young people are from Maharashtra, probably from Mumbai, Pune, Nagpur, Nasik, Kolhapur, Solapur, and beyond. This event tells us, every one of them, that their passion has a future, not just like manufacturing, but also any professional player, a content creator, a game developer, or an entrepreneur in the gaming ecosystem. To assist us, to help you out, the government is building the infrastructure, the policy support, the platforms, so that the talent is never held back by lack of opportunity. I'm honored to welcome once again our Honorable Chief Minister, who has guided us and all our distinguished patrons to this stage. Together, let us make our state the home of Esports India. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anbalgan. Your words were truly inspiring and have sparked many young minds today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I need all of you to cheer on, because we have a very special guest who will be coming and having a chat with you. Please give it up for our chief guest, our Honorable Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Mr. Charlie Caudray, CEO Geoblast, Mr. James Cunningham, Dr. P. Anbalgam, all the dignitaries present here, dear friends, it's absolute privilege to be present at this India Rising, which is supposed to be the gateway to Esports World Cup. All of us know that Mumbai has been India's dream city, a status driven by its entertainment and film industry. Realms of animation, visual effects, gaming, comics, and extended reality have now emerged. Mumbai is developing the strongest ecosystem in India within these new sectors as well. In reality, today, the revenue generated by the global gaming sector far exceeds the combined earnings of the film and the music industry. Experts estimate that combined annual global revenue of film and music is 70 billion, and that of the gaming sector is 260 billion, which is 3.5 times larger than combined film and music world. India now has over 500 million active gamers. The domestic gaming business is 40,000 crore. And if you look at the film industry and the music industry put together in India, it is 20,000 crores. Surely, this is a very fascinating world now. When the first trailer for the Grand Theft Auto 6 was released, it garnered over 90 million views in just 24 hours, a level of viewership no movie trailer has ever achieved. Film enthusiasts worldwide were amazed to learn that movie 300 was produced in the studio only. When you wear a virtual reality headset and play a roller coaster game, your brain pursues a genuine sensation of losing balance. Even though you remain seated motionless in your chair, your eyes send signals to the brain that the virtual environment is 100% real. AVGC XR, a sector capable of delivering such incredible experiences, has now evolved into a full-fledged industry. A significant share of the credit goes to the availability of affordable data and the ease of UPI transaction. Maharashtra is making rapid strides in this field. Abundant availability of IT and digital skills to provide technical support, high-quality educational institutions, an ecosystem comprising Film City, the advertising agency, OTT production, post-production facilities. Maharashtra hosts 30% of country's AVGC XR studios. Over 295 studios operate within the state. VFX, animation, and post-production works for numerous national and international films, OTT series, and advertisement is carried out in Maharashtra. As rightly told by the Principal Secretary, our new policy of AVGC and XR is creating new opportunities. And especially, I must thank the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji for establishing the National Center of Excellence, the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, the first IIT in creative technologies in the city of Mumbai, which is going to change the entire creative economy and the orange economy. Maharashtra, the first state in the country with comprehensive AVGC policy with an outlay of 3,268 crores, aims at the investment of 50,000 crores, and it aims to generate 2 lakh jobs. Under this policy, this sector has got a status of industry and infrastructure. Development of 12 AVGC parks is also something which is going to change the entire space in Maharashtra. We have decided that in cities like Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Pune, Nagpur, Nasik, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, the state-of-art virtual production and AI-based rendering facilities are being developed. Government is providing high-speed internet and uninterrupted power supply to boost creators' economy. Maharashtra's aim is to be the Hollywood of digital content. Pleased to announce the development of state-of-the-art complex for content creators spanning 50 acres near New Mumbai International Airport. We will be strengthening the orange economy driven by creativity, culture, and digital expression. The Esports World Cup 2026, scheduled in Paris, France, from July 6 to August 20. This is the Olympics of the gaming world. The torch for this Olympic is being lit here in Mumbai today. Congratulations to all the participants. Through the India Rising Road to EWC initiative and the GeoBlast platform, the doors of the Esports World Cup are opening for India. A young player on the mobile phone in Nagpur's Mahal, a boy gaming on a laptop in Pune's Pet, a player in gaming cafe in the Nashik's Gully, or any youth from Sangli, Solapur, Akola, Amravati, Jalgaon, Dhule can make it to the Paris event. 50,000 young competitors, 5,000 physical spectators, 80 million digital viewers, over 200 million digital impressions generated through the GeoBlast platforms, which reaches Geo's 600 million users. India Rising will become the most watched esports initiative in India's history. Congratulations for that. Just as field sports like tennis, football, or cricket have become hubs of massive economic activity, the gaming industry also emerged as a new economic powerhouse. A highly intelligent and creative generation will propel Maharashtra and India to the top of the global gaming stage. The government of Maharashtra stands firmly behind you. At the end, I would like to say, movies portray a dream world. Gaming offers the chance to actually live in that dream world and become the hero ourselves. We welcome the young magicians who create these opportunities for Maharashtra. Once again, I would like to congratulate all the managers here who have done an excellent job, and Government of Maharashtra stands committed behind you to make this a great success. Thank you for having me here. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, sir. Your address today really reinforces that Maharashtra's ambition to become India's leading hub for gaming, esports, and digital innovation. So thank you so much for that. And we are truly honored to have you with us today. Now I would like to request on stage the presence of Animesh Agarwal, founder and CEO of SHUL, Chetan Chandgude, CEO of Godlike Esports, and Rohit Jagasia, founder and CEO of Revenant X-Park. And also joining on stage, Grandmaster Vidit Gujrathi. Respected sirs, I would request all to please step forward as we would like to capture this moment in time with a power-packed group photograph. All right, it's very important. One for the memory and one for the memory card.
One for Instagram. Thank you so much, Honorable CM Sir and Principal Secretary Sir. We're truly pleased that you took time out from your busy schedules, and we are honored that you have You've graciously been present at the event. Thank you so much. We request everyone to kindly maintain calm as our honorable dignitaries exit the venue. We shall be continuing with the next segment in just a few moments. So, hang on.
And of course, there is so much to hang on to because we have the decider game coming up very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, this is India Rising, Road to EWC 2026.
Oh yes, one tiebreaker yet to come. Are we ready or are we ready?
And all of this has been powered by BASF. And of course, we are talking about challenges that our players face. We are talking about the plans and the strategies that our players make. But if you also want to strategize your life and you want to solve some amazing problems that are actually worth solving, then you should check out BASF.
But, all the action on the other side of the break. We'll be back shortly.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
An all-star roster built for greatness.
CS superstar Nico. How is the team feeling?
But in the spotlight, there's nowhere to hide.
Nico, is this the year?
Everyone's watching. Everyone's waiting. On the global stage, is this his chance to silence the world?
I'm ready.
These are the moments that Nico is made for.
Team Liquid won every major title in 2025. Then one loss at M7. That's all it took. Now every other team can smell the blood. Will a new predator take the crown? Or will the king reclaim his throne?
The jungle belongs to me.
Six consecutive titles. World champions. An empire forged for glory. Destiny remains in their hands. But the world stage is calling.
It's the end of the streak. A G Super player out.
And every contender is coming for their crown. With the dynasty reuniting, can AG show the world once more?
请拭目以待。
Fnatic. Valorant royalty. 3 grand finals in 2025. 3 second places. Always close. But never on target. this year? Will they finally hit the mark?
This is where we make the shot.
Caps. A generational talent. Domestic dominance. But on the global stage, a different story. 7 years since Europe claimed an international trophy. This year, hope returned. But then it all came crashing down. When the weight of expectation becomes unbearable, can he lift a trophy once more?
Time to take what we deserve.
Magnus Carlsen, a force of nature. He sees things no one else does. Always one step ahead. 21 world titles. Reigning EWC champion. Unstoppable. Relentless. Inevitable. Can anyone weather the storm?
Your move.
Des milliers d'avis de recherche ont recouvert la ville de Paris du jour au lendemain. Leur cible, les champions en titre de l'Esports World Cup. Les autorités tentent de déterminer les motivations de cet acte, mais l'identité des auteurs reste un mystère.
Sous le ciel bleu de la Provence, les jours heureux mènent la danse, on voit le soleil.
It's not him.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to be. So if you're gonna make it with me, babe, lay it on me 'cause it's just a groovy Tuesday.
I don't feel the pressure from my opponents. I play against the standard I set for myself. And if I can face the best version of me, what chance do you have?
Magnus Carlsen looking up, he's in calculation mode. He truly has the heart of a champion and he is displaying that here, saying, watch what I can do.
To those who want the crown, come and get it.
내가 못할 거라 생각했지.
Esports World Cup. And the Esports Creator Program is doing exactly that. You can co-stream events, and that will let you earn points, which can be redeemed for amazing rewards.
Stream EWC, get points. Redeem points, unlock rewards. I stream EWC, I get points, I unlock rewards, I live forever!
I'm the best player in the world! I'm talking gift cards! Exclusive gear, signed jerseys, and more. Raven! Stream EWC, get points. Redeem points, get rewards. Sign up now! Wait, how do I set up?
Hello, my name is Vachier-Lagrave. I'm 24 years old and I'm from Sikkim, the northeast. And my in-game name is Makaveli and I'm the leader and the IGL of team God's Own Country. We have been playing together since the past 5 months and we have been the top 5 team from the VCSA of Split 1. And I'm very proud to introduce and play with my team God's Own Country in this India Rising Cup.
Hello everyone, my name is Paras. I'm 18 years old and I'm from Gurugram, Haryana. And you guys also know me as Synex. And obviously we are playing from past like 5 months together. And I've played some tournaments with Zion, so I have some experience, some synergy with him. But yeah, pretty much that's it. I'm very excited to play this event. Honestly speaking, we were not going to play this event because we were having some internal issues in team by the org. But then 2 days ago, before the registration ends, we decided to play and we qualified for the LAN. So we are excited to play.
Hello guys, my name is Zion. I'm 23 years old and I'm the sentinel of this team, God's Own Country.
Hello guys, मेरा नाम रेहान है, मैं बैट्समैन हूँ and I'm 19 years old. I'm flex most of the time. Like I play whatever agent the team needs. If I am Batman and he is my Robin, क्योंकि मैंने उसके साथ पहले भी टीम्स में खेल रखा है काफ़ी टीम्स, so I think he's my Robin in this team.
Hello, my name is Vachier. In-game name is MV2K. You guys know me as Jogemo.
Yes, we do see ourselves as turning out because we are facing SA2 and they're like the best team, one of the best teams of VCA. And we have faced them in league before, so obviously Synex is the one guy who always gets bullied by everyone. Batman is the silent one, he's like there and he has huge impact, you know, like silent impact. Zion is like the wall, we can always trust him, he always has our back. And Envy is the chaos, like he does whatever and he does chaos at its best.
So basically, we are just trying to figure out like we play a game as a pair, okay? So me and Envy is a pair, Zion and Batman is a pair. So we are just trying to fight it together. Like wherever we fight it together. So if we are having mistakes, we are just trying to fix that in ourselves, and Maka is trying to fix where the round is going wrong. That's what we do as a team. If a bigger team looks at that as an easy matchup, we just don't say it, we just play our game and show them.
I think the most dangerous player would again be Envy because he's like our most confident and he's like our front line, and if he keeps on going, like there's nobody to stop.
As in individual players, we do have great things like Zion have so many setups on Cypher as he plays Cypher on side, and I have so many lineups on Sova to convert the round. Maka has initially good calls, mid-round good calls. Batman is putting great co-agiling because he's the second entry for the team. If he wants to go, he'll tell us. If he doesn't want to go, he will tell us. So we'll decide the round according to him.
I think we'll get our name on like the top of one of the like best players of India.
जो टाइम पे टीम बन रहा था तो लाइक मुझे मालूम पड़ा कि बैट्समैन है तो मेरा बैट्समैन है, बट टीम नए प्लेयर्स थे तो हमको बोला कि मैं कभी जब खेला नहीं तो मुझे तो मेरे पास टीममेट्स थे उनके साथ खेलना है. तो जब टीम बना स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम्स हुआ खेलने को, बट जिस हिसाब से हम लोगों ने सबने मिलकर मैनेज किया. इवन हमने संडे को भी छुट्टी नहीं लिया, हम संडे के दिन भी बैठ के हाफ डे प्रैक्टिस किया और एंड में जिस हिसाब से हमको लाइक गोल्स जो हमारा था उस पर हम एक्चुअली अचीव भी किए.
एक बार के लिए जियोन भी भड़क जाते हैं.
हाँ, एक बार के like you guys are dogs.
But he is the calmest. He like always says
अंक लैन पे क्वालिफाई होने का क्रेजीनेस इसलिए था क्योंकि हम लोग 5 महीने से सिर्फ ऑनलाइन खेल रहे हैं. हम लोगों ने लैन नहीं खेला साथ में, तो ऑब्वियसली एक टीम को होता है 6 महीने से साथ में खेल रहे हैं, लैन नहीं खेला, से कैसे भाई लैन तो खेलेंगे. remember GOC because we are gonna own them when we play against them.
Hello, my name is Ank. I am from Russia. I am playing for SATL. I am controller in the team.
Hello, myself Yuvi. I play for SATL Esports. My game role is Vidit.
Hey guys, I am Kohli. I am the initiator for the team for playing for SATL Esports.
Hi everyone, I'm Vachier-Lagrave. I'm also known as RVK. I'm part of team SATL Esports and I'm the agile for the team.
Hello everyone, my name is Alan, nickname is Zexer. I'm doing this for the SATL.
Usually I would love to be an underdog, but right now since we have an organization who's so big and people obviously look at the organization a lot, so it's really fun to be that team that everyone wants to beat, and it gives us a little bit of drive to do better.
I'm happy that I'm in the SATL. I'm happy to play in the team. I'm happy to be the best team with the best org.
I think looking at recent performances, I think it's still something that we need to prove. I think we've proven to be good, but just haven't gotten a big victory yet. So I think everyone's still excited to see what we hold and what the best version of SAT looks like.
For me, we are favorites in the match, but our recent result, we need to prove for ourselves that we can win and qualify for later events.
It makes me happy that people think that I'm better than them.
For the most part, I've always been the underdog in my past team as well. So I think it's a different experience to me playing in SATL because SATL is known to considered to be the top dog usually, and people are running out for you in the sense that they always want to beat the top dog. So it's a different feeling for me.
So I think Ilya.
Wow,
we are back.
And we are back. Wow, I think that was a long break, but the action before the break was intense, and I think back-to-back comebacks,
and that to decide who goes to Paris. Will it be Vidit or Benjamin Bog? Shri, tell me your thoughts.
Again, I think Vidit is a little bit of a favorite. Like I said from the beginning, Rakesh. The longer a match goes, the higher the chances for a stronger player.
Yep.
But having said that, so far at this match, there's been very little to choose from between Vidit and Bok.
Yep.
It's so hard to say who has been the stronger player. But I think Vidit has just shown a little more, like I said, more shots on goals. Although in terms of goals, they've been equal.
Yeah.
And in terms of possession also, I think it's around 50-50. It's been a bit of back and forth. Super interesting match, but I'm leaning slightly towards Vidit.
Yeah, that's a very fair call. And I think if Bok really needs to get that ticket, he has to create more chances, what you were talking about. He's been extremely resourceful in, defending those minus positions, but he needs to get it done and get it done right now. Because remember, chat, it's going to be only 2 games in the third set. It's not the usual 4. And Shri, in case those 2 games are tied, you know what will happen.
It will be Armageddon number 3.
Never before have we seen this, chat. 3 Armageddons in a row is super, super rare. But you know what? They might just play it safe. You never know.
Absolutely. Maybe they'll play it safe, or maybe they will. I think a lot depends on who makes that first mistake, Rakesh, because there's been a little bit of break in between as well. We saw already that happening in set 2. Right after a small break, Bob came back and immediately made a mistake, and with it pounced on it.
Yes.
So I think it's extremely important how they play in the first 5 minutes after the resumption. And once again, every small mistake, every small moment will be capitalized.
Yeah, and we have liftoff here already. The players are set, and we see an English from
the English 4 Knights. I love how beautifully compact the development is in this setup. It's like a reverse Sicilian defense, black playing 1e4 types. So if you're a Sicilian lover, this is a great opening that you can play as white as well.
Yeah, it's a great, and you get the extra move in the reverse Sicilian.
You get the extra move, and you see Bok taking his time a bit in the opening to get acclimatized and also work out what Vidit's strategy is. And as far as Vidit is concerned, I think after 10 games, this is maybe the first time he's playing this opening in this match.
Yeah, it's a first, and the players got a little bit of break for lunch, and we saw the Chief Minister of Maharashtra felicitating Vidit on stage as well. So maybe a little extra motivation there.
Yeah, absolutely. A little extra motivation, a lot of extra home support there for Vidit. And we also saw the amount of crowd, amount of spectators pouring in post-lunch. So now the arena, which was already enthralling, is 3x more enthralling now.
Absolutely, and we have lots of fans here and many supporters of Vidit. Sadly, not so much for Bok, but I don't think he thinks about that too much. He's got locked in with his noise cancellation headphones for the exact same reason.
Absolutely, but I don't know. Maybe it's my imagination, or I can see a bit of tiredness in Benjamin's face, though.
Yeah.
I can just say it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm imagining, or maybe probably the tiredness is there for both the players at this point. They've been playing for how many hours, Rakesh?
So actually, the hours or the matches may be 10, and hours may be, of course, fewer than that. But the problem is, the players reached the venue at like 9 a.m.
Yeah.
While the first game resumed at around 11 a.m. So even that time, when you are ready to go, but you were told to wait. So it's been around 7 hours they have been here at the venue.
Yeah, 7 hours of total time, and I think 3.5 hours of play time.
Correct.
And that's almost like one full classical game.
Yep.
With not a lot of break in between. And here also, these 3.5 hours have been filled with intense high pressure moments.
Exactly.
You never had a 15-minute think where you can, calmly think about things. Every 30 seconds, you have a high pressure decision that you have to make, which decides a decision with a lot at stake, a massive amount of prize money, as well as a coveted spot in the world Esports World Cup in Paris.
Absolutely. For Vidit, it's like he's already at home here with this opening and being physically in Mumbai. But for Benjamin, we'll actually see whether if he goes to the Netherlands or he goes to Paris. So that is all we see. But here, coming back to the chess, Shri, knight goes back for Vidit, trying to reroute the knight to the center. Maybe the rook can come to the half-open c file as well.
Yeah, definitely. The rook coming to the c file, it's a reverse Sicilian dragon. So you see something similar. Meanwhile, what I don't like about Black's position right now is that the queen is blocking the entry path of the light square bishop, which is preventing him from completing his development. And I think in chess and openings, it's the most important thing that you should do. You need to develop your pieces first.
Yeah, and Chad, look at that heart rate of Bok that we've been talking about. Feels like, he's relaxed a bit. It's always in the high 150s normally. But here he goes back with his queen, opening the line of the bishop as you had mentioned.
Yeah, the queen goes back. But now it's ripe for Vidit to exert pressure on that knight and on the c file in general. The rook can come in there. The queen can, he goes there.
And yeah, Chad, if you're just joining in, set 1 went to Benjamin Bok, set 2 went to Gujrathi, and everything to play for a 2-game mini match. It's kind of like the FIDE World Cup format.
Absolutely. It's absolutely like the FIDE World Cup, Rakesh. And this is, I think, one of the most longest and most enduring matches that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Knight to d4 in general, centralizing a piece is always a good idea if the piece is not hanging. And with this, Black solves certain problems, and if he can move that c pawn 1 square forward, he would nicely blunt the fianchetto bishop, the dragon bishop of white as well.
True, and one big difference I was thinking about in the break was Vidit won game 1 in set 1 and 2. But if he wins here, Bok has only 1 game to make a comeback. Earlier, he had like 3 more games to make a comeback.
Yep, that's I think a massive game changer, and that's a wonderful point, Rakesh. Maybe that's the reason why Bok took more time than normal to ease himself into the positions and to get into that rhythm, get back into that rhythm. And that's actually a extremely wise approach from him.
Yeah, very wise. And something what we noticed on the computers of both players was they're trying out some puzzle rushes before they start, because you had some lunch. Maybe you are a little sloppy, and we saw the slightest lapse in concentration can be lethal at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's always nice to have your brain working a bit, and also your mouse, your hand, eye coordination. A lot of additional factors. This being the e-sport format.
True.
Nice pawn structure from white there, allowing him good control of the center. Meanwhile, Black has successfully solved his development problem. All his pieces are out into the game. And meanwhile, Rakesh, we can tell you, chat, the noise here is deafening. We are wearing these headphones,
Yeah.
and we can completely hear everything.
I hope the players can't do that because they'll hear the moves or, it's a blunder, it's a good move, which is of course what we don't want. But yeah, Bishop in the center for Vidit. I'm loving this one. He's going to milk it. He's going to juice it for a long time. As we know, we have other games and other creators here as well, and that's why the chat and the audience here in Mumbai is loving it on site.
Yeah, it's a beautiful arena for chess to be set at. And as we've been observing all day today, chess is truly belonging in the e-sport category. It's been a proper sport. We have seen heart rates ranging from 110, a minimum. It has never dropped below that, to high 160s.
Absolutely. Rook comes to the center. I think just saving it from that, protecting the pawn in the center as well in case needed. And I think this position is exactly in with its style.
Yeah, totally in with its style. The kind of positions that helped him become the world under-14 champion all the way back in 2008, where both Bok and me played, and numerous other tournaments that Vidit has won throughout his illustrious career. So the bishop drops back, keeping things stable for the moment. Black has kept things very stable, compact position. White, meanwhile, also has no weaknesses, good control of the center. He will look to gradually increase control step by step of the position. The next question is where to improve the knight, and he takes it to the c4 square, gradually increasing pressure on the center.
Yeah.
What would Black do here? Can he move one of the pawns on the left-hand corner to try and create some space?
I think that's definitely possible. If you just allow Vidit to, slowly grind you out, it's going to be tough for Bok. He might have to, make things happen. And with 5 minutes on the clock, it's going to be pressure. And Shri, you're talking about the FIDE World Cup briefly earlier. I think similar to that, the strongest player doesn't necessarily win. It's always going to be who makes the first mistake.
Absolutely, and also who converts the opportunities they get.
Yeah,
I think there are two important factors when such equal competition is held. One is who defends better in bad positions and converts those 0 points into half, and who takes those half chances and converts those half points into one. I have seen that happen so many times. One of the most enthralling encounters is the Magnus Ikaru speeches matches, which also follows similar lines. They are so equal, but the one who takes those better chances on their day wins.
True. As Vidit settles into a little bit of a longish thing, as we see this wonderful playing arena here, and people trying all sorts of things. There's lots of games and other activities to try, and also some nice food. I'm pretty sure, Shri, you enjoyed that Mumbai Vada Pav earlier.
Absolutely. I had the perfect Mumbai
experience. Lunch as well. So pawn to c6, he pushes that pawn on the queen side, on the left side of the board, and with it now has to come up with the goods.
Yeah, it's a slow game. It's a lot of maneuvering, a lot of dancing around until suddenly it changes. Vidit is so determined to trade that light square bishop. He's been offering that trade so many times.
And a very good technique. Give a check, throw the king to the corner, so just in case an endgame arises, the king will be one step away.
Absolutely. And Vidit here making more trade deals, trying to make more trade deals than Donald Trump.
Exactly. Look at that. I mean, so many trade deals, and Black is like, nope, no deal for you. Increase the tariffs how much ever you want. No deal for you, brother.
So what is Vidit going to do? I think at some point he can force the hand of Black though. He can try and attack the light square bishop and force it to get traded. One way to do it is with the knight.
Oh my god, he offers another deal.
Oh my god.
At this point, I think Vidit is just doing it for the memes.
Yeah, I know, right?
Let's go, VD again. Bishop f5.
I liked attacking that bishop with the knight on the previous move and forcing the trade, but I think Vidit doesn't want to move any of these pawns on the center. He likes the construction the way it is.
And also, what a beautiful pony on c4, Can't be attacked ever because the other pawns start crumbling. And it's always keeping an eye out on the bishop and the central pawn of Black.
Yeah, and he ups the pressure. He sends another pawn. he's forcing black to make a decision in the center.
Yeah, and look at those pawns, those 6 pawns of white on the dark squares. I love it. It's like a stone wall structure in a way, Sri.
Yeah, absolutely. The pawns are sewed together. One pawn gets traded. I think Vidit will capture the center pawn, so the central file gets opened.
Yeah, the rook is opened up. The queen has to be a little uncomfortable because the bishop can jump, and now you are in trouble.
Yeah, so the queen has to move, and I guess the queen will definitely move a bit forward and try and create threats against White's king, or at least try and be a menacing presence.
Yep. Yeah.
But what Vidit has done with these pawns is he has created a lot of control on the central squares, which allows his knight to move even more forward than it is right now, and truly hop on towards Black's territory, the 5th rank.
Ooh, Benny goes a little passive, and I'm somehow feeling it, Vidit slowly taking over the game and the momentum right now.
It does seem so, Rakesh, even though the evaluation bar is, another trade. And finally, so persistence does pay off.
Absolutely, no. This is one example I'm going to show my kids, where never take no for an answer.
Yeah, never take no for an answer. That's the topic of Vidit's autobiography, I guess.
Yeah. Can I push the pawn here? Pawn to d5 in the center, so that I always have. It's like a passed pawn, and it may be even a protected passed pawn if my other pawn joins in.
Yeah, absolutely. He goes for it. It was the most tempting thing to do. Oh my God! Look at the amount
of. And that's mortal, by the way. Naman Mathur, in one of India's top gamers out there. He is an absolute icon, and here he can't walk the streets of Mumbai without such a big crowd with him. And in fact, that's the beauty of it. He's also with SATUL, one of India's topmost esports teams, and all of them can't wait to go to Paris for the Esports World Cup. But which of these 2 players will be joining them? Will it be Vidit or Benny? That time will tell.
Yeah, and we don't even have to wait such a long time. We are going towards the culminating point of game 1 of the deciding set 3. The d5 pawn is under a little bit of threat right now. Black is looking to move the f pawn forward, attacking the rook, which is protecting the d5 pawn. He will try and capture that pawn with a check. Meanwhile, Vidit doesn't mind giving up that pawn. He wants to go all in on the e file. He's ready to take the initiative. He's ready to amp up the pressure. And with time ticking down, Benjamin has a very tough decision up his way.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Benjamin just pulls up one of his rooks, Vidit will swoon in on the E line in the central file, give a check, and that's game over.
Absolutely. And the bar shows a stoic equal, and that's a very good queen trade offered by Bok, because the queen on f5, White's queen's position was causing a lot of issues for Black. It was the root of all the tactics related to the back rank weakness that Black had, and now Black forces White to either trade the queen or move away the queen from such a nice and cozy spot. And it's not a polite thing to ask the queen to move away in general. So it's I'm curious how Vidit deals with it.
Yeah, and he's invested about 30 seconds on this decision already. He has to, keep up the pressure. We have seen Benjamin Bok is a force to reckon with once you give him the initiative.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when the time starts ticking down, Rakesh. I think this 10+0. When it goes to 5+0, it goes into Title Tuesday territory. When it goes to 3+0, it goes to 3+0 Thursdays territory. And all those practice that you have had playing in those tournaments really start kicking in when the time goes low. And for the first time in set 3, Vidit goes lower on time than Bok.
Yeah, he's under 2 minutes. He's
gone for something very committal.
Yeah, he's all in on the D pawn. If he loses that D pawn, suddenly, look at that. The bar, I thought the bar was rising for a second, but yeah, 2 rooks versus a queen. Normally, I would prefer the 2 rooks. Sri, how about you?
Yeah, I would also prefer the 2 rooks here, but in this juncture, I can also see that White has some options for giving a perpetual check. So maybe Vidit will try to keep those options open. But for now, he makes sure that his investment in this position, his top investment, the D pawn, remains alive.
Yeah, very true. That pawn is like going to be a hero or zero moment in the game. But one thing I'm worried about is the times. Look at that. 1 minute and 38 seconds for both players right now, Sri. And Benny politely offering the draw.
Yeah, and you can also see the heart rates rising at the India Rising.
Yeah, nice one.
146 for Vidit, very close to the 150 mark. And actually, there's no clear draw yet, or maybe he can do Queen E8 and Queen C8 and Queen F5. Yeah, that I think we're heading towards the draw, Rakesh.
Yeah, I think they're going to take the draw. Vidit might. No, you can't push the pawn. Vidit has to take the draw. I think.
Yeah, he has to take a draw. So we are going into the game 2 of set 3.
Oh my god. Yeah, there we have it, chat. Another check, and chess.com will show it that yes, it is a draw. Let's go. What a thrilling game there, Sri. But players will be getting just a few seconds. But with that, I think advantage Benjamin, because he gets the white pieces. And if he wins, that's it. We have to book a flight to Paris.
Absolutely. Rakesh, and I must also mention how well Bok defended in that game.
Yeah.
I've seen Vidit apply this kind of pressure, this kind of squeeze so many times. I've been on the facing end of it, and there were so many attractive options he had during the game that could have gone really bad for him. But he kept his calm, he defended well, and that was a high quality game. I'm pretty sure the accuracy percentage must be around the 95 region.
Yeah, easily. And as we saw, Vidit was still mulling over the fact that, what could I have done better? Whereas Benjamin Bok is just like chilling. You see, Vidit's still thinking about it. But Benny's like, yeah, whatever, like good draw, okay. But what do I do in this game? Again, similar option what he had earlier. Does he put max pressure, or does he go all in, or he plays it a little safe, Sri?
I think he will. It depends on the position he gets out of the opening, but he will definitely look to apply as much pressure as he can, without risking too much. And so far, Italian has worked well for him, but the last time he played the Italian, Vidit came out as the convincing winner. So I'm curious to see what opening choice Bok chooses. The games have begun.
Yeah, we have lift off there. Benjamin's heart rate is low already. Maybe he's gotten that Italian you were talking about. Well, as the live boards will be shown to you in a couple of seconds.
We are going towards a suspense broadcast mode, and yeah.
Wow. I think Benjamin just loves pizza or pasta so much because he loves cooking in the Italian.
Absolutely, Rakesh. It's one of the favorite cuisines for chess players these days.
Yeah.
And with it repeating the opening that gave him that win in the Armageddon that took the match to game 3.
Yep.
With the pawn coming to d6, this ensures that we have another opening with the bishop g5 setup, another pin. Or Bok is thinking this time. He's thinking before going bishop g5. He's like, should I go for something more solid?
I think he goes for something different.
It's a very interesting choice. I really like having a attack against the opponent's king in such short time controls. But on the other hand, with it, he goes for something different.
Yeah. The moment you think, and he invested like 30 odd seconds, the longer you think, the safer option you play, right?
Yeah, and the longer you think, the more you don't want to take that option, which was the obvious choice.
Yeah.
Because you had a sunk cost.
Exactly. It's like you wasted 30 seconds as well, some white as well. And with this 10+0 format, there is no increment, chat. Once a second ticks away, you can't get it back. So you have to use all of the 600 seconds you have.
Yeah, absolutely. And 600 seconds is definitely not a lot in a game of chess. It flies away really quickly.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if you play too fast, one mistake can end the game.
True, absolutely. And Benjamin's still looking for motivations on the side, or some ideas. Wants to be inspired. And knight g4 played by Vidit Gujrathi.
Yeah, and Rakesh, I'm not entirely sure, but I think there's also interesting history between them. At some point, I believe they must have worked together, because Vidit had spent quite a bit of time training in Netherlands around 2016. So they know a lot about each other as well. It's been, I think, about 20 years of playing with each other and sometimes training with each other as well.
Yeah, but only one man goes through tonight. Two very good friends have trained together. They have a best friend in common in Anish Giri as well. Shout out to the Dutch number one. And Benjamin has played with Anish. He's worked with it. But here, Shri, it's a knight popping up, hitting the weak F2 point, and Benjamin having a really long thing. How do I block it? Because the bishop, like a sniper, is attacking the weakest point.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Rakesh. He can defend with the rook, he can intercept with the knight, or he can intercept with the bishop. These are the three options that he has. But on the other hand, he does none of the above. He goes for intercepting with the pawn.
Yeah, it's always nice to intercept. Otherwise, the bishop on a7 is like a menace, and you have to always keep an eye out for that long piece.
Yeah, and from the body language of the players and their thinking times, I can also imagine that I'm not quite sure if this is part of Vidit's preparation, which is why probably Bok also spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out. It's like, okay, but knight g4 probably not here, right? And Vidit probably he saw an opportunity and he went for it, or it could be that he has mysterious and deep preparation with which neither me nor Bok remembers.
Yeah, it's very interesting, this opening struggles. And, Shri, we are in Mumbai, the land of Bollywood and acting. So do you think one of these players is like hiding or just pulling a poker face and showing that, I don't know this opening, but deep down, they have it well prepared?
That's very possible. It's very, very possible, Rakesh. But yeah, White has sent the knight back all the way to f6.
Yeah.
And in the end, he has got a good center, which he would love to protect. There are some forcing ideas with the bishop on c4, which can break White's center.
Yeah.
So I'm very tempted to, we have a lovely point of view of Vidit there. Bok there.
Yeah.
And he moves away the bishop. He protects that bishop so that his center remains stable. A strong center is the foundation of your chess openings.
Drops back with his bishop. 7 minutes for Bok, 7 minutes 40 seconds for Vidit. Overall, who would be the happier of the two after the opening, Shri?
I like White's position a bit more, Rakesh. I think White's, especially the center that he has gotten.
Yeah.
These are the things you try to prevent as Black.
Correct.
And by playing that knight forward, Black actually gave White a bit of a few moves of tempo.
Right. And I'm thinking, Shri, maybe Vidit had seen that move in a different position or a different setup, and he probably mixed them up.
Yeah, it's quite possible. So now Vidit challenges White center and he puts his knight there. It's a very common way of challenging and a very common setup. White, on the other hand, should, I think, protect the d4 point really nicely. He will bring the bishop to e3.
Yep.
And the f1 knight can be used to offer trade to that central knight that Black has on e4.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Bishop comes 2 squares, the dark squared bishop, and protects the central point, as Shri is mentioning. 6 minutes, and I think also around this mark, you like, I think Bok has to like take a strategy. Like, do you like start pushing a little harder, or you pull the plug?
Yeah, I think the point for that decision is a few minutes down the line when they are both down to close to 3 minutes each.
Yeah.
Now his strategy should be to, I think, keep improving his position, improve the placement of his pieces one by one, and when his opponent tries to do the same, find ways to prevent that from optimally happening. I think it's really important to focus on the present moment in these situations. Vidit develops his bishop. Now I think it's natural for White to try and trade one of the central knights.
Yeah, that's possible. Even maybe develop the rook and on the half of open c file. That's also possible. But Shri, very good point. That just stay in the moment. You don't want to like think, how is it going to be in Paris, or what happens after I win. You just want to stay in the moment and calculate. Have no lapse in your concentration.
Absolutely, Rakesh. The moment when you start thinking about the past or the future is when your foot trips and you fall down. You have to always see the ground and see what's in front of you. The knight offers trade to the central knight, but not at the place that I thought it would. But instead, he goes towards the right-hand side, not the center.
I see the idea, Shri. Go ahead.
This allows a double pawn though for the white pieces. But what is the idea, Rakesh?
Exactly. So I'll give you the double pawn, but suddenly the f file is open. I maybe slide my rook in the center towards the king, and I have all the space my rook deserves.
That's a really nice insight. You have the f file open, and I think white is also eyeing the light square diagonal, which can be used to deliver checkmate. And with a pawn on g3, this also potentially gives a spot to that knight on h4, which can be used to clear the f5 square if it is intercepted.
Ooh, I think the engine loves that move. Look at that, a nice chunk of initiative there. 0.5 is not a great edge, but when you're playing for $10,000 on the line and a ticket to the EWC, every pressure counts, Shri. I'm thinking the momentum is shifting in Boke's favor right now.
Absolutely. The momentum is slightly towards Boke's favor, but there is a lot to go in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's only going to be 5 minutes before we get to the climax of this game.
Absolutely. And Chad, if you're joining in, set 1 to Boke, set 2 to Vidit. He made a comeback, but this is set 3. Game 1 is drawn. This may be the final game of the event. Whoever wins takes the ticket home. If it's a draw, Shri, it's an Armageddon.
Yeah, the priceless ticket to Paris, the priceless ticket to Esports World Cup. And there are some things which money just can't give you. This would be a perfect MasterCard moment.
Absolutely there. And if one of these players loses, it's not the end of the road, but they have to start from scratch, from zero again, go to Paris on their own cost to play the last chance qualifier.
Yeah. Which is you're basically going back to the queue with hundreds of people.
Exactly. Instead, if you lock in, get your act together, have like full concentration and get the win, you do it right here, right now.
Yeah, and with that, Boke forces the trade of the knight. He forces his way to the light square diagonal, but Vidit is up to it. He manages to defend. He manages to trade the light square bishop, which has been trying to do all of set 3 in both the games.
Yeah.
But this time, I think Boke doesn't mind at all the trade of the light square bishops.
Doesn't. Okay, he wants Vidit to take. He wants Boke to take so that Vidit's pawn comes in the center. But I think Boke wants to plant his knight on the square the bishop came from.
Yeah, as you gain more control, as you keep advancing, the closer you are towards the goal post, which is the black king.
Yeah.
And the white pieces are slowly moving towards it. I guess the rook will join next to try and protect the knight, which wants to go forward. It's so close to a game of football, right?
Very close. And today's analogies have been like flawless. The rook would love to strike, would just slide over on f1 and support his buddy going to f5. But 4 minutes for Benjamin, with it having almost a minute's advantage there, and this might be the deciding factor, Shri.
Yeah, and there the rook goes towards the right flank.
Yeah.
To support the knight from going forward, and all the pressure on Vidit right now.
I absolutely agree. Just white's queen can slide up one square, and suddenly bishop takes pawn is on the horizon, and you have to be worried if you're Vidit Gujrathi in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be worried, and that's one of the curse of being a good player. You quickly realize how bad your position can get.
Yeah. Luckily, I don't have any of those problems, Sri. But I mean, if I'm white, I'm just relishing my position because I love to attack. But if I'm playing black in this one, I'm figuring it out ways with brute force calculation to exchange or trade off a few pieces.
Yeah, and Vidit can feel that pressure. There's no easy way to trade pieces anymore.
Yeah.
If you move the knight, white knight will reject the trade. The light square bishop is at its best square. The dark square bishop doesn't have a great future as of now, and there are no pawn breaks. So again, Vidit for the first time in this game has gone to lower time than what Boke has.
Yeah, and even like one trade is on the board, like you can capture it, but you help white's queen to come to a better square, connect the two rooks for white as well. So a tough choice for Vidit, and he has to play, Shri.
Yeah, he has to play. He badly needs a pawn break, something like the c5 break, but he doesn't have enough control, so he brings his rook over.
Yeah, but the engine ever so slightly rose a little. The eval bar likes white, a little bit like accumulating compounding effect for with every move. But Benjamin, if you want that W, you gotta maybe start putting some pressure on Vidit's clock as well.
Yeah, you need to put. It's a tricky decision though. Either you put pressure on time, but then there's a risk of the losing the advantage on the board.
True.
All the action on the right flank.
Yeah, easier said than done, and that's a big mistake by Vidit Gujrathi. Is still a knight takes pawn on check possible, Shri?
I would be very hesitant to do that, Rakesh. I think you still need to improve your position. If the queen is backing that attack, I would do it in an instant, in the blink of an eye. But I need the queen support.
Yeah, so maybe we get the queen up one square and prepare this bishop takes pawn on the right side of the board and just go all in. But Bok, I think he realizes this. It's completely winning for war. He goes the other way, Shri.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that the knight doesn't move anywhere, so the pressure on the central pawn is neutralized for now. Meanwhile, the queen is not going anywhere, so the queen moves forward the next move. But this allows Vidit to release so much of the pressure, the pawn break that he was looking for.
I think that was the moment where Benjamin could have clutched it, but I feel now Vidit is back in the game with that pawn break.
Yeah, a very important pawn break. The move that the break that the rooks were preparing for such a long time, and I'm not sure if Bok saw that coming.
Yeah, he just thought Black normally never pushes pawns in front of his king, and now I feel the momentum shifting yet again, Shri, and that bishop, that sniper in the top left corner of the board, he might be getting extremely active in the next minute or so.
Absolutely, Rakesh. Every piece of black concentrated towards white spots on the center, on the right flank, everywhere. And both the sides are advancing on completely different flanks now. White is quickly turning the attention to the other side. So we are going to see a proper clash. Both the sides clashing head on now.
Actually, the best part about esports is we know that exactly in the next maximum of 5 minutes, we will know the result of this game. There's no increment. You can't stall it. You can't do whatever. We will have a result very, very soon.
Yeah, chat, what do you think? This is the time. This is the time for you to guess who is going to go to Paris. The culminating moment. Do let us know who you are rooting for. This is the critical moments of the set 3 of the grand finals of India Rising route to EWC. Vidit protects the B7 pawn, and now white goes for a very, very questionable bishop trade with the knight, after which the central bishop, the light square bishop of black, cannot be challenged by any other piece on the board.
Yeah, I don't really like this decision. The last 3 moves have been very confusing, for me. But I feel Vidit is taking over, and he might even take this game home because Benjamin's time is extremely low right now. And chat, do let us know. Write Vidit if you're on team Vidit, and write Benjamin, or you can write Bok if you're on team Bok. Do let us know which player are you rooting for.
Yeah, this is the point where white probably has lost the thread a little bit, Rakesh, and now suddenly the moves are not flowing. He takes the pawn but allows the rook forward, and all the black pieces you see, they're so well controlled in the center. The rooks on their open files, the bishops so beautifully controlling the board, and this is the point where Vidit can really seize this match.
Absolutely, I think I'm going to call it Shri. I feel Vidit is taking this one.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Rakesh. The match is definitely going towards Vidit's way in the last few minutes.
And Benjamin struggling, to come up with a good move, and he has only 1 minute 15 seconds now.
Yeah, and Vidit's heart realizes it. Vidit's heart, it's pumping more than normal.
Yeah.
Because it knows it has to be active. The knight retreating back. White is on the retreat right now. Vidit has the chance to win a pawn right now if white captures back with the rook.
I think.
He captures with the knight, but this puts the knight in an unfortunate spot, and Vidit just makes a very useful improving move. He also has a lead of 38 seconds, so he just has to keep. Oh, he senses something. He's going to take the bishop with the rook. He's going to move in with all his pieces.
Let's go. Rook captures bishop and punch your ticket to Paris with it, Gujrathi. Can he find it though?
He has gone for it.
Wow! He can feel it. Look at him. It's bullet time. Bishop d4 check. Capture the central pawn with the bishop. He does it.
He does it, and now he's going to bring the queen. The queen is going to come all the way smashing into the white king's territory, and white has no way to stop it.
I like a check with the queen on the f file. He does it.
And if you block with the knight, black can just move the pawn and win a piece.
Oh, that's a big mistake, Shri.
Damn. Queen into pawn?
Yeah, and you bring the other rook as well.
This is crazy. Both the players are brilliant at finding their resources, and Bok gets back into the game. The game is back to equal. Oh my god.
I think he deserves a round of applause. What a defense by the Dutchman, Benjamin Bok. And I think Vidit just can't believe, like, where did my advantage go? And he's down to 40 seconds.
Yeah, and he offers a queen trade, goes into a very interesting bishop and knight endgame. It's going to be all about nerves, Rakesh. Time is going to be a deciding factor.
Yeah, 40 seconds for both people. Vidit has the initiate with the bishop, a long-range piece, and better when pawns are on both sides of the board.
Yeah, but how quickly can you move? How quickly can you move the mouse? How quickly can you play with the seconds? And Vidit using that extra pawn on the left flank, I think Vidit is once again back on top.
Yeah, but 30 seconds for both. And remember, the knight is a tricky piece in the end game, especially in bullet.
Yeah, the knight is a super tricky piece for sure. And Vidit has so few pawns. So white goes after the pawns. The more pawns that get traded, the better defensive chances for black.
Smart by Vidit. He wants to get a passed pawn. If you take, I won't recapture. I'll just push and keep your check.
Oh, that turns around for black.
Vidit is winning. Vidit is completely winning. 13 seconds for Benny. This is over.
This is over, yes.
Vidit Gujrathi is about to punch his ticket to Paris. 10 seconds for both players. This match has gone down to the wire.
The final critical moment, Vidit just has to make all forcing moves. The bishop protects one pawn. The king takes care of the other pawn. And at this point, are they going to flag? Oh, no! Oh, my God!
Vidit Gujrathi had a look at his reaction. He can't believe he blew it. He was a piece up, but he fell into a threefold repetition there. Benjamin Bok is the new Minister of Defense. Call him up right now. What a defense, Srinath.
That was an extremely tight spot, Rakesh, and you can immediately see Vidit looking for the win that he had. But on the other hand, you had only 4 seconds to take the decision. It was a very tight spot.
And now they will have only 4 seconds to another decision, submitting their bids. Because Shri, we don't allow people to walk away with a draw. We want a winner, and we want it today. With set 1 going to tie breaks, set 2 going to tie breaks, I think it's befitting that this match between two stalwarts will be decided in an Armageddon.
It's a true battle of endurance, Rakesh. It reminds me of this, one of the fights in Rocky. Both players trading punches, both players going till the last moment. And it's only a question of who lasts longer, who can take more of those punches and keep moving forward.
Absolutely, man. What a game that was, man. I thought with the bishop coming around, protecting the pawn, the game is done. But kudos to Benny. He didn't give up, and Benjamin went after Vidit's pawn, and that is what caused Vidit to fluster a little bit, and he got the draw. I think he deserved.
Absolutely, the draw that he deserved, but it's hard to say, Rakesh. It's really hard to say who deserved what. In Vidit's mind, I'm pretty sure he felt he deserved that win. He had a better position for most of the time.
Yeah, and I think I'm just saying Benjamin will feel, because of finding those resources in the end, a draw is done. But Shri, what is not done is the Armageddon. We'll be getting the bids of both players as we see Awadh collecting those results. Our local arbiter here and of course the country director for chess.com India. So he definitely has his work cut out because he has gone to the stage every time for these Armageddons.
I'm predicting Vidit does something like 7 minutes 10 seconds, because every time he has made a bid, he puts that in that 7-minute range, just enough for him to get black. And Vidit is someone who is a creature of habit, you know. He likes to stay with his approach, and he's very confident with his approach. So he's not someone to change his approach just because it didn't work for one game.
Yeah.
Bok, on the other hand, I think would also be happy to play as white, because he's been, I think he's been more comfortable punching with white than defending with black.
That's right. Like just this game that we saw, and Benjamin was just checking out the game review on chess.com, and he realized something. Maybe he realized what he missed, or maybe he just realized how lucky he was.
Absolutely. But 4 seconds each, 30 seconds each. Clock plays an important role. Mouse skills play an important role.
Absolutely.
And that's the beauty of esports format.
Yeah, and the bid should be in any minute here, chat. And Sri is predicting that Vidit puts in a bid in the 7.5 minute range to get the black pieces and the odds of the benefit of 2 results.
Yeah, 2 results versus 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's what you get. And Vidit's still thinking about that missed win.
Yeah, he's probably still thinking about all the history of close chances that he has had throughout this match, and then at some point, at some level, his brain is thinking, okay, no worries, we still got it. Just one more game, the last game, and it will truly be over.
Yeah, and in this high pressure situation with so much on the card, apart from just the $10,000 here for first place, I think to recover from such a game, Vidit will be really banking on his 1,000 days plus meditation streak to calm things down and just focus on the present.
Absolutely, Rakesh. All the training, all the meditation, all the sports, all the openings, everything will come together at this point.
Wow, look at Vidit, head in hands. He's really thinking, and he's thinking about the bet here. You can see the pen in his hand.
Yeah, I've seen that pose before, and his eyes speak a lot. Yeah, there is a little bit of tiredness, a little bit of disappointment, and a little bit of determination.
And a lot of nerves, Sri. What do you write? I am pretty sure Vidit was never so tense with while writing any exam, but while writing these minutes and seconds, it can be a life-changing moment here right now.
Absolutely, a life-changing moment. And what is the optimal amount of time that he can bid for that ensures he has the black pieces, but he also has the most time?
Yeah, and look at Benjamin. What is he thinking? Does he go for white, or does Benjamin like to maybe get the odds of 2 results?
I don't know. I think he should continue taking white, because as we have seen, there's a pattern of Benjamin getting lower on time in a lot of matches.
Yeah.
And if he's starting with 3 minutes less, there's the advantage on time is going to be considerably more. So I think this strategy, which has worked for both players, I can't imagine them not sticking to it. But you never know. This match has been filled with surprises.
Yep, absolutely. And yes, indeed, SLK Chess is reminding the chat, Armageddon coming up with it, still hasn't made a decision. And Thank Don is saying 13 games was the maximum we could have played today. And this is the 13th game. But for whom will it be the unlucky 13th game? We will know in the next 20 odd minutes.
Definitely, Rakesh. Just 20 more minutes. Actually, it will be less than 20 minutes considering the bid. I think 17 minutes.
Yeah. That's good. Both the players, I mean, I'm not sure they have thought so long on one particular move. But
Absolutely not. But that is the thrill of it. There should be a clock for this as well, yeah?
Yeah. Give them 30 seconds and just get the bids. Yeah, Vidit has submitted his bid, I think. No pen in his hand.
Yeah. So now he's back to game review or puzzle rush.
Yeah, and this is what both the players are playing for. The India Rising Road to EWC trophy, shaped like a beautiful bishop or fire. So we termed it as the bishop on fire here. But apart from this, Srinath, $10,000 plus a guaranteed seat in the EWC finals, and maybe you might also get signed up by one of the teams.
Yeah, which Boca already has been signed up by one of the teams, right?
Yeah, but ZI Sports, I think. Signed. Yeah, Bok has done it. Let's go. Both bids have been submitted, and Awad Bhai will tell us, the colors and the bids.
Yeah, excitement after excitement after excitement. The most exciting matchup I've seen in a really long time, Rakesh.
Me too, and we started off a little late and thought, it might get over soon because Vidit won game one. But what a match! Both of them have led at some point. Both of them have come back from from the jaws of defeat. And in the last in game 12, just before this, I think that was one of the most high level games I've seen in a while.
Absolutely. And that has been truly the beauty of esports. I think it's a bit like 2020 in cricket. It takes the most interesting moments and condenses a chess game to it. You have the time travel parts, you have the interesting opening parts, and there we have it.
Yeah, and we have both the players coming in. They know each other's bids now. And look at Awad Bhai telling Tadias, our broadcast engineer, which player will be getting how much time and the colors.
Yeah. Who has won the toss?
And look at this guy. I mean, enjoying the atmosphere there. But which player will have cutting edge opening prep in this one, Sri?
I think both of them. Both of them have shown some crazy prep. The last match, Bok was the one who got a better opening prep. And look at that electrifying atmosphere out there. That's Brimstone. Brimstone is a character from Valorant who creates smoke, and he has some 3 abilities which I completely forgot. But yeah, we have Brimstone, we have a double sword. Is that a queen? If it had to be a chess piece, that would be a queen.
Yeah, I think maybe they did take some inspiration from the chess. And Shri, we have the bids. Vidit has bid 6 minutes 57 seconds. And he will be getting the black pieces as you predicted.
Of course, the golden 7 minutes, 6 minutes 59, 6:58, 6:57, one of it. And I wonder what was Bok's bid.
Not sure. We have not received any input on that. But yeah, Vidit is definitely playing the black pieces, and he will get the option, the luxury of 2 results. A draw or a black win means Vidit Gujrathi goes to Paris. If Benjamin delivers under pressure, he gets the coveted EWC ticket.
If only Rakesh bhai, if only the Armageddon wins, bid wins also counted as points. Vidit would be a clear favorite.
Yeah, for sure. And shout out to Tadias again, who's handling all the back-end work here. He has let us know that with its first bid in set 1 was also 6 minutes 57 seconds. So superstitious much, I guess.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I guess we are just seconds away or minutes away from seeing the final showdown. The final 16 minutes and 57 seconds, which is going to tell us who is going to go to Paris.
So, wow. What a match this has been. I mean, Shri, I feel tired. Like commenting.
I know. Absolutely, it's the same. I think we all feel tired. All our heartbeats are also rising, just as with the players.
And like India rising here in Mumbai, but I can't imagine how tired the players must feel right now.
They are going to be crazy tired, but I'm sure the break would have helped a bit there.
Yeah.
But in the end, all the tiredness, all the misses, all the one more misses, all those things come down to the exhaustion of taking these decisions under high pressure. We saw a lot of nerves happening in the game 2 of set 3. The game kept going back and forth, and then in true esport fashion, got decided in the last 5 seconds of the match.
Yeah, very true. Everything like years of prep can be decided in those few seconds that actually matter. And as we have, that's so nice to see people dressing up in like This is a coolie costume.
Yeah. The coolie costume back in the times when suitcases did not have wheels.
Yeah.
They were a very integral part of travel, and they still are. And you also see loads of people getting photos and autographs from their favorite creators and gamers out there.
Yeah, I think that's Sharkshi, if I'm not mistaken. But
correct.
Loads of creators and influencers here, gamers as well, because it's of course the EWC qualifier event.
Yep.
So no update on the players yet. I think it's also the players may be just taking a little bit of a break and also thinking, Shri, what opening do we play, or do you think another Italian?
I can't imagine anything other than Italian. And the character is foreshadowing the fight that is set to be on the board in the next few moments.
Absolutely. Oh my god, okay.
That's so cool. With Desi costume.
Yeah. And yeah, we will be having the players on the stage very, very soon. It's time, Shri. It's time to get into the Armageddon.
It's the moment of truth, the moment of endurance. It's about who lasts longer, who keeps their nerves the better. It's no longer about sophisticated strategy and deep plans, but who reacts in that moment better in the last few minutes.
Yeah, and we hear that Vidit is back and in his booth. He is locked in. Benjamin is also back from a quick break, and he is also locked in. Both the players are on their chairs.
Both the players on the chairs, and we see here the spectators having a wonderful experience.
Yeah.
Everyone having fun in their own way, and it's such a liberating thing for people to have their phones during the games. Yeah, phones during the games, and also being able to applaud and cheer for their favorite heroes.
Exactly. Normally, what we see in like cricket or football, but chess fans could also get that pleasure of cheering their favorite player and cheering a blunder or a brilliant move, both equally.
And that's Killjoy from Valorant, which is another wonderful character which I've played quite a few times. Killjoy has this brilliant power where it can trap everyone at a particular location within its radius without them being able to move.
Wow. It's something like Vidit would like to trap Benjamin's pieces maybe to the left side of the board and attack the king, a lone king on the right.
Exactly. If only he could use the Killjoy power.
Yeah. And both players are seated. There we see Benjamin Boak locked in for the all-important Armageddon here. It's everything to play for.
Everything to play for. The last spot for the it's not the last spot for the Esports World Cup, but the last match of the India Rising, the grand final, and once again the coveted spot for the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and this is the grand final of the grand final in a way, Shri, and it will be decided by Armageddon. Chat, in case you're joining us, black, that is Vidit Gujrathi, gets 2 results, a draw or a black win. Benjamin Boak gets 3 minutes extra. So it's very similar to the same Armageddon that we have in Norway chess, 10 versus 7.
Increment.
Without
the
increment.
Most beautiful aspect of it in the esports. And the games have begun. The first streamers are on. Italian. Is it Italian? Yes, it is Italian.
Of course, Italian. Another Italian.
But Vidit goes with the bishop on e7. A completely different setup from what he has been using so far.
Yeah, very interesting choice there by Vidit. Why would you change something? Is there some prep that I'm smelling?
He's actually been into uncomfortable positions in the last 2 games, Rakesh. Although he has won them, he won one and he drew one, but he was under pressure in both those matches. So I think he just wants to change that up a bit. And this setup with the bishop on e7 is actually a safe and solid setup, which will ensure that he gets a game.
Yeah, and we see moves coming thick and fast. Benjamin maintaining that 3-minute advantage, which he rightfully gets. because remember, chat, he has to win. The word draw does not exist in Benjamin's Book's dictionary right now.
Yeah, a must win, a winner takes it all, if any, is this match. And both the players still in their preparation. The knight on f1 eyeing the d5 square there. And yeah, there we have the position. We have the board. The knight goes to e3. So far, both the players still in their preparation. A lot of action in the center there, Rakesh.
Yep, lot of action. The knight looking to jump on one of those two beautiful squares with the support of the central pawn for white. And I'm also reading some comments in the chat, and they're saying, of course, kudos to the winner, but how hard or how difficult it might be for the loser of this
It's
this match.
soul crushing. It's soul crushing.
Wouldn't want to be on that side later today.
It's definitely, I think, easier to cope up with a one-sided defeat than a defeat like this when you're so close to the cake.
Yeah. 7 hours of chess. And what a day this has been. I wish, both players could qualify, but sadly that's not possible. But it's definitely a winner takes all here.
Yep. It's every man for himself, winner takes all, like the Royal Rumble. And this is like the last two warriors in a wrestlers in a Royal Rumble match.
Exactly.
Yeah, after so many hours, both the players are so tired, but just one player who gets it over the rope.
Why? The engine doesn't really like that one.
The position from a strategic perspective looks quite comfortable for white right now in general. The d5 square is up for the grabs for both the bishop and the knight, the central outpost. And he has also opened the a file, which the rook can use as an avenue to enter in the future. So I'm not too thrilled with the kind of position that Vidit has out of the opening.
True, and you see him, he's struggling a little bit on the clock as well, Shri. It translates, if you are down on position, you start to think more. And it's like a ripple effect.
Absolutely, the chicken and egg situation. And I think the rook now goes into the 7th rank. White can consider infiltrating on the a file, but he goes for the h file, an unexpected direction.
Wow, we've seen Benny do this. He plays, we think he's going to do on one side, he makes a move completely on the other side. And the alpha zero move, just h4, h5, and force with its hand. Vidit can't push his corner pawn because the knight gets into a beautiful square. So I think a very nice move here by Benjamin Book.
Yeah, and things are looking scary for Vidit right now, Rakesh. The time advantage is massive. It has only increased since the start of the match.
Yeah.
And also the position, he's under pressure on all sides right now. The king side, white is going to advance that pawn on the corner and create weaknesses, create squares for infiltration for white's pieces. And with it for now, he makes sure that the defense in front of his king, those precious pawns, they remain.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, he also has to fight with these pieces in the center and the prospect of rook joining in the attack from the horizontal line.
Yep, Vidit makes like a multi-purpose move. He gets his king out of the way, which means the bishop for white is a beautiful piece, but it at least not attacking my king. But on the flip side also, Vidit's rook is active on the F line, but Benjamin, is he planning something like king up and swinging the rook in the bottom right corner?
Absolutely, he's completely planning that, which is why Vidit moves the queen forward. So if the king moves forward, the queen will swing all the way to the last vertical file and give a check to the white king, supported by his bishop. So with this, the queen ensures that the vertical last file is covered and the horizontal 7th rank is covered. Both
beautiful. But now the bishop on black's bishop has never moved, or the light squared one, and I don't see a prospect for that here.
Yes, that is the unfortunate side effect of that lovely move. And if the bishop cannot move, also the rooks cannot go to the open file on the A file.
True.
But on the other hand, the king comes first, and with these last few moves, Vidit secures the king for the moment, which ensures that the game continues without him having too much of a bad position. Will Bok now switch sides? Will he go towards the left flank and pile up there? Is the question I have right now.
Probably, and with it, maybe getting a little bit of the time disadvantage back, because the seconds are ticking down for Benny. And we think of the left, Benjamin plays something on the right.
Yeah, maybe that has been his USP today. He's been able to hit where his opponent cannot anticipate. And this time you are feeling Benjamin is not holding by any punches. He's going full against the king. Yeah, no more of this slow maneuvering, slow dancing and stuff. It's for him. It's time for the Armageddon.
Yeah. He knows. He's tried that slow approach. He's saying, "I'm not doing none of that. I want to go and I want to go hard." And look at that heart rate once again, 110 for Benjamin, and with it, it's 125 and rising.
Yeah, 125 and rising, but it's good news for Vidit. The last few moves, I was getting worried at how quickly and confidently White was playing for Vidit's fans. But now Vidit is back in the game, and it seems like Bok has made a few suboptimal moves. Now the left flank is completely covered. The bishop has been relocated beautifully, and on the right flank as well, a lot of the initiative has been neutralized.
True, and with it, senses an opportunity. You can see him lean forward in his chair. He feels there's something concrete. Is it like a pawn push? Or I don't know what he's looking at, but he looked excited for a second.
Yeah, he looked excited for the second. I think he can feel the momentum changing. The queen moves back for the moment, but it's aiming towards the right flank where the white king resides at the moment. And you saw how beautifully Vidit set up his bishops and rooks and everything towards one side the previous match. He's going towards something similar now. He's going to bring his queen. Pawn is already menacing. And I think we can expect White to go a bit on the defensive. He's been playing very fast in this game so far, but that has come at the cost of the position.
True, and kudos to Vidit. He's gained back almost 30 seconds to a minute, which of the 3 minutes he had the disadvantage of. But pawns getting locked on the left side, Srinath.
Yeah, I think that's a very sensible move by Bok. He makes sure that all the pawns are on the dark squares, which also means the bishop is locked against those pawns.
It's like a tall pawn now, the dark squared bishop for black.
Yes, it is a very important protector. It's like the knight's watch. It blocks entry on the A file for the white's rook, which is, I think, very, very crucial. But on the other hand, the bishop cannot participate in the attack against white's king now.
True. And Bok hits 50% of his time, 5 minutes on the clock. He's blocked it on the left side, Sri. But where is Benjamin's Bok breakthrough coming from?
It's coming on the king side, Rakesh. He's going to play the pawn to f4, I think, at some point, and open up things on the king side.
Does he risk the trade of queens?
I think he wouldn't mind that, because it will allow him to play quite a bit. And what works as advantage for him is that he has complete dominance on the A file because of that central bishop on d5.
Correct.
So I think black will try to keep the queens on, and that's what Vidit does with that move with the king supporting the black queen. And white wouldn't mind the queen trade at all.
Yeah, with its king move just gives protection to the queen. So now if you push the pawn that we were talking about, you can chop off, and you can even chop off with the rook at the end, because the queen is protected by the king.
Yeah, and it's impressive how quickly they see each other's plans and immediately block it.
Exactly. Wow, with it gaining a lot of time, that's just 1.5 minutes advantage for Benjamin. No breakthrough in sight yet. I feel the momentum is kind of shifting, Shri, because if it stays equal for much longer, Bok will have to book his flight back home.
Yeah, absolutely. But Rakesh, this is the culminating point. This is where we have seen games get decided truly in the last few matches, no matter how the previous positions have been. And there's also the stage where Bok has really shined in this match so far.
Yeah, that's true. If Vidit Gujrathi wins, it would be a big push for his own career as well as in front of his own fans. So it's getting to the business entry. And just a quick reminder, chat, sets are 1-1. Games in this set are also 1-1. All important Armageddon. The winner of the Armageddon books their ticket to Paris for the EWC.
Yes, everything deadlocked, and the position also deadlocked on most of the sides.
True.
But the action, all of it happening on the right flank.
Vidit pushes a pawn.
He doesn't just push up on, but he has every piece concentrated on that right flank, Rakesh.
Maybe Vidit is playing for a win now.
His position is definitely better, and his heart is sensing it once again as
Yeah.
it rises.
But will Vidit rise in the India Rising event, Srinath? That's the question. The time difference is down to a minute.
Yeah, it's down to a minute. It's a very important minute because now it's a question of a few seconds, and with it very quickly will be down to under 2 minutes. So he goes for it. He brings another rook again. He's going all in.
Did he lose a pawn though?
He did lose a pawn, but I think it was part of the plan. He's going to open lines against White's king, and he has his rooks and queens and everything, all guns, blazing against that.
True.
So, of course, White goes for a safe queen trade. He's trying to go as safe as he can, and now the game. Now I feel the game tilting a bit in White's favor. He has won a pawn. Now, bishop d8, very important move.
Yeah, knight and kicking the rook away.
And then the rook goes towards that a file, the open a file.
I had forgotten about that in a while, Shri. Now the rook is going to enter. Look at that on the leftmost file. You can start entering on that line.
Yeah, the line which cannot be defended. And now the minute advantage can also play a crucial role. This looks very bad.
That's a big blunder by Vidit.
What's happening? Can he go knight h4? Oh, knight e3 looks very scary, Rakesh. This looks very, very scary. The rook is...
What's your threat?
The rook is going to get trapped, I think. Either the rook gets trapped or the king gets trapped.
Knight coming in between those two kings, and that black rook has run out of squares.
Yes, he's in a very, very dicey spot, and the king is also in a very dicey spot. So black's pieces are all stepping on each other.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the Indian star. Benjamin Bok is 1 foot away from securing his ticket.
Yeah, it's the moment for White to seize, and now it's Bok's match to lose.
Wow. The rook on the 7. We said it before. 7 is heaven for the rooks. Rook can swoop and give a check. With it under a minute, we see that red clock. Oh my God.
The time is in the red. The position is in the red, and it looks incredibly scary for black, the situation here.
Bishop g6 though, trying to chop off that knight tree.
Bishop g6, White will go rook g7, pin that, and then everything is pinned.
Oh no, 40 Vidit has frozen. It's the classical thing you were talking about, Sri.
Yeah, he goes for it. Now the rook will come and pin the bishop, and he's truly paralyzed. It's the killjoy character, but for Bok.
Chop off the knight with your rook. Just for some breathing space, I think.
Yeah, you have to do it, Rakesh. He goes for the rook h8, and now rook g1 coming in. And the king is set to get mated in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, idea is I just move my king to the left, give a check, and your king is busted.
Yep.
This is done. 10 seconds of Vidit Gujrathi.
This is over. The king just moves. He takes the bishop. Oh, it's rook g4 checkmate. Checkmate.
Oh my God. Benjamin Bok clinches the Armageddon and the match. Books his seat to EWC Paris.
What a player, what a performance by Bok, and the deserving handshake. This has been one of the best performances I've seen in the history of esports, in the history of speed chess. And chat, it is Bok OP. It was an incredible fight. Nothing separating both of them until the last couple of minutes, where Bok managed to win that clinching tiebreaker, winning the India Rising road to EWC and booking a spot to the Esports World Cup in Paris.
Wow, Vidit could have become the 4th Indian to qualify, but sadly he will have to go through a last chance qualifier route now. But congratulations, what a performance by the Dutchman. Benjamin Bok, 5-time Dutch online champion, but he does it with 2 wins in the Armageddon, Srinath. What a performance by Benny.
Absolutely, and it's incredible how he held his nerve. So many difficult situations, so many times where he was so down and out. And Rakesh, massive credit to Vidit as well. I think we should also write Vidit OP in the chat. Because if not for Vidit, it takes 2 to tango. And
absolutely,
it could have been anyone's match. absolutely could have been anyone's match, but it turns out to be Bogue's in just the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, and Benjamin Bogue, they're getting the congratulations from the anchor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our winner, who has crossed that road to EWC.
Finally he makes it. Tell us, what was going on through your mind in the last Armageddon that you played?
Yeah, and it was a tough game.
All right, so a clear decider. It went on to the last match, the last Armageddon. Of course, it has been a crunch game. It has been an intense game. Of course, we could see the beats per minute of your heart, and it was shooting up and down, up and down. But what a ride it has been overall. We'll get a mic in the meantime for Benjamin, and
Yeah, if we can get a mic, probably we'll be able to speak with Benjamin
because
and
I'm
get to know his
so
thoughts
sure
as
there's
well.
so much to talk about.
Okay, that's better, yeah.
Yeah. Now that we have the mic and now that we can hear you, Benjamin, walk us through that Armageddon.
Yeah, so Vidit, he's an amazing player. I think I was very lucky in many games to win or escape with a draw. In that last game, I also felt like I was getting outplayed, but I was just trying to hang in there. And I was in the other Armageddon games, I felt like I did not keep my time advantage, but in this one, I really tried to do so. And yeah, I thought I was struggling, but when I won a pawn, I had pretty good hopes for my position. And then at some point, it just fell apart for him. So yeah, I just thought like, okay, I just gotta try to keep the time advantage, and that will always give me some edge, some chances. But yeah, once again, yeah, Vidit played amazing. He, like I said, I got very lucky in a couple moments. So yeah, sorry to him, but obviously I'm very happy to make it to the EWC in Paris.
You know, coming to India, playing against an Indian grandmaster in front of the home crowd, did that add the pressure?
Not really. I just try to focus on the games and just play chess. You know, just focus on the 64 squares that are ahead of me, and yeah, I just try to do my best. And I felt like, well, maybe it also adds a little bit of pressure to him. So he has to try to win in front of the home crowd.
Of course, there is. Of course, sorry to cut you short, but I really want to know, Benjamin, because so much happening with the crowd, with the interaction, and of course, this is what you have been waiting for, the key to EWC. So let's have the amazing key to the Esports World Cup. And
can we please call upon stage?
And to give away the key, I would like to call on stage Mr. James Cunningham from the Esports World Cup and Awad Shah from chess.com to please join us on stage.
Thank you. Thanks.
That's the key. That's exactly what Benjamin was playing for today.
Do you mind holding that? Yeah, thank you.
He'll be signing the key, his probably key to the EWC when he goes there in Paris and plays against the best in the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, to make it official, Benjamin holds the key to EWC. Congratulations, Benjamin.
Thank you so much for our dignitaries for joining us. Benjamin, congratulations on that. Now that you've... He wants to speak some more. All right, now that you've defeated Arjun Arigaisi, you've defeated Vidit, what's next? Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, or maybe more... No. Well, yeah, I'll try to take on like Magnus, Hikaru at the EWC. Of course, whenever I get to play him, it's an honor. And so yeah, looking forward to Paris. It's definitely the biggest event that I'll have ever been a part of in my career.
All right, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Congratulations on that win today.
Thanks.
Can you just show the key to the audience? Because you have just dominated this arena tonight. So ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Benjamin Bok. Thank you so much, Benjamin, and wish you all the best for EWC.
Thank you, Benjamin.
All right, so that's it from the chess, but we've got more things coming up because this is a one-of-a-kind gaming festival. So ladies and gentlemen, right now we will be taking that very little short break. And on the other side of the break, we have
lots of action
lots of
coming
exciting
up your
things
way.
coming for you.